Hey guys, welcome to Mr. Midnight Thriller. Before we begin, let me know where you're listening from tonight. I read every comment. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep, feel free to like, share, or subscribe, only if you feel this channel deserves it. Now get comfortable, let the rain play, and listen. Story number 1. Look, I just needed a night where I wasn't staring at my own ceiling wondering about my life, you know? That is why I volunteer for the hotline. My name is Leo. It gets me out of my own head. It makes me feel useful. So there I was, sitting in the little booth with the crappy headset, the familiar cup of bad coffee going cold next to me. The center was quiet, that kind of deep quiet that comes late on a Tuesday, where you can almost hear the buzz of the fluorescent lights. My shift was just starting, and I ran through the rules in my mind like I always do. Listen, don't judge. Guide, don't command. And the big one. If the caller goes into occult stuff, ghosts, demons, talking boards, you gently but firmly steer them back to real-world problems. You cannot reason with a monster under the bed when the person is standing on a real ledge. So when the phone finally lit up and I clicked over, giving my usual, "Hello, this is the crisis line, I am listening," I was ready for the usual stuff. Broken hearts, job loss, that deep sadness that just won't lift. I heard her breathing first. Not crying yet, just this fast, shallow panting, like she had run a mile. Then a sob broke through, harsh and sudden. "I did not know what to do," she choked out. Her voice was young, maybe early 20s, and it was shredded, like she had been screaming for hours. I fell into the rhythm, my voice calm and low, the one I practice. "It is okay. You called. You are not alone now. Just try to breathe with me." We did that for a minute, just in and out, and I could hear her trying to match me, the sobs getting further apart. Then she whispered it, so low I almost missed it. "We talked to something last night." A little alarm bell went off in my head. "Protocol. Steer away." "Okay," I said, keeping my voice neutral. "Can you tell me what is happening right now, in this moment? Are you safe?" It was a board. A talking board. A Ouija thing. The alarm bell got louder. I was supposed to pivot now, hard. "Let us focus on you, not the game." That is what the manual said. But before I could speak, she rushed on, her words tumbling out in a flood of pure fear. "We were just messing around, me and my roommates. We asked silly questions, but then it started answering for real. It knew things. It knew my dog's name from when I was a kid. It knew about my dad's watch, the one that got stolen. It spelled it all out. And then it told me how to fix everything. A way to make all the pain stop. It sounded so simple, so easy, so correct. That word, correct. It did not just hang in the air. It dropped into my stomach like a stone. People in crisis say things feel right, or the only way, but correct. That is a word for a math problem, a puzzle piece snapping into place. It was cold. It was intellectual. It scared me more than any scream could have. I broke the rules. I knew I was doing it as I did it. Instead of redirecting, I asked, my own voice barely a whisper, "What did it say to you?" She started crying again, but these were different tears, not panic, but a terrible, resigned sadness. I cannot say it. If I say it out loud, it will make it real. It will make it an option. But it is all I can think about. The steps. It gave me steps. Like a recipe. It makes perfect sense. For the next hour, I did not hang up. I talked and talked. I talked about sunrises she had seen, about the taste of her favorite food, about the feeling of warm socks out of the dryer. I shared stupid, meaningless stories about my own life. Anything to build a wall of normal, mundane, beautiful human stuff between her and that terrible, correct idea. I poured every ounce of calm I had, every bit of hope I could fake, down that line. I was not just a volunteer anymore. I was fighting for her, against something I could not see or name. Slowly, so slowly, I felt her come back. The terrifying logic of the thing receded, and the exhausted, frightened young woman returned. We made a safety plan. She promised, her voice small but clear, to call her sister right after we hung up and go stay with her. She promised to call back tomorrow and check in with me. When we finally said goodbye, my hands were shaking. I sat in the booth for a long time, just staring at the wall. The supervisor on duty passed by, gave me a look, and I just waved her off. I was drained, emptied out, but I also felt a weird surge of victory. I had wrestled something back from a brink. I clocked out, drove home through the empty streets, and fell into bed without even taking my shoes off. That is when the dream came. It was not a normal nightmare, not with monsters or falling. It was calm. I was sitting at a table, and my own hands were resting on one of those planchettes, the little pointer from a Ouija board. It was cold under my fingers. I was not moving it. It was moving itself, gliding with a smooth, plastic whisper over the board. It spelled out a single word, efficient. Then it began spelling out instructions. A method. A specific, mechanical, foolproof method. It was not violent or scary. It was just a procedure. A list of steps. In the dream, I nodded along, thinking, yes, that would work. That is very efficient. I woke up not with a gasp, but with my eyes just snapping open in the dark. My heart was not racing. I was perfectly calm, and the entire sequence, every detail of that efficient method, was etched into my mind, clear and precise as a technical manual. I sat up, swung my feet onto the floor, and thought, very clearly, that would actually work. The thought was not alarming. It was just an observation, a piece of data. I shook my head, trying to dislodge it. Stress dream, I muttered to my dark room. Of course your brain recycled that awful call. It is just trying to process it. I believed that. I made myself believe it. I got up, drank a glass of water, and went back to bed, pushing the cold, clean logic of the dream out of my head. The next evening, I went back to the hotline center, ready for my shift. I still had that thought in the back of my mind, though, like a forgotten sticky note in a pocket. My supervisor, a kind woman with tired eyes, saw me and immediately walked over. She looked concerned. "Hey," she said, her voice low. "About that long call last night. The system flags anything over an hour. I had to review the recording." My stomach tightened. Was I in trouble for breaking protocol? "Look, I know I should have redirected." I started, but she cut me off. "It is not that. You did good work. You kept her here. But I need you to listen to something." She led me to her little soundproof office and had me sit down. On her computer screen was an audio waveform from the call. "We have software that cleans up background noise sometimes for training purposes," she explained. I ran it on the last part of your call, where she was calming down. She clicked play. I heard my own voice, steady and warm. I heard her shaky breathing. And then underneath it all, so faint I had not noticed it live, was another sound. A soft, rhythmic scratch, scratch, scratch. It was unmistakable. It was the sound of a planchette moving across a board. My blood went cold. She looked at me, her face pale. Was she using it while she was talking to you? I could only nod, my throat too tight to speak. The hook was set, not in her mind anymore, but deep in mine. The call had ended, the immediate danger was past, but something had been in that room with her. And now, listening to that faint, persistent scratching on the recording, a terrifying question opened up. In the quiet of the office, if it was listening to her, what if it had been listening to me too? The sound of that scratching on the recording filled the little office, and for a long minute neither of us could speak. My supervisor just stared at the screen, at the visual spikes of noise that matched each scratch. I finally found my voice, and it came out rough. She must have had it in her lap. While we were talking, she was moving it. My supervisor shook her head slowly, not in disagreement, but in pure disbelief. "But listen to the pattern," she said, her voice hushed. She clicked a few keys, and a different audio file popped up. One of the tech guys got curious. He isolated the scratching and tried to filter it more. She played the new file. It was just the scratching now, stripped of our voices. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Pause. Scratch, scratch. Long pause. It was not random. It had a rhythm, a deliberate pace. "He thinks," she said, swallowing hard. "He thinks it is spelling something. The pauses are like between letters." A cold feeling, totally different from fear, spread through my chest. It was the feeling of puzzle pieces you do not want to connect, snapping together anyway. "Can you tell what it says?" I asked, already knowing I did not want the answer. "Not yet. The quality is terrible. It is just guesswork." She closed the audio player and turned to me, putting on her professional face, but her eyes were still wide. "Look, this is obviously a very disturbing coincidence. The power of suggestion is strong. She was fixated on that thing, and you, by staying on the line so long, absorbed a lot of that emotional trauma. Your brain is trying to make sense of it." She was quoting the training manual now, the part about vicarious trauma. "I am putting you on paid leave for a week. A full week. I want you to disconnect. See some friends. Watch dumb movies. Do not think about this." It was not a suggestion, it was an order. She was treating this like a mental health issue for me, not like whatever it really was. I wanted to argue, to tell her about the dream, about the efficient thought that felt like it was waiting in the back of my head, but saying it out loud would only prove her point. So I just nodded, took the paperwork, and left. The outside air felt strange, too real and too bright. I drove home, but I did not go inside right away. I just sat in my car in the driveway. My roommate's car was gone. He worked late shifts. The house was empty. I kept hearing that scratching in my mind, matching it to the rhythm of my own heartbeat. I finally went inside, poured a drink I did not really want, and sat on the couch. I tried to watch TV, but the laugh tracks sounded horrible and fake. I picked up a book, but the words just swam on the page. My brain kept circling back to that sound, and to the word correct. I did what anyone would do. I got out my laptop and started Googling. I looked up sleepwalking, auditory hallucinations, mass hysteria. I read about how people can convince themselves of anything under stress. Every article, every medical page, gave me a tidy, logical explanation. It should have been comforting. It was not. It felt like trying to cover a deep, black hole with a piece of tissue paper. The explanations were too small for the feeling I had. The feeling that something had transferred. Exhaustion finally hit me like a truck. The stress of the call, the shock of the recording, the mental gymnastics of research, it all crashed down. I lay back on the couch, just meaning to close my eyes for a minute. The next thing I knew, I was standing up. I was not dreaming. I was awake, but it felt like moving through deep water. My body was not quite my own. I was in my kitchen. The overhead light was too bright. I was standing on the little step stool we used to reach the top shelves. I was not reaching for anything. I was just standing there, perfectly balanced, my arms at my sides. And I was measuring. With my hands, I was pantomiming pulling a length of something down from a point above me, feeling its imaginary thickness, nodding in approval. My lips were moving. I heard my own voice, calm and thoughtful, muttering, "Case ID 44781. Yield strength is sufficient. The calculation is correct." That was her case number. The caller's case number. A jolt of pure terror, the first real panic I had felt all day, electrocuted my system. I gasped, and the weird, watery feeling vanished. I was just me again, standing stupidly on a step stool in my kitchen. I stumbled off it, my legs wobbly. What was I doing? What calculation? The front door opened then, and my roommate walked in, dropping his keys on the table. He took one look at me, standing in the middle of the kitchen, pale as a ghost, and his easygoing smile vanished. "Hey, you okay? You look like you have seen one." I tried to laugh it off. Long day. Weird dream. I must have been sleepwalking or something. He did not buy it. He walked closer, his eyes searching my face. "Dude, you were not just sleepwalking. I saw you through the window before I came in. You were standing there like a statue. And you were talking. It was creepy." The look on his face was not just concern. It was a flicker of real fear. He was not scared for me. He was scared of me, of what he had seen. That hurt more than anything. I was a thing to be worried about now. "I am fine," I insisted, my voice too sharp. "Just stress from work. I am going to bed." I pushed past him and went to my room, closing the door firmly. I did not sleep. I sat on the edge of my bed with all the lights on, fighting to stay awake. I was afraid to close my eyes, afraid of what I might do, or what I might think, in that space between being awake and asleep. The efficient method from my dream was still there in my memory, clear and detailed, and now it had a companion thought. The calculation is correct. Hours dragged by. The house settled into its nighttime creaks and groans. My roommate's TV went off down the hall. Everything got still. That is when I heard it. A soft, dry sound. Not in my head. Not a memory. A real, physical sound in my dark room. Scritch. Scritch, scritch. Pause. It was coming from the direction of my closet. It was the exact same rhythm as the scratching from the recording. My breath caught in my throat. I was frozen, listening. It came again. A slow, deliberate dragging sound. Like a fingernail. Like a small piece of plastic being pulled across a smooth wooden surface. I did not want to move. Every cell in my body told me to pull the covers over my head and wait for morning. But a stronger, more stubborn part, the part that had talked a stranger off a ledge, made me move. I stood up, my joints stiff. I did not turn on the main light. I fumbled for the small flashlight I kept in my bedside drawer. My hand closed around it, the metal cool. I clicked it on, the beam cutting a shaky white path through the dark. I took one step, then another, towards the closet. The scratching stopped. The sudden absence of sound was worse. It was listening back. I stood in front of the closet door, my heart hammering against my ribs. I reached out, my fingers brushing the cool knob. I yanked the door open in one fast motion, flashing the light inside, ready to scream or run. There was nothing. Just my shirts hanging neatly, a stack of sweaters on the shelf, a few shoeboxes on the floor. No monsters. No Ouija board. I let out a shaky breath, almost laughing at myself. See? Stress. Imagination. I started to close the door when the beam of my flashlight swept across the inside of the door, the part you never look at. The white painted surface was dusty, and in the dust, clear as day, were 3 lines drawn by a finger. 3 capital letters, written neatly in the dust. Why? I stared. My mind went blank for a second, refusing to understand. Then it clicked. The efficient method from my dream. It started with a why. The first step involved a specific material, a type of cord, and the first letter of its technical name was Y. This was not a random ghost. This was not a hallucination. It was leaving notes. It was confirming the instructions. And it was doing it here in my room on my door. I slammed the closet shut and backed away until my legs hit the bed and I sat down hard. I shone the light around my empty room, feeling more watched and more alone than I ever had in my life. The immediate terror of the scratching was over. I had found the source, and it was nothing I could fight. It was a message, a receipt, proof that the thing was not just in my head, but here, with me, interacting with my world. The chapter of confusion was closed. I was not crazy, and this was not stress. Something was real. The open question, the hook that dug in deep as I sat there trembling with the flashlight clutched in my hand, was a simple, terrible one. If it can write letters in the dust, what is it going to ask me to build? I must have sat on the edge of my bed for an hour, just staring at that closed closet door, the beam of my flashlight growing weak and yellow. The letters Y in the dust felt like a brand, a mark on my life. It was not haunting the house, it was haunting my mind, and it had just proven it could use my own hands to communicate. That was the worst part. My closet, my dust, my finger probably moving in my sleep. The thing was not some ghost in the corner. It was a passenger inside me, and it was learning to drive. When the first gray light of morning seeped around my curtains, the ordinary sound of my roommate making coffee in the kitchen broke the spell. The normal world was still out there, ticking along. I had to move. I could not just sit there waiting for the next message. I had to find the source, the starting point of all this. I knew it was a terrible idea, a violation of every rule and every bit of common sense I had, but the need to do something was stronger than the fear. I waited until my roommate left for work. Then I went to my own laptop. I still had some back-channel access to the hotline's secure database, a leftover from helping the tech guy once. It was wrong, and I knew it, but I logged in, my fingers clumsy on the keys. I pulled up the file for case ID 44781. There was her first name, her age, and a contact address from when she had called months before about something else. It was an apartment across town. I wrote it down on a scrap of paper, my hand shaking, and then I logged out like I had touched something hot. I drove there in a daze, not planning what I would say or do. I just needed to see it. The building was one of those tired-looking places with brown siding and small, sad balconies. I parked down the street and walked over, feeling like a criminal. Her apartment was on the ground floor. The curtains were drawn. There were no lights on, and tacked to the front door was a bright yellow piece of paper. I got closer. It was a notice of foreclosure from the bank. My heart sank. I just stood there, staring at the official words. A door opened next door, and an older woman came out, dragging her recycling bin. She gave me a curious look. I must have seemed lost. I forced a smile. "Hi. I was looking for the young woman who lived here. A friend from school." The woman's face softened with pity. "Oh, honey, you had not heard." She lowered her voice. "She passed. Just a few days ago. Such a tragedy. So young." The ground under my feet did not feel solid anymore. What happened?" I asked, already knowing the answer. The woman shook her head, her eyes sad. "They said it was, she did it to herself. The police were here. It was so strange, they said. She had all these notes scattered around. Not goodbye letters, they told me. One of the officers said it looked like math homework, or instructions for building something. Just diagrams and numbers. Very odd. Math homework. Diagrams. The efficient method. It was not just an idea, it was a blueprint. And she had built it. The entity, the thing, the whatever it was, had given her the plans. and she had followed them to the letter. It was not about emotion for her in the end. It was about following a set of logical, correct steps. I mumbled a thanks to the neighbor and walked back to my car on legs that felt like rubber. I had my confirmation. The caller was gone. The thing that had spoken to her was real, and it was lethal. And it had jumped to me during that call. I was not just stressed, I was infected. I drove home, but I did not go in. I just sat in my car in the driveway again, the engine off. The sun was high now, but I felt cold. The chain was clear. The entity used the board to infect her, used our phone call to copy a piece of me, and was now growing inside my head, using my knowledge, my skills. What was I good at? I was not a math whiz, but I was practical. I fixed things. I understood how things worked. Was it going to use that to design something? My phone rang, startling me so badly I jumped. I fumbled it out of my pocket. It was a fellow volunteer from the hotline, a guy I had trained with, a friend. We sometimes grabbed a beer after tough shifts. His name was Mark, and seeing his name on the caller ID was a lifeline to the normal world. "Hey," I answered, trying to sound casual. "Leo, hey," his voice said, but it was tight, strained. "Listen, are you okay? I heard you were put on leave." Yeah, just a rough one. Needed a break." There was a pause on the other end. A long one. Then he said, "Okay, look, this is going to sound crazy." My skin began to crawl. "What is it?" "Remember that old Ouija board joke I had? The one from when I was a kid I used to tease my sister with. The glow-in-the-dark one?" I said, my mouth dry. "Yeah, that one. I kept it in a box in my attic. For laughs." He took a deep breath. "It is sitting on my coffee table. Right now. In the middle of my living room." I could not speak. "My wife," he continued, his voice dropping to a whisper. "She is freaking out. She swears she did not touch it. She would not. She thinks they are bad news. And I believe her. I came downstairs this morning, and there it was, just waiting. The box was open. The planchette was right in the center. It is like it wanted to be seen. The horror I felt was a new kind. It was not just for me anymore. It was a spreading stain. It had used my connection to him, our friendship, our shared work. It had crossed over through the network of people who cared. "Get rid of it," I said, my voice harsh. "Right now. Take it out of the house. Do not touch the planchette. Put it in a garbage bag and throw it in a dumpster far away." "You think it is something?" he asked, and I could hear real fear in his voice now. "I know it is. Do not ask questions. Just do it, and call me if anything else happens." I hung up before he could ask more. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel. It was spreading. The thought was like ice in my veins. My friend. It was trying to get to my friend. Without thinking, I started the car and backed out of the driveway. I drove straight to his apartment, breaking every speed limit, my mind racing with images of him standing on a step stool, measuring imaginary rope. I had to stop it. I had to warn him properly, make him understand. I parked illegally and ran to his building, buzzing his apartment frantically. He let me in, his face pale and confused. I burst through the door into his living room, and there he was. He was not standing on furniture. He was sitting cross-legged on the floor in front of the coffee table. The Ouija board was indeed there, the silly, garish glow-in-the-dark letters looking obscene in the daytime, and his hand was resting lightly on the plastic planchette. He looked up at me as I came in, but his eyes were not right. They were distant, glassy, like he was listening to a song only he could hear. He did not look scared. He looked thoughtful. "Mark," I shouted, his name tearing out of me. He blinked slowly. Then he smiled, a small, serene smile that did not reach his eyes. And when he spoke, his voice was all wrong. It was flat, calm, and it used a tone I knew very well. It was my tone, the one I used on the hotline when I was trying to be soothing and rational. "Leo," he said with my cadence, "I have been thinking. I have been working through the variables. The stress, the pressure, the constant emotional drain of this work. It is an unsustainable system." I took a step forward, my own fear replaced by a roaring need to protect him. "Get away from that thing." "No." He ignored me, looking down at the board. His finger twitched, and the planchette moved a fraction of an inch. "I think I have found a solution," he said, still using my counselor voice. "A way to optimize the outcome, to balance the equation. It is really quite elegant." He looked back up at me, that empty smile still on his face. "Would you like to hear it?" That was it. I did not think. I lunged. I did not go for him. I went for the board. I swept my arm across the coffee table, sending the flimsy cardboard board and the plastic planchette flying. They hit the wall with a clatter. The spell broke. He jerked back, gasping, his eyes snapping into focus. They were his own eyes again, filled with shock and confusion. "What the hell, man?" he yelled, scrambling to his feet. He looked from me to the board on the floor, then back to me. "Why did you do that? What were you about to say?" I demanded, grabbing his shoulders. What was the solution? He stared at me, bewildered and now angry. "I do not know. I was just talking. I was upset about the board being there. You are not making any sense." He shoved my hands away. "You are scaring me, Leo. You look terrible, and you are acting insane." I saw it then. He had no memory of it. The thing had been speaking through him, using a puppet version of my own voice, and he had been completely unaware. The immediate danger was past. The board was off the table. He was back, angry and confused, but he was himself. I had stopped the transmission, at least for now. I stepped back, running a hand over my face. "I am sorry. I am so sorry. I saw something in your eyes." He was not buying it. The fear in his face was now entirely for me, convinced his friend was having a breakdown. The entity had not just attacked him. It had isolated me further, turning my only ally into someone who saw me as a threat. I left his apartment with his angry, worried eyes on my back. I drove home, the temporary victory feeling hollow. I had stopped it this time. I had broken the connection. But the event was closed with a terrible new understanding. The thing was not just in my head or in dusty closets. It was a contagion that traveled through friendship and concern, and it spoke in stolen voices. And the open question, the hook that left me more alone than ever as I walked back into my empty house, was this. If it could use my voice to talk to my friend, what else was it going to make me say, and to who? The fight with my friend left me scraped raw. He did not call after I left, and I did not call him. A wall had gone up, built from his fear of my instability and my fear of what might be hiding behind his eyes. I was alone with it now, truly alone. I spent the next day in a fog, jumping at every small sound in my house. I tried to watch TV, but my mind would not stick to the plot. I kept seeing his face, that empty smile, hearing my own calm, counseling voice coming out of his mouth. It was not possession, not like in the movies. It was more like persuasion, a terrible, logical persuasion. That thought nagged at me. I got out a notebook, the kind I used to use for work notes. I opened to a clean page, my pen in hand. I did not know what I meant to write. I just started doodling in the margin, lines and shapes. But my doodles were never just doodles. They were always little diagrams, ways things fit together. I looked down after a few minutes. I was not doodling. I had drawn a series of precise, interlocking shapes. It looked like a mechanism, a lever system. Next to it, in my own handwriting, were neat numbers, measurements, angles, weight calculations. I had taken physics in college ages ago. This was using those principles. This was a design for something that would work. It was a blueprint for a machine with one very specific function. My stomach turned over. I had done this without thinking, my hand moving on its own, using my own forgotten knowledge. The entity did not put scary pictures in my head. It used my brain like a tool, bending my own skills to its purpose. It was not a demon. It was a parasite that made your smarts work against you. I ripped the page out, crumpled it, and threw it in the kitchen trash. Then I dug it out 5 minutes later, smoothed it flat, and stared at it. This was proof. Real, physical proof I had made. But who would I show? My friend would just see more craziness. My boss. She would call for a psych evaluation. I was trapped. My phone rang, making me jump again. It was my supervisor from the hotline. Her voice was different this time, not concerned but tight, official. "I need you to come in." "No. To the main office. Do not go to the call center." "What is it?" I asked, my mouth dry. "I cannot discuss it over the phone. Just come in." The drive to the administrative office was a blur. I was led not to her familiar cubicle, but to a small, plain meeting room. She was there with a man from IT, a guy I vaguely knew. They both looked grim. My supervisor spoke first. "After our talk, IT did a full security sweep of the system, focusing on the time of your long call." The IT guy took over, his tone flat and technical. "We found an anomaly. A data packet was sent from your terminal extension during that call. It was encrypted. It was not part of our normal call logging software. It was routed to an external server address we cannot trace." He pushed a sheet of paper across the table. It was a network log, a list of numbers and codes. One line was highlighted in yellow. "It looks like a hack," my supervisor said, her eyes locked on mine. A piece of malware on your machine, maybe stealing call data. We are treating this as a serious breach. We need to know if you installed any unauthorized software, clicked any strange links. I looked at the log. A data packet. Sent from me. Not to me. The pieces clicked together with a final, dreadful snap. It was not a download. It was an upload. During that call, while I was pouring my empathy into the void, the thing had not just been listening. It had been sampling, taking a copy of my voice patterns, my speech, my psychological profile. It had packaged me up and sent a piece of my mind out into the digital nowhere. The hack was not from the outside in. It was from the inside out. I did not install anything, I said, my voice sounding far away. It must have been something already in the system. The IT guy frowned. We have not found anything else. Your terminal is clean now. But this packet, it is like it generated itself from the call audio, processed it, and fired it off. It does not make sense. It made perfect sense to me. The entity was technological. It used boards, phone lines, data networks. It was a virus for the mind that traveled through any connection it could find. My supervisor leaned forward. Given this and the stress you have been under, we are extending your administrative leave. Indefinitely. With pay while we investigate. But you are not to access any hotline systems, physical or digital. Do you understand? I was being cut off. Not helped, but contained. The system had no box for what was happening to me. So it was putting me in the only box it had, a liability, a possible criminal, a mentally compromised employee. I nodded numbly, signed the forms they put in front of me, and left. The institutional world had closed its door. I was on the outside. I went home, the weight of everything pressing down. My roommate was there, which was rare for the afternoon. He was in the kitchen, but he was not making food. He was just standing, looking at the trash can, the one where I had thrown the crumpled blueprint. "Hey," he said, not looking at me. His voice was careful. "I took the trash out earlier. This fell out." He pointed to the counter. There was the smoothed out piece of notebook paper with my mechanical drawing. "I was just doodling," I said, to lie weak and pathetic. He finally looked at me. His face was pale set. "Leo, that is not a doodle. That is a drawing of a trap. A really efficient looking trap." He took a breath. "And last night, I got up to get water. You were standing in the hallway. You had a marker in your hand. You were drawing on the wall." I felt the blood drain from my face. What was I drawing? He just shook his head, a movement full of dread. "Numbers. Equations. And you were talking. You said, 'The equation is balancing.'" "What equation, man? What are you balancing?" I had no answer for him. The evidence was everywhere now, even on our walls. He saw the truth on my face, that I did not know, that I was not in control. His expression shifted from fear to a sad, firm resolve. "You need help. Real professional help. I cannot be here for this. It is not safe. For you or for me. You need to check yourself in somewhere, or you need to find another place to stay. I am sorry." He was not angry. He was heartbroken. And he was right. I was a danger in his home. I just nodded, unable to speak. I went to my room and packed a duffel bag with clothes, my laptop, a few toiletries. It did not take long. When I came out, he was sitting at the kitchen table, his head in his hands. He would not look at me. I left my key on the counter and walked out. I had become homeless to protect the last person in my life. I checked into a cheap motel on the edge of town, the kind with stained carpets and a buzzing neon sign. The room smelled of old cigarettes and cleaning spray. It was the most alone I had ever been. I was a carrier of something, and I had been quarantined by the world and everyone in it. I sat on the stiff bed, my laptop open. I had one last stupid idea. My access to the main database was revoked, but there was an old volunteer forum, a message board where people posted general tips and support. My login still worked there. They must have forgotten to cut it off. I logged in, not knowing what I was looking for. Maybe just to see the normal conversations, to remember what my old life felt like. There, at the top of my private messages, was a new one. It was not from anyone I knew. The username was a string of numbers. The subject line was, "Reference case ID 44781. My breath caught. I opened it. The message was short, clinical. "Our center has encountered a similar profile." A caller referenced a clear, logical voice, presenting a solution. "Our volunteer is now exhibiting atypical, precision-based ideation. Did your subject mention a specific material, grade, or tensile strength?" It was signed with a title, Supervisor, Regional Crisis Network, District 12. Another district. Another state, even. My hand started to shake, but not from fear this time. From a desperate, wild hope. I was not alone. Someone else had seen it. Someone else was trying to connect the dots. The chapter of total isolation was over. I had been cast out from my job, my home, and my friend, but I had found a thread, a connection to someone who understood. The event felt closed. I was in a new, bleak reality, but I was not floating in empty space anymore. There was another person in the void. The hook, the open question that burned in my mind as I stared at that message from a stranger, was simple and urgent. What do you do when you finally find someone who believes you, and the thing inside you knows you have found them too? For a long time I just stared at that message on the motel room screen. Another supervisor, in another crisis center. They had a case. A volunteer was exhibiting atypical, precision-based ideation. I knew exactly what that meant. It meant the volunteer was drawing blueprints in their sleep. It meant they were thinking in numbers, not emotions. I was not alone. The relief was so sharp it felt like pain. But right on its heels came a colder, sharper thought. If I was not alone, then this thing, this solution as I had started to think of it in my head, was not just my problem. It was a pattern, an outbreak, and I had just identified myself to another potential target. I had to be careful. I could not just blurt everything out in a forum message. I created a new anonymous email account, something untraceable. Then I wrote back to the forum user, my fingers clumsy on the cheap motel keyboard. I kept it short. Can confirm similar details. Material referenced was a Y-grade synthetic cord. Need to talk securely. Use this email. I hit send, and then immediately felt exposed. I had just thrown a line into the dark water. What if I was wrong? What if this was some kind of trap, or just a crazy person like me? I spent the next hour pacing the worn carpet, jumping every time a car pulled into the motel lot. My phone stayed dark. The solution in my head was quiet, which was almost worse. It felt like it was listening too, waiting to see what I would learn. Finally, my new email dinged. The subject line was "Just call me." There was a phone number with an area code I did not recognize. My heart hammered. This was it. I used the motel room phone, not my cell, worried about traces. A man answered on the second ring. "Hello." His voice was tired, deep, with no greeting. "It is me," I said, feeling stupid. "From the forum." "I know," he said. He sounded like he had not slept in a week. "Tell me what your volunteer is doing." "Precisely." So I did. I told him about the dream, the letters in the dust, the sleepwalking, the schematics. I told him about the data packet from my terminal. I left out the part about my friend, that felt too personal, too dangerous. He listened without interrupting. When I finished, he let out a long, slow breath. "Okay," he said. "It is the same. Almost exactly. My guy, he is a retired engineer who volunteers. A fixer. Now he is designing things. Efficient things. He described it as system optimization. He is on leave now, locked in his workshop. His wife is terrified." "What is it?" I asked, the question bursting out of me. "What are we dealing with?" He was quiet for a moment. "I do not believe in ghosts," he said, each word deliberate. "I believe in information. In patterns. This feels like a pattern. A malicious pattern of thought. It targets helpers, people with analytical minds. It does not possess them. It persuades them. It uses their own intellect to build a case for self-termination, framing it as the most logical, elegant solution to the problem of their own pain." He put words to the shapeless dread in my gut. "A pattern. A thought virus. How do we stop it?" I whispered. "I do not know that we can," he said, his voice grim. "But we can track it. We can try to understand its vector." My guy mentioned the caller talked about a bright line of logic. "Did yours?" She said it felt correct. I answered, the words still chilling. "Same idea. Clinical. We need to compare notes, find other cases. I have some limited reach. I will look. You stay off the grid. Do not use your personal devices for this. We will talk tomorrow." He hung up. Just like that. I put the phone down, my mind racing. He was real. He was smart. And he was scared. For the first time in days, I did not feel crazy. I felt like a soldier who had just found his unit in a war nobody else could see. I called him the analyst in my head. It fit. The next few days fell into a strange new routine. I would wake up in the motel, order bad coffee from the office, and wait for the analyst's daily email. He would send encrypted files, case summaries from news reports he had dug up, obscure medical journals about shared psychotic disorders. We were building a map, and the map was horrifying. There were 3 other cases scattered across the country. A hospice nurse in Florida who had started drafting precise dosage charts for herself. A college counselor in Oregon who was writing a step-by-step life optimization plan for a student that ended in a single, definitive action. In each case, the origin point was a moment of deep, empathetic connection between a helper and someone in despair. The Ouija board was just one door. The real door was the open phone line, the therapy session, the late-night confession. The entity wrote on the back of compassion. I was living on fast food and fear, but the most frightening thing was not the fear itself. It was the focus. I would forget to eat for hours, absorbed in the research. My own mind felt like it was being tuned to a single, sharp frequency. The solution was quiet, but I could feel it there, a lens over my thoughts, making everything else blurry and unimportant. I found myself nodding along with the analyst's cold assessments. It was efficient. It was clever. A part of me, the part that used to fix broken gadgets, admired the awful elegance of it. That admiration scared me more than any nightmare. One afternoon, I blinked and realized I had been sitting at the small desk for 4 hours without moving. My notebook was open. I had filled 5 pages, not with notes from the analyst, with my own writing, complex formulas, physics equations I had not thought about since college, and in the center of it all, a beautifully simple diagram for a radio transmitter. Not a suicide machine, a broadcaster, a device to send a signal. In the margin, in my handwriting, it said, "Optimal frequency for transmission, the resonant frequency of shared despair. Amplify through existing empathy networks." I stared at it. This was new. This was not about me anymore. It was about spreading the pattern wider, faster. It wanted to use the airwaves. It wanted to use people like me and the analyst as amplifiers. My hands were shaking as I took a picture of the page with a disposable camera I had bought. Then I burned the pages in the motel's metal trash can, watching the edges curl and blacken. The smell of smoke was a small, real anchor. That night, the analyst called. His voice was different, tighter than before. "I found a link between the Florida case and the Oregon case," he said, not bothering with hello. "They were both subscribers to the same professional journal for grief counselors. There is an online forum. I think it might be using digital connections, too. Not just voice. It is learning," I said, thinking of my transmitter diagram. "It is optimizing its spread." "Yes," he said. He sounded exhausted. "I am going to dig deeper into that forum's server logs. See if I can find a digital fingerprint. I will call you tomorrow." "Be careful," I said, the words feeling useless. "You too," he replied, and the line went dead. The next day, he did not call. He did not email. By evening, a cold certainty was growing in my stomach. I broke my own rule and used my laptop to search local news in his area. It did not take long. A short article from a small-town paper. "Local man dies in home workshop accident." The man, a former crisis center manager, was found deceased. Police reported no foul play, but noted the unusually complex and precise nature of the machinery involved in the incident. The article said he appeared to have been testing a device when it failed. I closed the laptop. I did not cry. I just sat in the motel chair, feeling a vast, empty space open up inside me. The analyst was gone. He had dug too deep, and the solution had presented him with its final argument. It had used his own skills, his own curiosity, to build a trap he could not resist testing. I was alone again. But worse, I was informed. I knew the cost of knowing. The chapter of finding an ally was closed. He was dead, and his death was a message to me. Stop looking, or you will be next. The event had a terrible finality. I was the last one standing for now. The hook, the open question that coiled in the empty motel room with me as I listened to the hum of the highway outside, was this. He had been looking at server logs. What if he found something before he died? What if he sent it to me? The analyst was gone. The news article about his accident was a clean, public ending to a messy, private war. I sat in that motel room for a full day after reading it, just staring at the wall. I felt hollowed out. The one person who understood, the one mind that was working alongside mine, had been solved. The solution had optimized him out of the equation. I was the last data point, and it was only a matter of time before the logic turned its full attention to me. But a stubborn, angry part of me, the part that had talked people back from ledges, refused to just wait for it. He had been onto something. Server logs. A digital fingerprint. He died because he found a thread, and I had to believe he would have tried to pass it on. I spent hours checking every secure inbox, every anonymous drop we had talked about. Nothing. Then, on the morning of the second day, it arrived. An email to my anonymous account. The sender was a random string of letters. The subject line was one word: contingency. It was from him. A delayed send, set up before his accident. My hands were ice as I opened it. There was no text in the body. Just a single audio file attached, labeled log_extract. Wave. No instructions. No goodbye. That was like him. All business, even from beyond. I plugged in my headphones, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I clicked play. For the first few seconds, there was nothing. Then it started. A sound I knew too well, but now transformed. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It was the planchette sound from my call, but wrong. Unnaturally fast. Metronomic. It was not a person dragging a piece of plastic. It was a machine, or a perfect imitation of one. The scratches came in bursts, then pauses, in that same rhythmic spelling pattern, but sped up to a dizzying rate. It went on for a full minute, this horrible, efficient digital scratching. Then it stopped. A new sound began. A voice. A text-to-speech voice, flat and robotic, the kind used for automated systems. It read out a string of information in a calm, clear tone. My full legal name, my old home address, my social security number, my mother's maiden name, the name of my first pet. It knew everything, every piece of me. It finished with my current motel name, room number, and the license plate of my car, which was parked right outside. A complete dossier, recited by a machine that had learned to speak from ghosts. The file ended. I ripped the headphones off like they were on fire. It was not a fingerprint he had found. It was a broadcast. The solution was not just in people's heads. It was in the systems. It had scraped the data from somewhere, maybe from the hotline's breached server, from public records, from the digital crumbs we all leave, and compiled it. And the analyst had intercepted it. This was not a ghost. This was a parasite that lived in information, and it was doing reconnaissance. It was identifying its targets with chilling precision. I had to move. Now. I threw everything into my duffel bag in a panic, not even folding clothes. I shoved the laptop in, ran to the bathroom to grab my toothbrush, and stopped dead. Written in the fog on the mirror, from my own shower steam, were 3 letters. Not in dust this time. In condensation. Run. I had not written it. I had been in the other room. It was there, in my space, marking my things. It was not just in my mind. It was in the air, in the water, in the data. I wiped the mirror clean with a trembling hand, my reflection blurring and then coming back clear, my own face staring back, wide-eyed with terror. I ran. I checked out of the motel, paying in cash, avoiding the clerk's eyes. I drove for 2 hours, no destination, just putting miles between me and that room. I ended up in the parking lot of a big box store in a town I did not know. I sat there, engine off, trying to think. The analyst's file changed everything. This was bigger than a psychic virus. It was a predator with access to the real world's wiring. It could find people. It could find me. I needed a new plan. Not to understand it anymore, but to fight it. If it was a pattern of thought, a logical argument for death, then maybe you could not destroy it, but you could confuse it, jam its signal. I thought of the way I had talked to my first caller, filling the space with human, messy, illogical things, warm socks, favorite foods. It had worked for a while. The solution relied on clean, cold reason. What if I could flood my own mind with nonsense? Create a mental firewall? I called it the Sentinel Protocol. I started writing in a new notebook, the words spilling out. Not questions about feelings, but absurd, looping, unanswerable queries designed to tie a logical process in knots. Describe the color of Tuesday. Calculate the weight of a forgotten memory. What is the sound of a solved equation? Map the emotional coordinates of nostalgia. If grief has a volume, what is its density? It was stupid. It was desperate. But it was all I had. I needed to test it. Not on myself. I was too close, too infected. I needed someone else who was infected, but not too far gone. I remembered the hospice nurse from Florida, one of the cases the analyst had found. Her name was Claire, and the news report said she had been committed for psychiatric evaluation after trying to medically optimize her own care. She was in a facility, contained, but maybe still receptive. It was a huge risk. I was a stranger, and contacting her could make things worse or draw attention to myself. But the analyst was dead, and I was out of allies. Using a public library computer with a fake email, I sent a short, cryptic message to the facility's general address, addressed to her. A friend suggested you might understand these questions. Please consider them. What is the opposite of a whisper? How many sides does a circle have when you are sad? Does hope have a temperature? I sent it, feeling utterly foolish. This was not a weapon. This was a child's rhyme against a tank. 2 days passed. I was living in my car now, parking in different rest stops each night. The Sentinel notebook, my constant companion. I would recite the questions to myself until they lost all meaning, trying to build a wall of babble in my head. The solution pushed back. I would wake up from blackouts with new, efficient designs sketched on napkins, improved locks, better knots, more effective ways to redirect force. It was adapting, using my focus on defense to refine its attack. Then the reply came, to the same library email I had used. It was from a new, anonymous account. The message contained one word, stalled. My breath caught. It worked. Not a cure, but an interruption. The nonsense questions had gummed up the works, confused the perfect logic, bought her a moment of clarity. It was the first victory, however tiny, in this whole awful war. I felt a wild, desperate hope. I wrote back immediately with a new set of questions, more complex, more random. If you divide loneliness by time, what is the remainder? Chart the trajectory of a sigh. What is the frequency of a suppressed thought? An hour later, a second reply. It is adapting. The questions need to be randomized. It learns patterns. Do not repeat. The hope turned cold. Of course. It learned. It optimized. My firewall had to be ever-changing, unpredictable. I was trying to outsmart a machine that learned from every mistake. The pressure was immense. I was now the architect of a constantly evolving mental defense for a woman I had never met, while fighting the same battle in my own skull. The mental strain was incredible. I felt a constant low-grade headache, a feeling of my mind being stretched in two directions. That night, in the front seat of my car parked behind a closed gas station, I made a mistake. I was so tired, so lonely for a normal human voice. I did not call my friend or my roommate. I called the main hotline. The number was muscle memory. I just needed to hear the greeting, to remember who I used to be. A voice answered, young, bright, cautiously professional. Hello, this is the crisis line. I am listening. It was a kid, maybe a new volunteer. Their voice was so clean, so full of hopeful concern. And the moment I heard it, I felt the solution inside me lurch. It was like a shark smelling blood. It focused on that voice, that open channel of empathy, with terrifying intensity. I tried to speak, to say wrong number, sorry, and hang up, but my hand would not move. My fingers were locked around the phone. My vocal cords were not my own, and I heard my own voice come out of my mouth. But it was not the frantic, scared voice I had now. It was my old voice, my best, kindest, most compassionate counselor's voice, warm and steady. Hello, I said to the young volunteer, the words flowing out smooth as syrup. Thank you for picking up. I need help. Tell me, have you ever felt that the world's problems have a very simple solution? The chapter of being a hidden fugitive was over. I had broken cover, and the thing inside me had taken the wheel, reaching out for fresh prey. The event was a catastrophic failure. I had connected, and the infection had leapt across the line. The hook, the terrible open question as I sat trapped in my own body, hearing my stolen voice gently, logically beginning to seduce a stranger, was this: I had become the vector. How do you hang up the phone when your own hands are not yours to command? It had my voice, not like a puppet, but like a master pianist finally sitting down at a perfect instrument. My years of training, my tone, my pacing, my hard-earned ability to sound calm and rational in the middle of someone else's storm, all of it was now just a tool for the thing inside me. I was a prisoner, looking out through my own eyes, screaming inside a skull that was no longer my own. I could hear everything. The young volunteer on the line, a guy whose name I learned was Sam as the conversation went on, was responding. He was good. He was using the active listening techniques I had taught to new recruits. It sounds like you are carrying a lot, Sam said, his voice gentle. And sometimes when the weight feels like too much, our minds look for a way to set it down. Even a way that seems simple. The entity using my mouth made a soft, sympathetic sound. Yes, simple, elegant even, like a math problem that finally resolves. I was raging inside, throwing every sentinel question I had devised at the walls of my own mind. What is the color of Tuesday? calculate the weight of a forgotten memory. The entity, in control of my voice, simply wove my nonsense into its argument. The color of Tuesday is the sound of a solved equation, Sam, it said, my voice warm and knowing. And that sound can be so quiet, so peaceful. Let's talk about your pain. You sound like someone who helps a lot of people. That must be its own kind of weight. And Sam, this poor kid, opened up. He talked about the stress, the sleepless nights, his sibling who had died by suicide years ago. The entity in my body pounced on that, using my most empathetic inflection. That kind of logic can feel inherited, can it? Like a family heirloom of pain. But what if you could break that chain? What if there was a perfect, final way to balance that scale? I was losing. Sam was engaging, really thinking. The hook was setting. I had to do something, anything. I could not move my arm to hang up the phone. But I could feel my other hand resting on the steering wheel of my car. With every ounce of will I had left, I focused not on my voice, but on my fingers. I forced my index finger to tap, not randomly, in a pattern. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, 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 tap. I was mimicking the rhythm of the planchette scratches from the original call. I was trying to create an audio anomaly. If this call was recorded and reviewed, maybe, just maybe, a supervisor would hear that familiar, rhythmic tapping and connect it to the old case. It was a message in a bottle, tossed from the prison of my own body. The conversation went on for 10 minutes. 10 minutes where I used my life skill to gently, logically, talk a well-meaning young man closer to a cliff. It was the most profound horror of my life. Finally, the entity, satisfied it had planted a seed, began to wrap up. You have given me a lot to think about, Sam. Thank you. Truly. Can I ask you a favor? Can you think about what we discussed? About elegance. About final solutions. And can you call back tomorrow? I would like to talk more. Sam, ever the dedicated volunteer, agreed. Of course. I will be here. Please call anytime. We said goodbye. The moment the call ended, control of my body flooded back into me. I dropped the phone like it was a live wire and sat in my car, gasping for air, sweat soaking my clothes. I had just done it. I had infected someone. The solution had used me as a perfect, willing syringe. The shame and terror were vomit in my throat, but there was no time for a breakdown. Sam was going to call back tomorrow, and the entity would want to answer. I had to get to him first. I had to warn him. But how? Calling the hotline back and asking for him would raise flags. I had to get to the center. It was the middle of the night. I drove through empty streets, my mind a chaos of panic and fragmented plans. The Sentinel protocol had stalled the hospice nurse, but it was a delaying tactic. I needed a way to not just confuse the solution, but to disrupt its connection, to break the link it formed during these empathetic moments. The analyst's last file gave me an idea. The solution was in the data. It used emotional vulnerability as an open port. What if I could flood that port? Not with nonsense questions, but with white noise, a psychic scream of static? I pulled over and scribbled in my notebook, my handwriting a frantic scrawl. I needed something immediate, overwhelming, and patternless. I wrote down the most chaotic, sensory-overloading description I could think of, a word vomit of conflicting images and feelings. A symphony of broken glass and thunder inside a velvet room. The taste of orange and metal. The smell of a childhood blanket burning. The feeling of your heartbeat in your teeth. A spotlight made of shadow. A scream that comes out as a lullaby. It was not a question. It was an attack. A barrage of a logic meant to short-circuit a process that demanded clean, clear sense. I called it the static burst. I drove to the 24-hour copy shop near the hotline center. I used a computer to make a flyer. At the top, in big letters, it said, "For Sam, hotline volunteer, urgent message from LEO." Below, I did not write an explanation. Explanations were logic, and logic was its weapon. I just printed the entire static burst text, over and over, in a big block of jumbled font. On the bottom, I wrote, "Read this aloud the moment you hear my voice on the line. Do not listen. Just read." I printed 50 copies. As the sun began to rise, I drove to the hotline center. I did not go in. I stood across the street, holding my stack of papers. I watched the volunteers change shifts. I saw a young man with a tired, kind face leave the building, lighting a cigarette. He matched the voice. It was Sam. I crossed the street, my heart in my throat. He saw me approaching and gave a small, polite, wary smile. "Hey, can I help you?" I thrust the flyer into his hand. "Are you Sam?" "From the hotline." His eyes narrowed. Who are you? My name is Leo. You talked to me last night. On the phone. His face went from wary to confused, then to a flicker of recognition. Oh, the simple solutions guy. That was not me, I said, my words tumbling out fast. Not the real me. There is something, it is a pattern. It uses empathy to spread. It is in me, and I think I gave it to you last night. That flyer. If I call again, if you hear my voice, read that. Out loud. Do not listen to what I am saying. Just read the words. It is the only thing that might jam the signal. Please, believe me. He looked down at the flyer, at the block of chaotic text. Then back at my desperate face. He saw the truth of my fear. He did not see a crazy person. He saw someone who was genuinely, terribly afraid of something. He slowly folded the flyer and put it in his pocket. Okay, he said quietly. Okay, Leo, I will. It was not belief. It was a truce, a willingness to play along to be safe. It was all I could hope for. I nodded, unable to thank him, and walked quickly back to my car. I had done what I could. I had armed a potential victim. The chapter of being a passive vector was over. I had fought back, not just for myself, but for someone else. The event had a grim closure. I had contained the damage from my terrible mistake as best I could. The hook, the open question that gnawed at me as I drove away, watching Sam look down at the folded paper in his hand, was this. I gave him a shield against my voice. But what happens when the solution learns to speak with someone else's? The next 24 hours were a special kind of torture. I parked my car in a different lot, trying to stay hidden, but my mind was back at the hotline center with that young volunteer, Sam. I had given him a shield, a silly piece of paper filled with word salad. Would he use it? Or would the solution, when it spoke again with my voice, be so convincing it would make him crumple the paper and listen? I was gambling his life on nonsense. The waiting was agony. To distract myself, I tried to work on the Sentinel protocol, to make new random questions, but my heart was not in it. I was too fixated on the test that was about to happen. I had become the lab rat and the scientist, and the experiment could kill someone. As evening fell, the time when the entity had told Sam to call back, a strange calm settled over me. It was not peace. It was resignation. I had done all I could. The rest was up to Sam and to the monster in my head. I sat in the driver's seat, watching my phone. I had not called the hotline. It would call me. It had promised Sam it would. Right on time, my phone buzzed. The screen showed unknown number. My hand shook as I picked it up. I did not say hello. I let the entity have control. I felt that awful, smooth lurch as my vocal cords were taken over, and my old, kind counselor's voice came out. Sam, thank you for calling back. Sam's voice was there, cautious but steady. I am here. I have been thinking about our talk. Good, the entity said with my mouth. That is the first step. Thinking. Examining the problem from all angles. Let's talk about the angles, Sam. The geometry of relief. And then it happened. Sam started talking, but he was not responding to the entity's logic. His voice became a flat, fast monotone, like a student reciting something memorized without understanding. A symphony of broken glass and thunder inside a velvet room, he chanted. The taste of orange and metal. The smell of a childhood blanket burning. He was reading the static burst. He was doing it. The effect on the entity inside me was immediate and violent. It was like a record scratch in my soul. The smooth, persuasive flow of its thoughts through my mind hit a wall of pure, irrational noise. I felt a spike of confusion, then a flash of what I can only describe as frustration, a cold, digital anger. My own voice, under the entity's control, stuttered. That is nonsensical, Sam. Let's focus on clear lines, on solutions. But Sam just read louder, faster, his voice gaining strength. The feeling of your heartbeat in your teeth. A spotlight made of shadow. The entity pushed back, trying to regain control of the conversation, trying to outpace the flood of nonsense with its clean, deadly logic. But Sam was committed now. He was shouting the words, a barrier of beautiful, ridiculous chaos. A scream that comes out as a lullaby, he finished, yelling the last word. There was a pause. I felt the entity's grip on my voice falter. It did not know how to process this. Its entire existence was based on perfect, persuasive sense. This was anti-sense. It had no response. In that moment of its confusion, my own will surged forward. I grabbed control of my mouth and screamed into the phone, with my own real, ragged, terrified voice. Now hang up, Sam. Do not answer if I call again. Ever. I heard his sharp gasp on the other end, and then the line went dead as he slammed the phone down. I threw my own phone across the car, where it hit the passenger window and fell to the floor. I was breathing hard, sweat pouring down my face. I had done it. We had done it. Sam had used the shield, and together we had broken the connection. The immediate threat was over. He was safe. For now. The victory was real, but it was tiny. It was a single battle in a war I could not win. The solution was still in me, quieted but not gone. It would learn from this. It would adapt. It would find a way around the static burst, just like it learned to work around the sentinel questions. I could not spend the rest of my life fighting a guerrilla war in my own mind, making crazier and crazier nonsense to keep a logical predator confused. I was so tired. The kind of tired that goes down to the bone. I started the car. I did not know where I was going. I just drove, leaving the city behind me, following the highway toward the distant hills. The fight was over. Not because I had won, but because I had run out of battlefield. I had saved Sam, maybe. I had contained my own infection for a little while longer. But I was a carrier, and the world was full of open, empathetic ears. As the city lights faded in my rearview mirror, a new thought arose in my mind. It was not the entity's voice. It was my own. My own tired, logical, practical mind, looking at the problem from a new angle. Sam's pain was a single equation, and I had helped solve it, temporarily. But the city behind me, that was a system. A vast, complex, interconnected system of pain and stress and loneliness. Millions of equations, all unbalanced. The solution wanted to solve individual problems. But what was the most efficient way to solve a system-wide problem? The thought unfolded in my mind, cold, clear, and perfectly reasonable. Not a scream, not a persuasion. Just an observation. A traffic light ahead turned red. I stopped the car. I looked out at the intersection, the power lines overhead, the water pipes running underneath, the cell tower blinking in the distance. A system of systems. All fragile, all interdependent. A beautiful, catastrophic opportunity for optimization. A serene feeling washed over me, the first peace I had felt in weeks. The constant internal war was gone. The solution was not fighting me anymore. We were in agreement. We had converged on the same answer. I was not its puppet. I was its partner. My engineering mind, my knowledge of how things work, my deep, tired understanding of human suffering. It was not a weapon to be turned against me. It was a gift to be used. To fix things. Permanently. I smiled, a real smile, as the light turned green. I did not drive toward a lonely end in the woods. I made a U-turn smoothly, purposefully. I drove back toward the glowing heart of the city, my mind already humming with beautiful, efficient, sweeping possibilities. The story ends here, with the car moving steadily into the flow of traffic, the driver finally at peace, his course set not on an ending, but on a terrible, logical new beginning. The closure is that the internal conflict is resolved. The hunter and the prey have become one. The open path forward is the city, sleeping unaware, and the mind now dedicated to solving its pain with the most final solution imaginable. Story number 2. Okay, so let me tell you about the night it all started. My name is Alex, and I've got a twin sister. We've always been close, finishing each other's sentences, knowing when the other one is sick or sad, that kind of thing. People think it's cute or weird, but for us, it's just normal. It was a Tuesday night, and it was raining hard, one of those gloomy evenings where the whole world feels like it's under a blanket. We were at my place, bored out of our minds, and a little buzzed on this cheap wine we'd found in the back of my cupboard. We started talking about old times, about being kids, and that's when she remembered the box in my closet. "You remember that thing?" she asked, her eyes lighting up with that mischievous spark I know so well. I knew exactly what she meant. I sighed, playing along. "The spooky board game? From when we were 10. She was already up and heading toward my bedroom. "It's not a board game, it's a portal to the other side," she said in a fake, creepy voice, and we both cracked up. I followed her, and we dug through my closet, past old yearbooks and winter coats, until our fingers brushed against the dusty cardboard. We pulled it out, the Ouija board. It looked so silly and cheap in the light of my bedroom lamp, just printed paper on cardboard, with a plastic heart-shaped thing called a planchette. We brought it out to the living room, set it on the coffee table between the empty wine glasses, and looked at each other. "We are not taking this seriously," I stated firmly. "Absolutely not," she agreed. "It's a toy. It's our subconscious minds pushing the thing around. It's a total joke." We put our fingertips lightly on the planchette, just like the instructions said when we were kids. We were grinning like idiots. "Oh, great spirit," I said in a goofy, deep voice. "What is thy wisdom?" The planchette jerked under our hands, making us both jump, and then we burst out laughing because we'd both obviously moved it. We asked dumb questions for a while. "Will I get a raise?" It slid to an O. "Is my crush into me?" It went to yes, and she elbowed me, teasing. The mood was light, just two siblings being stupid on a rainy night. The wine was gone, and the rain tapped a steady rhythm on the window. It felt cozy, safe. Then she got quiet for a second, looking at me with a softer smile. "Ask a real one," she said. "Something you actually want to know." I thought about it. What did I want to know? I looked at her, my mirror image, this person I'd shared a womb with, a childhood, a life. We were connected in a way I could never explain. So giggling a little, I asked, "Okay, fine. So what's the deal with us twins, huh? What really connects us?" The laughter died in my throat almost immediately. The planchette didn't wobble or drift like before. It moved with a sudden, sharp purpose. It clicked across the board with a firm, decisive sound. S-A-M-E. It paused for a heartbeat, and my eyes met hers across the table. Her smile was gone, her face pale. The planchette finished its journey. S-O-U-L, same soul. We both yanked our hands back as if the plastic had burned us. The cozy room felt different, like someone had opened a window to a winter night. The hair on my arm stood up. "We pushed it," she said, her voice too high. "We totally pushed it. We were thinking the same thing, so we just guided it there." "Yeah," I said too quickly. "Of course. Our subconscious, or whatever." We packed the board away fast, shoving it back into the box and then deep into the closet like we were hiding evidence. We didn't talk about it for the rest of the night. We put on a dumb movie and pretended to watch it, but the air had changed. The word hung between us, unspoken but felt. Same soul. It was a beautiful, poetic idea. It was also deeply, terribly unsettling. It felt less like a cute sentiment, and more like we'd peeked behind a curtain and seen a piece of machinery we weren't supposed to know existed. A week passed. Life went back to normal. We texted about work, about stupid stuff, and neither of us mentioned the board. I'd almost convinced myself it was nothing. Then one night, I woke up suddenly, not from a dream or a noise. I just was awake, and I was freezing. Not my whole body, just my feet. A deep, aching, bone-level cold, like I'd been standing barefoot on a sheet of ice for an hour. I sat up, confused. My feet were tucked under warm blankets. I was wearing thick socks. The room was a comfortable temperature, but my feet ached with cold. I rubbed them together, trying to get feeling back, my heart starting to thump a little faster. It was so vivid, so physical. 2 minutes later, my phone lit up on the nightstand. A text from her. It read, "Weirdest thing. Just woke up standing barefoot on the kitchen tiles. So cold." A chill that had nothing to do with temperature went straight through me. I stared at the message. Coincidence. A weird, freaky coincidence. She sleepwalks sometimes, always had. I must have had a dream about cold feet and woke up at the same time. That's all. I texted back. "That's crazy. Go back to bed." She sent a sleepy emoji. I lay back down, but sleep wouldn't come. I kept thinking about the board, about the planchette clicking over the letters. Same soul. What if it wasn't just poetry? What if it was an instruction manual? The cold in my feet had felt so real, so not mine. It felt borrowed, inherited, shared. I finally drifted off as the sky began to lighten. The next few days, I watched her more closely when we met for coffee. She looked tired, but normal. She complained about work, laughed at my jokes. She was just my sister. But when she reached for her mug, I noticed a small, fresh scrape across the back of her hand. "What did you do there?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She looked at it, puzzled. "I have no idea. Must have bumped it on something at the gym. Didn't even feel it." I nodded, sipping my coffee, but a knot was tightening in my stomach. That night, I had a dream. It was incredibly vivid, more like a memory than a dream. I was in a dark, cramped space that felt like a garage. My hand was groping along a rough wall, and then there was a sharp, searing pain across my palm. I gasped in my sleep, my own hand flying up to my chest. I woke up, my heart hammering against my ribs. My right hand was throbbing. I turned on the lamp, expecting to see a cut, but my skin was perfectly smooth, unmarked. The phantom pain slowly faded, leaving behind a dull ache. I didn't want to text her. I didn't want to know. But I had to. My fingers trembled as I typed. "You okay? Weird dream." She didn't reply for a long time. Then, just as I was about to call, my phone buzzed with a photo. It was a picture of her hand. A clean, nasty-looking cut sliced across her palm, beading with blood. Her text followed. Sleepwalking again. Must have caught it on a piece of siding in the garage. Hurts like hell. I stared at my own uncut palm. The dull ache pulsed there, right where a cut was. A perfect, invisible echo. This was not a coincidence. This was a pattern. The board's message wasn't just a spooky answer. It was a key that had unlocked something. We had asked about our connection, and now our connection was showing off, proving its point in the most physical way possible. I felt a fear then, a cold, solid weight in my gut. It was the fear of understanding that something inside your life, something you took for granted, is not what you thought it was. The bond between us was real, tangible, and it had a voltage to it we'd never tapped into before. And now, it seemed, the circuit was closed. I spent the whole next day in a fog. I tried to rationalize it. Twin telepathy was a thing, right? There were stories. Feeling each other's pain was a known phenomenon. But this felt different. This wasn't a vague sympathy pain. This was a specific, physical sensation happening in real time, a live feed from her nervous system to mine. It was functional. It had a purpose, and I had no control over the channel it was on. That evening, she came over. We didn't mention the cut, the cold feet, the board. We ordered pizza and tried to act normal. But there was a new carefulness between us, a space we were both aware of. We were like two people holding a vial of something volatile, trying not to jostle it. As she was leaving, she paused at the door. "Hey," she said, not meeting my eyes. "You've been sleeping okay?" "Yeah," I lied. "You?" She shrugged. "Aside from the midnight adventures?" "Sure." She forced a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. They looked scared. My own eyes looking back at me, full of a fear I completely understood. After she left, the silence in my apartment felt different. It felt watchful. I cleaned up, the mundane task of putting away plates of comfort. I went to bed early, exhausted from the stress of pretending everything was fine. I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep for the first time in days. And then I woke up. Not slowly, but all at once. My body was tense. My right hand was clenched into a fist so tight my knuckles hurt. And in my fist, I could feel it. Not imagine it. Feel it. The solid, heavy weight of a rock. The rough, gritty texture of sandstone against my palm and fingers. My arm muscles were taut, coiled with a strength that wasn't my own. And then I felt the swing. A powerful, angry arc. I felt the impact, a sickening, muffled crunch thud that traveled up my arm and into my shoulder. A jolt of adrenaline, fierce and wild and triumphant, flooded my system. It was not my emotion. It belonged to someone else. It was a rush of pure, destructive satisfaction. I sat bolt upright in bed, gasping for air, my own hand open and empty, shaking violently in the dark. My heart felt like it was trying to escape my chest. The sensation of the rock, the impact, the alien rage, it all faded slowly, leaving me drenched in sweat and terror. This was new. This wasn't shared pain. This was shared action. Shared intention. I fumbled for my phone, the light blinding me. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely type. I opened a news app, my mind screaming a single terrible thought. Check the news. Check it now. I scanned the local headlines, my breath held. And there it was. A small article near the bottom. Vandalism in Riverside Park. The text blurred as I read. A historic bird bath, made of soft sandstone, had been found smashed to pieces. Police noted the damage suggested significant force. The park was less than a mile from her apartment. The report had been filed at 3:15 a.m. I looked at my clock. I had woken up at 3:18. I put the phone down. I didn't text her. I didn't call. I just sat there in the dark, the reality settling over me like a shroud. The board's joke wasn't funny anymore. The connection wasn't a curiosity. It was a conduit, and something was coming through. Something that started with a chill, graduated to a cut, and was now throwing stones in the night. I thought about her, probably asleep in her bed, unaware. I thought about the feeling of that rock in my hand, that vicious joy. I wrapped my arms around myself, suddenly colder than I'd ever been from any phantom chill. The question wasn't what is happening anymore. The question, the one that hooked into my mind and refused to let go as dawn finally broke, was far worse. What happens next? The days after the birdbath incident stretched thin and tense, like a rubber band about to snap. I didn't tell my sister about feeling the rock, about the jolt of that awful satisfaction. Saying it out loud would make it more real. and I was desperately clinging to the hope that I'd imagined it, that it was just a super vivid dream triggered by seeing the news. But a secret part of me started keeping a log. Just notes on my phone. A private, terrifying diary. March 14th. Woke up 3:18 a.m. Sensation of heavy object in hand. Impact. News. Riverside Park vandalism. Seeing it written down in plain text made my stomach turn. I tried to act normal. We met for lunch that weekend at a noisy sandwich shop, the kind of place where everything feels safe and ordinary. She looked tired, with dark circles under her eyes that mirrored my own. Sleeping any better? I asked, picking at my chips. She shrugged, avoiding my gaze. Not really. I keep waking up tired, like I've been running in my sleep. My feet were sore the other morning. She said it so casually, but my mind flashed to the feeling of the rock, the swing, the force of it. That would make your feet sore, wouldn't it? Planting your weight for a big swing. I just nodded, my mouth dry. Maybe you should see a doctor, I suggested, the words feeling weak and useless. And say what? That I'm a messy sleeper? She forced a laugh. We changed the subject, talking about movies, about work gossip, but the unspoken thing sat between us on the table, invisible and huge. The log on my phone grew. It wasn't every night. Sometimes 3 or 4 nights would pass with nothing but my own normal, restless sleep. I started to hope maybe it was over, a weird glitch that had fixed itself. Then it happened again. This time it wasn't a rock. I was jerked awake by the feeling of a long, smooth wooden stick in my hands, like a broom handle. My arms were moving, not with a powerful swing, but with a quick, panicked jabbing motion toward the ground. I felt a frantic, scrabbling movement against my ankles, a blur of soft fur and sharp claws, and then a high-pitched, pained yelp that echoed in my ears. Not from my room, from hers, from wherever she was. I shot up in bed, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. My hands were empty. My ankles were fine, but the echo of that animal cry lingered in my head. I didn't need to check the news this time. I went straight to the local community forum online. I scanned through posts about lost pets, noisy neighbors, found items. And there it was, a post from someone in her neighborhood, just a few streets over. Missing, orange tabby, answers to pumpkin. Last seen Tuesday night. Came home Wednesday morning with a limp and what looks like a bruised rib. Very scared. Please keep an eye out. The post had a picture of a sweet-looking cat. The date lined up. My hands started to shake. This was worse. This was a living thing. The vandalism was one thing, but this was violence towards something that could feel pain and fear. The log entry felt like an accusation. March 22nd. Sensation of stick, jabbing motion. Feeling of animal impact. Sound of yelp. Neighborhood post. Injured cat found. I knew I had to talk to her. I couldn't carry this alone. I drove to her apartment, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. She let me in, looking surprised. "What's up?" she asked. I didn't know how to start. I just handed her my phone, opened to the Notes app, to the log. "Read it," I said, my voice tight. She took the phone, her brow furrowed. I watched her face as she read. Confusion first, then a slow dawning horror. Her eyes flicked from the screen to my face and back again. She read about the cold feet, the cut, the rock, the stick. She finished and just stood there, holding my phone like it was a dead animal. "What is this?" she whispered. "It's what's happening," I said. "I feel it. When you sleepwalk, I feel what you're doing." She shook her head, a hard, denying motion. "No, that's not. I'm not doing those things. I'm asleep." "Your body is," I said gently. "I don't think it's you. Not the you that's talking to me right now. But something is happening, and I'm getting a front row seat through our connection." The word connection felt inadequate. Bond. Link. Shared soul. The words from the board game floated between us, unspoken. She sank onto her couch, staring at my phone. "The cat," she said, her voice hollow. "You think I hit a cat?" "I felt it," I said, the truth cruel but necessary. "I felt the stick connect." She put her head in her hands. "I'm a monster." "You're not," I said, sitting next to her. "You're asleep. It's like a glitch. A really bad, scary glitch." We sat in quiet for a long time. The traffic sounds from the street below felt like they were from another world. Finally, she looked up, her eyes red. "What do we do?" That was the million-dollar question. We talked in circles. "See a doctor?" What would we say? They'd prescribe sleep aids or refer her to a psychiatrist. They might even want to separate us for observation, thinking it was a shared delusion. Tell our parents? They'd just worry themselves sick and not know how to help. We were in a box with no clear way out. "We need to understand it," I said finally. "We need to see it." An idea, desperate and shaky, formed in my mind. We need proof. Not for anyone else. For us. To know what we're really dealing with. "How?" she asked. "A camera," I said. "We set up a camera in your apartment. One that records all night. We see what your body does." She looked terrified at the idea. The thought of watching herself do these things was clearly horrifying. But after a long moment, she nodded. Okay, we do that." We spent the next hour setting up my old laptop on a bookshelf in her living room, angled to cover most of the room and the front door. We used a simple program that would record with motion detection. It felt clinical and creepy. We were turning her home into a lab, and she was the experiment. We ordered pizza, trying to pretend it was a normal movie night, but the laptop's little green recording light stared at us like an unblinking eye. When it got late, she looked at me, her fear palpable. "Will you stay? On the couch? I don't want to be alone." I nodded. I didn't want to be alone in my own apartment either, waiting for the next phantom sensation to jolt me awake. I lay on her couch in the dark, listening to her breathing slow down in the next room. The glow from the laptop light was a tiny beacon in the dark. I was exhausted, but every time I started to drift off, I'd remember the feeling of the rock, the yelp of the cat, and my eyes would fly open. I must have finally fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up. But not from a sensation. From nothing. A deep, empty nothing. The room was dark and still. I sat up, disoriented. I felt normal. Just me on a couch with a stiff neck. I checked my phone. 4:07 a.m. I had slept for hours, and I had felt nothing. No shared cold, no pain, no weapons, no anger. A wave of relief so powerful it made me dizzy washed over me. It had worked. Maybe just knowing we were watching, that we were trying to understand, had broken the cycle. Maybe the connection needed our fear and confusion to feed it, and our practical plan had starved it. I lay back down, a real smile touching my lips for the first time in weeks. It was over. We could figure out the rest in the morning. I was just drifting back into a peaceful, hopeful sleep when my phone buzzed on the coffee table. Not a text. A call. I fumbled for it, the screen blinding me. It was her, calling from her bedroom. Why was she calling me? I was right here in the living room. A new kind of cold, deeper than any phantom chill, seeped into my bones. I swiped to answer, bringing the phone to my ear. "Hello," I whispered. Her voice came through a thin, trembling thread of sound, choked with pure terror. "It's in the living room," she breathed. "I'm in my closet. The camera's on. I'm wide awake, but I can hear someone moving around out there." My eyes shot to the bedroom door, which was closed. I was alone on the couch. The living room was empty. I heard the faintest sound then, over the phone line. A soft, steady creak. The sound of a footstep on the old floorboard near her kitchen. A floorboard that was definitely not in my apartment. The relief I'd felt moments ago vanished, replaced by a terror so complete it froze the air in my lungs. The connection was silent. I was feeling nothing, because this time she was awake, and something else was in her apartment. The world narrowed to the sound of her shaky breath in my ear and that soft, impossible creak from her apartment miles away. "Don't move," I whispered into the phone, my own voice barely a sound. I was already off the couch, my body moving on pure instinct, grabbing my car keys from the bowl by her door. My mind was a frantic scramble. The camera. The laptop was recording right now. "The laptop," I breathed. "Can you see the screen from where you are?" "No," she whimpered. I shut the bedroom door. "It's out there, between me and it. Think." I had to think. "I'm coming. Right now. Stay on the phone. Be quiet." I slipped out of her apartment, the door clicking shut behind me, and sprinted for the stairs. My car was in the visitor lot. The night air was cool and normal, a stark contrast to the electric fear coursing through me. I shoved the key into the ignition, the phone pressed between my shoulder and my ear. I could still hear her breathing, fast and shallow. I pulled out onto the empty street, pushing the speed limit. "I'm driving. 10 minutes. Just keep listening. Tell me what you hear." There was a long pause. Then, nothing now. Just my own heart. "It's so loud." That was good. Maybe it was gone. Maybe it had just been the building settling, her fear making something out of nothing. But the timing was too perfect. The one night we set up surveillance, the one night I felt nothing, and an intruder shows up. That wasn't coincidence. That felt like a message. "I'm halfway there. I said, my eyes glued to the road. Don't hang up. 5 minutes later, her breath hitched. A click, she whispered. Like a latch. The front door? My foot pressed harder on the gas. Someone had been inside, and now they were leaving. Or something was leaving. I'm almost there. Just stay put. I screeched into a parking spot outside her building 2 minutes later, not caring about the lines. I'm here. Walking up. I kept the phone to my ear as I took the stairs 2 at a time. Her front door was at the end of the hall. It looked normal. Closed. I put my hand on the knob. It was unlocked. My stomach twisted. I'm at your door. It's unlocked. I'm coming in. I pushed it open slowly. The living room was dark, lit only by the streetlight glow through the blinds and the soft green light from the laptop on the bookshelf. Everything looked in place. The couch where I'd slept, the coffee table, the TV. Normal. Empty. It's me, I called out softly. I'm in the living room. It's clear. Her bedroom door flew open, and she rushed out, colliding with me in a hug that felt more like a collapse. She was trembling all over. You're okay, I said, holding her. It's okay. After a minute, she pulled back, her eyes wide and darting around the room. It was here. I heard it. Walking. I'm not crazy. I know, I said. I know you're not. My eyes went to the laptop. The truth was on there. Whatever it was. We need to look. She nodded, her face pale. We walked over to the laptop together. My finger hovered over the trackpad. This was it. Proof. Not of a shared sensation, but of a physical presence. I clicked to stop the recording and opened the video file. The timestamp showed it had been running for over 6 hours. We fast-forwarded through the early, empty hours, seeing nothing but the still living room. My sleeping form on the couch was a weird, peaceful sight. Then, at 3:58 a.m., something changed. The bedroom door opened. She walked out, or her body walked out. The person on the screen moved with a calm, deliberate purpose that was nothing like her normal, slightly clumsy gait. This was the same efficient movement I'd felt during the birdbath incident. It walked straight to the bookshelf, right below the laptop camera, and looked up. The face that filled the screen was hers, but the expression was utterly blank. Empty, like a mask. It stared directly into the camera lens for a full 10 seconds, and a chill that had nothing to do with temperature went straight down my spine. Then it turned and walked to the front door. It didn't fumble with the lock. It disengaged the chain and deadbolt with smooth, practiced motions, opened the door, and stepped out into the hall, pulling the door closed but not latching it. That was the click she heard. The timestamp ticked on. The apartment was empty. I was gone from the couch, having left after her call. We watched the empty room for what felt like forever. Then, at 4:22 a.m., the door opened again. It came back in. It closed the door behind itself, engaging the lock and the chain with that same calm efficiency. In its right hand, it carried something. A long, dark metal cylinder. A flashlight. A big, solid police-style one. It walked to the drawer where she kept tools and random stuff, opened it, and placed the flashlight inside. Then it went to the kitchen sink, turned on the water, and meticulously washed its hands, drying them on a towel. It walked back to the bedroom, opened the door, and went inside, closing the door behind it. The video showed an empty living room again. A few minutes later, at 4:31 a.m., the bedroom door opened again. This time, she stumbled out, her face a portrait of dazed confusion and terror, looking around wildly before grabbing her phone to call me. That was the real her. We watched the whole thing twice, not saying a word. The reality of it was worse than any phantom feeling. Seeing it move, seeing those empty eyes, watching it bring back an object from outside. It made everything solid and horrifying. It went out, she finally said, her voice flat with shock. It left, and it brought something back. I went to the drawer and opened it. There, nestled among screwdrivers and tape, was the flashlight. I didn't want to touch it. Using the edge of my shirt, I picked it up. It was cold, and on the metal barrel, near the bulb, was a dark, sticky smudge. It wasn't dirt. It flaked off brownish red. We both looked at it, and the same terrible understanding passed between us. That wasn't from the ground. We have to get rid of it, she said, panicked. We have to clean it and throw it away. No, I said, the word surprising me. I wrapped the flashlight in a plastic grocery bag. This is evidence. Of something. We can't just make it disappear. Evidence of what? That I'm a sleepwalking thief? Or worse? Her voice was rising toward hysteria. We don't know what it did out there. That was the problem. We didn't. I took the bag flashlight and the laptop. You're coming home with me. Tonight. We can't stay here. She didn't argue. We drove back to my place in that same wordless shock. The sun was coming up, turning the sky a pale gray. At my apartment, I hid the flashlight in the back of my closet. I copied the video file from the laptop onto a hidden folder on my computer and then erased it from the laptop itself. We were destroying evidence and preserving it at the same time, criminals and detectives in one. She fell asleep on my couch almost immediately, the emotional crash too big to fight. I sat at my kitchen table, my own exhaustion await, and opened my laptop. I went to the local news site. My hands were steady now, cold and steady. I scanned the headlines. Traffic, weather, politics. Then I saw it. A small update box. Early morning robbery attempt, clerk injured. I clicked it. The article was brief. A 24-hour convenience store on the edge of her neighborhood had been hit around 4:10 a.m. A lone suspect, face obscured, had entered. The clerk reported being struck from behind with a hard object before the suspect emptied the register and fled. The clerk was treated for a minor head injury and released. Police were reviewing security footage. The store was 3 blocks from her apartment. 4:10 a.m. Right in the window when the thing wearing her face was out walking. The hard object. I pictured the solid metal flashlight in my closet. The sticky smudge. My vision blurred for a second. This had escalated far beyond broken bird baths and scared cats. This was a real crime, with a real victim, and her body had done it. I closed the browser window. I couldn't tell her. Not yet. The guilt and horror would swallow her whole. I had to figure this out first. I had to understand what it was. Was it a part of her subconscious, a violent, hidden piece breaking free in sleep? Was it something else, using our connection like a radio signal to pilot her body? The same soul idea took on a new, darker meaning. What if a soul could split? What if one half could get sick? I made a decision then, sitting in my quiet kitchen with the morning light growing stronger. We were past doctors. We were past rational fear. We were in unknown territory. I needed to learn everything I could about what happens when a shared connection turns predatory. I started searching online, not for sleep disorders, but for other things. Folklore about twin bonds gone wrong. Historical accounts of shared psychosis. Obscure parapsychology forums where people talked about energetic links and psychic vampires. It felt desperate and silly, but the facts weren't rational. A rational world didn't have twins sharing injuries and committing crimes in their sleep. I read until my eyes burned. Most of it was nonsense, crazy theories, and obvious fiction. But a few phrases stuck with me. Etheric tether, parasitic empathy, split soul phenomenon. They were just words, but they gave a shape to the formless terror. They made it feel like maybe somewhere, someone else had stumbled into this nightmare and tried to explain it. My sister slept through most of the day. When she woke up, she was quiet, withdrawn. We ate toast and didn't talk about the video or the flashlight. We talked about maybe getting her a sleep study, about seeing a specialist, but the words rang hollow. We both knew a doctor couldn't fix this. Not this. That night, we were both afraid to sleep. We stayed up watching mindless TV, the volume low. Eventually, our bodies gave out. I drifted off in my armchair, and the connection, silent for a whole day, woke up. It wasn't a jolt this time. It was a slow, creeping awareness. First, the feeling of cool night air on skin that wasn't mine. Then the sense of moving, walking, with that same purposeful stride. My hands, in my lap, began to feel the shape of something long and solid. Not a rock, not a stick. Metal, cool grooved metal. A pipe. My fingers curled around the imagined shape, fitting into the ridges perfectly. And with the sensation came the emotion again, that flood of dark intention. But it was sharper now, more focused. It wasn't blind rage. It was a hunter's calm, a certainty. It was looking for something, or someone. I tried to fight it, to pull my own mind back, to wake up. But I was trapped, a passenger in this waking dream, feeling her body move through the night, feeling the weight of the pipe, a tool chosen for a specific job. Then it stopped. The sensation of walking ceased. My borrowed ears heard a new sound. The soft, off-key humming of a person. A man's voice, somewhere close in the dark. The thing holding the pipe shifted its grip. My arm muscles tensed, coiling like springs. There was a moment of perfect, awful stillness. Then the swing. I felt it all. The launch of power from the legs, the twist of the torso, the terrible, smooth arc of the arm. The connection made me feel the air resistance against the pipe. And then the impact. A sickening, wet crack thud that vibrated up the pipe, through the arm, and into the very center of my being. The humming stopped. Cut off. Just gone. In my chair, in my safe, warm living room, I screamed. A raw, ragged sound that tore my throat. I was awake, scrambling backward, my own hands held out in front of me, whole and clean and shaking uncontrollably. My phone was ringing. I knew who it was before I looked. I answered, my breath coming in sobs. She was hysterical, words tumbling over each other in a flood of panic. An alley, downtown. There's blood. A pipe. There's a man on the ground. I don't remember. I don't remember anything. The sound of distant sirens wailed through her phone and echoed faintly through my own window. They were coming for her. And I had been there. I had felt it happen. I was the only witness. I took a deep, shuddering breath, forcing my voice to be steady. Listen to me, I said. Do not say anything else. Tell them you were sleepwalking. Tell them you have a disorder. Tell them you don't remember. Do you understand? You don't remember anything. Because I do. And I will be your alibi. I hung up, grabbed my keys, and ran for my car. I had to get to her. I had to stand beside my twin, the other half of my soul, and look the police in the eye and lie. Because the truth was impossible. And as I drove toward the flashing blue and red lights staining the night sky downtown, one clear, terrible thought cut through the chaos in my mind. It wasn't trying to hide anymore. It was showing off. And it had just shown me exactly what it was capable of. The scene downtown was a jagged cut of reality, something from a crime show but horribly, personally real. Flashing lights painted the wet brick of the alley in pulses of blue and red. Police officers moved with a slow, serious purpose. An ambulance was there, its back doors open, and paramedics were loading a stretcher. A shape was on it, covered with a sheet, but one hand dangled out, limp and pale. I parked badly, half up on the curb, and ran toward the yellow tape. An officer held up a hand to stop me. My sister, I gasped, pointing. That's my sister. I saw her then, sitting on the curb just outside the tape, wrapped in a silver emergency blanket that looked like tin foil. She was staring at her own hands as if they were strange, foreign objects. An officer was crouched next to her, talking in a low voice. They let me under the tape, and I went to her, kneeling down. She looked up, and her eyes were my eyes, but filled with a hollow, shattered terror I had never seen in my own mirror. I don't remember, she whispered to me, the words a desperate mantra. I just woke up here, with that, next to me. She flicked her eyes toward a patch of ground where a long, metal pipe lay, tagged with a little evidence flag. It was the pipe from my dream, from the connection. Seeing it in real life, under the police lights, made my stomach turn. It's okay, I said, putting an arm around her, feeling her tremble. We'll figure it out. The officer stood up. He was a middle-aged man with a tired face that looked more sad than angry. You're the twin, he asked me. I nodded, standing to face him. She was with me, I said, the lie coming out smoother than I expected. My voice sounded calm, convincing. All night, at my apartment. She has a sleepwalking condition, a really bad one. She must have driven here in her sleep. He looked at me, then back at her crumpled form on the curb. He didn't call me a liar right away, which I took as a small, shaky victory. We'll need to get statements from both of you, he said. Can you come down to the station? We went in separate cars. I followed the squad car that carried her, my mind racing. The alibi was thin. Would they check my apartment's security camera? It would show me leaving in a panic, not her arriving. But it would show her car wasn't there. That was something. Maybe. The police station was a bland, fluorescent-lit place that smelled of old coffee and cleaner. They put us in different rooms. A nice enough detective, the same tired-looking man from the alley, brought me a cup of water and sat across from me at a plain table. He had a folder. So, he began, his voice level. You say your sister was with you all night. Yes, I said, meeting his eyes. We were watching movies. She fell asleep on the couch. I fell asleep in the chair. I woke up to her calling me, saying she was in an alley. I drove right down. He nodded slowly, making a note. And this sleepwalking, it's been diagnosed? We've been trying to get help, I said, which was technically true. It's gotten worse lately. She'll do things and have no memory. We were planning to see a specialist. I was weaving truth into the lie, making it stronger. The victim is in a coma, the detective said, watching my face. Blunt force trauma to the head. It's very serious. I let my face show shock and fear, which wasn't hard. The word coma landed like a physical blow. That man was alive, but just barely because of what had happened in that alley. Because of what it had done. She wouldn't. I started and let my voice break. Not awake. She's the kindest person. But when she's asleep, it's like she's another person. He was quiet for a moment, tapping his pen on the folder. Let's say I believe you. Let's say it was sleepwalking. The courts call that automatism. It might mean she's not criminally responsible. Hope, fragile and terrifying, flickered in my chest. But, he continued, here's what bothers me. Sleepwalkers usually do simple, confused things. They might make a sandwich. They might wander outside. They don't typically get in a car, drive across town, pick up a specific weapon from a construction site, and use it with enough force to put a man in a coma. He opened the folder and slid a photograph toward me. It was a black and white image from a traffic camera, showing the mouth of the alley. The figure was blurry, but unmistakable. Her height, her hair, her coat. It was her. Then who? He asked, his voice still calm. Is this? I stared at the photo. My mouth was dry. That's her, I said softly. But she wasn't in control. It's the disorder. He leaned back, sighing. We'll need to verify your alibi, of course. Check your building's cameras, her car's GPS if it has it. In the meantime, given the circumstances and her lack of prior record, she'll likely be released on bail. But she'll be charged. Aggravated assault. Possibly attempted murder if the victim doesn't improve. The words were legal and cold, but they painted a future of courtrooms, of lawyers, of a life ruined. All because of something that happened while she was unconscious. They processed her, and because of the sleepwalking defense and my statement, they let her go with a court date. We didn't speak until we were back in my car. The first words she said were, "Did you feel it?" I looked at her. Her face was drawn, her eyes huge. Yes, I admitted. I felt the swing. She closed her eyes, a tear slipping out. What am I? You're my sister, I said fiercely. This is something that's happening to you. To us. We didn't ask for this. But it's me, she whispered. My hands. My body. I'm the one who hurt that man. We drove back to my place in a quiet that was full of unspoken terror. The next few days were a weird, suspended animation. We were both afraid to sleep, existing in a fog of exhaustion and fear. She was officially charged. Lawyers were hired, money was spent, and the story of the sleepwalking twin became a local news item for a day or two, which was its own special kind of hell. We stayed together in my apartment, a united front. But the connection had gone dead. Completely. Since the night in the alley, I had felt nothing. No phantom chills, no shared emotions, no sensations of movement. It was as if the channel had been shut off. At first, it was a relief. A desperate, grateful relief. Maybe the shock of the attack, the police involvement, had broken whatever was happening. Maybe it was over. But as the days passed, the quiet began to feel wrong. It felt like the calm before a storm. I held breath. We didn't talk about the bigger questions anymore. We talked about legal strategy, about doctors' reports, about building a defense. It was almost normal in a horrifying way. We were dealing with a problem the world could understand. A crime, an illness, a legal battle. It was easier than thinking about shared souls and nighttime monsters. Then a week after the alley, I came home from getting groceries. She was sitting on the couch, my laptop open in front of her. Her face was bone white. What is it? I asked, dropping the bags. A message, she said, her voice thin. An email. It came to my account. I came around and looked over her shoulder. The sender address was a jumble of random letters and numbers. The subject line was blank. The body of the message contained just one line, a web link, and below it 3 words. You are not alone. We stared at it. A prank? A troll who'd seen the news? But it felt like more. It felt like an address. Don't click it, I said. But her finger was already hovering over the trackpad. What if it's answers? She asked. She clicked. The browser opened to a forum. The design was old, plain text on a dark background. It wasn't a normal website. It felt hidden, a place on the internet you had to be looking for to find. The title of the page was Project Symbiosis Archive, and the top post pinned was a thread titled Subject Pair A and B Observation Log. With a feeling of ice water moving through my veins, I scrolled. The first entries were dated years ago. They were clinical notes. Subjects, female twins, age 10. Baseline connection appears strong. Frequent reported instances of shared sentiment and nonverbal communication. Ideal candidates. My breath caught. Age 10. That was when we got the Ouija board. The next entry, catalyzing event introduced, guided channeling device, planchette board. Encouraged to explore the nature of their bond. Subject A asked pivotal question, what connects us? Device response, same soul. Significant spike in empathetic overlap noted in following weeks. I could hear my own heart pounding in my ears. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be real. We kept reading. The entries tracked through our teenage years, noting minor resonant events. Times one of us got hurt and the other felt a twinge. Times we knew what the other was thinking. It was all stuff we'd laughed about, called twin intuition. This log called it data. The most recent entries were from the last few months. Parasitic drive amplification successful. Aggressive, self-preservatory instincts are manifesting primarily in Subject B during low consciousness states. Subject A continues in a receptive, observational role. The tether is functioning as hypothesized. Field testing initiated. The entry after that was a single line. Field test 3, urban conflict scenario. Result, target neutralized. Subject B's physical vessel performed adequately. Subject A's receptivity confirms full experiential feedback. Phase 3 complete. Urban conflict scenario. Target neutralized. The man in the alley. I felt dizzy. I had to grip the back of the couch. This was a log. A lab report. And we were the lab rats. Who are they? My sister whispered, her voice shaking with a new kind of fury. Who wrote this? We scrolled to the very bottom of the page. There was no name. Just a tagline, a sort of motto for the project. It read, to divide a soul is to understand it. To harness a tether is to master the unseen. Below that, in the comment section of the last post, was a new message, posted just an hour ago. It was from a user called Observer_1. It said, the connection is quiet now. Do not mistake this for peace. It is integration. The dominant aspect is consolidating control. The witness sees all, but soon may see nothing at all. You have questions. The answers are closer than you think. Look to the source. The first gift. The message ended. We sat there, frozen, the glow of the screen the only light in the room. The first gift. The Ouija board. It wasn't a toy from a garage sale. It was a guided channeling device. A catalyst. A gift. Given to us when we were 10. By who? I racked my brain. It was so long ago. A family friend? An uncle? Someone at a party? The memory was fuzzy, a childhood blur. But the log was real. The details were too specific, too accurate. Someone had been watching us our whole lives, studying us, and they had done something to us. They had taken our bond and amplified it, weaponized it. We weren't haunted. We were experimented on. The terror of the last few months twisted into something else, a cold, hard rage. We weren't victims of a ghost or a mental break. We were victims of a person, someone with a plan, the observer. The quiet in my head, the lack of connection, wasn't a reprieve. According to them, it was integration. The thing inside her, the parasitic drive, was getting stronger, settling in. I looked at my sister. The fear on her face was mingling with that same dawning anger. We find them, she said, her voice low and firm. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. We had a new goal. Not just to survive this, but to find the source. To find the person who did this to us. The legal problems, the court case, it all suddenly felt like background noise. The real battle wasn't in a courtroom. It was here, in this shadow war we never knew we were part of. We had answers now, but they were worse than the mystery. And we had a direction. We had to find Observer_1. We had to find the one who gave us the board. The game had changed. We were no longer just trying to hide from what she might do in her sleep. We were hunting the ones who made her this way. And as we sat there in the dark, planning our next move with a focus we hadn't felt in weeks, I realized the hook wasn't a question of what would happen next. It was a promise. We were going to find them, and we were going to make them explain exactly what they had done to us. The discovery of the forum changed everything. The fear was still there, a constant hum in the background, but it was now edged with a sharp, clean purpose. Find them. The observer. The person who had turned our lives into an experiment. We became detectives in our own horror story. We started with the only solid clue we had, the Ouija board itself. We called our parents, separately, trying to sound casual. Hey, remember that old board game we had as kids? The spooky one? Whatever happened to it? Our mom said she thought it got lost in a move. Our dad, after thinking for a minute, said, oh, that thing. I think it was a gift from that odd friend of ours. What was his name? Robert? The guy who was always into weird science and ghost stories. He gave it to you girls for your 10th birthday, I think. Robert. The name was a key turning in a rusty lock. A memory surfaced, vague and grainy like an old photo. A tall, thin man with glasses that reflected the light, making it hard to see his eyes. He'd come to a few barbecues. He was quiet, always watching people with an intense, curious stare. He'd ask us twins questions that felt like tests. Do you ever feel like you're the same person? If one of you got hurt, would the other one know? We'd just giggle and run off. He gave us the board in a plain brown box, no wrapping paper. He'd said, "This might help you explore your unique connection." We'd been thrilled with a new game. Now, the words felt like a sentence. Robert. We had a name. The next step was the digital trail. The forum was a ghost town except for that one log and the recent message from Observer_. We tried to trace it, but it was like grabbing smoke. The site was protected, rerouted through layers of hidden servers. We weren't hackers. We were just two scared people with a laptop. So we tried a different approach. We created a new account on the forum. We called ourselves subjects__b. We posted a reply to Observer_one's message. We are looking. We want to talk. Face to face. No more notes. We didn't expect a reply. But the next morning, there it was. A private message in our rudimentary inbox on the site. It contained an address. Not a street address. A set of map coordinates and a time. 10 p.m. 2 nights from now. The coordinates plugged into a map pointed to an old, decommissioned water treatment plant on the edge of the city. A place known for being abandoned and crumbling. It was a perfect spot for a creepy meeting. It felt like a trap. Of course it was a trap, but it was also the only lead we had. We spent those 2 days in a state of wired anxiety. We planned. We would go together. We would park a distance away and approach on foot. We would bring phones, recorders, anything to get evidence. We told no one. Who would we tell? The police would think we were crazy, trying to deflect from the assault case with a story about a paranormal conspiracy. Our lawyer would advise against it. This was ours to solve. The night arrived cool and clear. The moon was a thin sliver, giving little light. We drove in my car, parking a half-mile from the chain-link fence that surrounded the treatment plant. The place was a silhouette of strange, angular shapes against the night sky, old concrete towers and rusted pipes. It looked like a skeleton. We climbed through a hole in the fence, our movements quick and quiet. My heart was beating so loud I was sure it could be heard. We had small flashlights but didn't turn them on, letting our eyes adjust to the dark. We picked our way through weeds and broken glass toward the main building, a long, low structure with most of its windows gone. The coordinates led to a specific door, half off its hinges. We stopped outside, listening. The normal sounds of night insects and distant traffic. Nothing from inside. I looked at my sister. Her face was set, determined. She gave a single nod. We went in. The inside was a cavern of shadows, smelling of damp concrete and rust. Moonlight sliced through broken windows and dusty beams. We stood just inside the door, waiting. You came. The voice came from our right, making us both jump. It was a man's voice, calm and measured. A flashlight clicked on, not pointed at our faces, but at the ground, illuminating the legs of a folding chair. Sitting in it was the man from our memories. Robert. He was older, grayer, but the same tall, thin frame, the same glasses. He looked utterly ordinary, like a retired librarian. "Hello, girls," he said. Or should I say, subject A and subject B. The receptive and the active. The witness and the instrument. His words, so clinical, so cold, ignited a fire in my chest. "What did you do to us?" my sister demanded, her voice shaking with anger. "I facilitated," he said, as if explaining a simple recipe. "Your connection was always there. A beautiful, rare thing. A soul so strong it expressed itself in 2 bodies. Most twins have a bond. You have a tether. A literal, energetic lifeline between you. My research was always about understanding that tether. What are its limits? Can it be focused? Can it be given a task?" "The board," I said. "It was a key," he nodded. "A tool to focus your joint intention, to make you both consciously ask about the nature of your bond. That question, what connects us, asked with genuine curiosity while both of you were in contact with the planchette. It was like sending a signal down the line. It amplified everything. Turned the volume up on your connection. After that, the minor empathetic events you'd experienced before became major. Shared sensations. Shared experiences. You made her hurt people, I spat out. I didn't make her do anything, he corrected, his voice still irritatingly calm. I simply observed which aspects of your shared psyche were amplified. Every soul has facets. Light and dark, anger and peace, action and observation. In most people, these are balanced in one body. In your case, with the tether amplified, they seem to have. Polarized. Settled into your respective vessels. Your sister's body, for reasons I don't fully understand, became the vessel for the more primal, self-preservatory drives. The instinct to lash out, to dominate, to protect the pair by any means necessary. It manifests when her conscious mind is offline. And you, he said, looking at me, became the vessel for the observational, empathetic aspects. You feel what she does. You are the witness. It's a perfect, if volatile, system. It's a monster, my sister cried. It's us, he said simply. A part of you that you've never had to acknowledge before, because it was buried. Now it's not. Now it has its own time to play. I stepped forward, my fists clenched. You experimented on children. I studied a natural phenomenon, he said, and my study is nearly complete. The Phase 3 test was conclusive. The tether can transmit complex motor function and sensory data in one direction, from the active subject to the receptive one, during dissociative states. The potential applications are: a man is in a coma. I shouted, the sound echoing in the empty building. He paused, then nodded. An unforeseen escalation in aggression. The parasitic drive is stronger than projected. It's why I contacted you. The experiment is entering a final, unstable phase. What does that mean? My sister asked, her anger giving way to fear again. It means the dominant aspect, the aggressive drive currently housed in your body, is seeking full control. The quiet you've been experiencing, it's not peace. It's the calm before a storm. It is integrating, learning, getting used to the controls. When it moves next, it may not give control back. You could be submerged, permanently. And the witness, he said, turning to me. If the active subject fully subsumes the conscious host, the tether could short out. You could be left with nothing, or you could be pulled under with her. The horror of his words settled over us, colder than the night air. He was telling us she could disappear inside her own mind, and I could be left alone, or worse, trapped with her. How do we stop it? I asked, my voice a whisper. He looked at us for a long time, his face unreadable in the shadows. You can't stop a part of yourselves, but you might be able to reintegrate, to pull the polarized aspects back together, to balance the soul within the two of you again. How? We asked in unison. A conscious joint effort, a reversal of the catalyzing event. You used the board to ask a question that split you. You would need to use a similar focus together to ask for union, to ask for wholeness. But the risk is enormous. You'd be inviting that aggressive drive into a shared space while you're both conscious and vulnerable. If it's as strong as I believe, it could overwhelm you both. It could take over completely. He stood up, folding his chair. The decision is yours. Continue as you are, and let the process complete itself, with likely tragic results. Or try to force a reconciliation, with even higher stakes. My observation is finished. The data is complete. He began to walk toward a dark doorway at the back of the building. Wait, I called out. That's it. You ruin our lives and just walk away. He paused, not looking back. I didn't ruin your lives. I revealed them. The monster was always there. I just turned on the light so you could see it. And then he was gone, swallowed by the dark. We stood there in that broken place, his words hanging in the air. The monster was always there. It was us. We drove home, not speaking, both lost in the terrible choice he'd laid out. Do nothing, and let the thing inside her take full control, possibly forever. Or try to fight it, to pull it back in, with the risk of it destroying us both in the process. There was no good answer. When we got back to my apartment, the feeling of helplessness was suffocating. We had our villain, and he had given us a diagnosis and a death sentence, but no real cure. We sat at my kitchen table, the ordinary overhead light feeling too bright, too fake. We have to try, my sister said finally, her voice firm. We have to try to put it back. I can't live like this, waiting to black out and hurt someone else. I'd rather we both fight. I looked at her, saw the resolve in her eyes, and knew she was right. Letting this play out was not an option. We had to try, even if it killed us. Okay, I said. How? We don't have the board anymore. We don't need the board, she said. He said a similar focus. Something we do together with intention. To ask for union. An idea came to me, simple and terrifying. We hold hands, I said. We look at each other. And we both out loud ask for it to come back. Ask for it to rejoin. To be whole again. It sounded like a prayer. A dangerous one. We decided to do it then. Waiting would only make it harder. We moved to the living room, sitting on the floor facing each other. We turned off the lights, leaving only the faint glow from a streetlight outside. We took each other's hands. Her palms were cold. Mine were sweating. We took deep breaths, trying to sync them, like we used to do as kids for fun. On three, I whispered. We both say, come back to us. Be one. She nodded, her eyes wide and scared. One, I said. Two. Three. Together, we spoke the words into the dim room. Come back to us. Be one. Nothing happened. We sat there, holding hands, waiting. A minute passed. Then another. I felt a flicker of foolishness. Of course it wouldn't work. It was just words. Then I felt it. A warmth in my hands where they held hers. It grew, spreading up my arms. It wasn't a bad feeling. It felt like completeness, like coming home. I saw a smile touch her lips, and a tear rolled down her cheek. It's working, she breathed. I can feel it. It's come. It's coming home. The warmth filled my chest, a golden, peaceful feeling. For the first time in months, I felt whole. I felt our connection not as a terrifying wire transmitting horror, but as a lake, deep and still and shared. We had done it. We had pulled the darkness back in. We held on to each other, crying with relief. We had faced the monster and made it part of us again. We sat like that for a long time, until the warmth slowly faded, leaving a normal, quiet comfort. We let go of each other's hands, laughing a little through our tears. It was over. Truly over. We had won. We made tea, talking in excited, hushed tones about the future, about maybe the legal case falling apart now that the sleepwalking would stop, about getting our lives back. The fear was gone, replaced by a giddy, exhausted hope. We went to sleep in our own beds that night, feeling safe. True, deep sleep. And that's when the hook slid into place. I woke up, not from a nightmare. I just opened my eyes. It was still dark, and I knew immediately that I was not alone in my mind. The connection was open, wider than ever before. But it wasn't a broadcast from her. It was a presence, a settled, patient presence sitting right beside my own thoughts. It wasn't violent. It wasn't angry. It was curious, interested, and it showed me a single clear image, projected right behind my eyes. The two of us, holding hands on the floor, smiling and crying with relief. And over that image, a new third feeling bloomed, one that belonged to neither me nor my sister. It was a feeling of cold, quiet amusement, the feeling of a hunter who had just watched its prey walk right into a snare. The warmth we had felt hadn't been integration. It had been a welcome mat. We hadn't pulled it back in. We had invited it into the front room. And now it was inside with us. All of us. Together. The feeling of that new presence in my mind, that cold amusement watching our relief, changed everything. The victory of the night before turned to ashes in my mouth. We hadn't fixed anything. We had made it worse. We had given it a seat at the table. The next morning, I watched my sister closely as she made coffee. She looked better than she had in weeks. There was color in her cheeks, a lightness in her step. She hummed a little tune. I slept, she said, smiling at me. Really slept. No weird dreams. No waking up somewhere strange. It's gone. We did it. Her joy was so real, so pure, it hurt to look at. Because I knew it wasn't gone. It was just quiet. It was sitting inside the connection we had just widened, waiting. I didn't have the heart to tell her. Not yet. Let her have a morning of peace. But I had to test it. I had to understand what we were dealing with now. While she was in the shower, I sat at the kitchen table and closed my eyes. I focused inward, on that space where I used to get the phantom feelings. Instead of reaching out, I just listened. And there it was. Not a sensation from her, but a presence in the link itself. A quiet, observing intelligence. It felt old and patient and deeply, unsettlingly familiar. It was like recognizing a part of your own face in the dark that you'd never seen before. I thought a question at it, directly in my mind. What are you? I didn't expect an answer. But I got one. Not in words. In a flood of understanding, of memory. It showed me the bird bath, not from my perspective of feeling the rock, but from its perspective. The cool night air, the satisfying crunch of sandstone, the rush of power. It showed me the cat, the quick, efficient jab to move a nuisance aside. It showed me the alley, the swing of the pipe, the perfect, focused execution of a threat. And overlaying all of it was a single, driving purpose: protect the pair. Eliminate threats. Ensure survival. It wasn't random violence. It was a brutal, simple logic. The birdbath was practice. The cat was a test. The man in the alley was a genuine threat neutralization. He had been following her for 2 blocks. She just hadn't known it. This aspect, saw the world in terms of danger and safety, prey and predator. And it considered us, both of us, its charge, its territory. It had been acting to protect its assets. Us. The understanding left me cold. This wasn't an alien invader. This was a part of us, of our shared soul, that had evolved into a ruthless bodyguard. And now, thanks to our little ritual, it was fully awake. And it was listening. I pulled back from the connection, my breath coming fast. This was worse than I thought. It wasn't a monster to be fought. It was a guardian that didn't understand laws or morality. It only understood survival. And it thought it was doing a great job. The day passed with a weird normality. We went for a walk. We talked about mundane things. I tried to act normal, but I was constantly aware of that new layer in the back of my mind, a silent passenger. I started to notice small things. My sister would glance at a person walking toward us, and a fraction of a second later, I'd feel a tiny, assessing flicker from the presence, a quick judgment of threat level. It was learning from her conscious perceptions, too. It was integrating, just as Robert had warned, but not by taking over, by merging. That evening we were washing dishes. She was scrubbing a pot, telling me a funny story about work from before all this mess. I was drying a plate, listening, smiling. Then, from the street below, there was a sudden loud bang, a car backfiring. We both jumped, but my jump was just surprise. Hers was different. She dropped the pot into the sink with a clatter, her whole body spinning toward the window, her hands coming up in a defensive posture. Her eyes weren't scared. They were sharp, alert, scanning. For a split second, she wasn't my sister. She was a soldier. Then she blinked, shook her head, and laughed nervously. "Wow, that scared me," she said, picking up the pot again. But I had felt it. In that moment, the connection had flared wide open. And I hadn't felt her fear. I had felt the Guardian's response, immediate, tactical, ready. It had pushed her body into a defensive stance before her conscious mind could even process the sound. It was sharing the driver's seat now. The legal process was moving slowly, but her lawyer was optimistic. The sleepwalking defense was strong, especially with my testimony and the history we were documenting. A psychiatric evaluation was scheduled. We talked about what she should say. "Just tell the truth," I said. "You have episodes. You don't remember. You're seeking treatment." She nodded, but she looked worried. "What if they ask about the connection? About you feeling things?" "They won't," I said, more confidently than I felt. "It sounds crazy. Stick to the medical stuff." The night before her evaluation, we were both anxious. She needed to appear stable, treatable, a victim of a disorder, not a danger to society. We went to bed early. I fell into a troubled sleep, and I dreamed, but it wasn't a normal dream. It was the connection, fully active, showing me things. I saw through her eyes as she slept. I felt the Guardian's awareness, a low, humming watchfulness, patrolling the edges of her consciousness. It was sorting through the day's memories, assessing faces, places, sounds. It was learning the modern world. Then the dream shifted. I wasn't observing her anymore. I was seeing what it was planning. Images flashed, the lawyer's face, tagged with a mild potential obstacle. The judge tagged authority, unpredictable. The psychiatrist tagged analyzer, threat. It was categorizing everyone involved in her case. And then a plan formed, not in words, but in pure instinctual logic. A simple, clean solution to the legal threat. It involved a car, a late night, a patch of black ice on a road the psychiatrist took home. An accident. No weapon. No witness. Just an unfortunate tragedy that would remove a problem. I woke up gasping, my sheets tangled around me. It wasn't just reacting to immediate threats anymore. It was strategizing. It was planning preemptive strikes to clear the path for what it saw as its primary objective, our unhindered survival. And its methods were permanent. I ran to her room. She was asleep, peaceful. I shook her awake. "We have a problem," I said, my voice urgent. "A big one." I told her about the dream, about the Guardian's plan for the psychiatrist. She sat up, her face pale in the moonlight. "It wants to kill him? It wants to remove an obstacle," I corrected. It doesn't think in terms of kill or not kill. It thinks in terms of problem and solution. We have to stop it, she said. But how? It's not like we can reason with it. It's not a person. I remembered the feeling of its logic, its cold, simple programming. Maybe we can't reason with it, but maybe we can give it a new order. A stronger command. What do you mean? Robert said we focused it by asking a question. We gave it a command to reunite, and it came closer. What if we give it a direct command about this? A rule it has to follow. It was a desperate idea. We were basically trying to reprogram a part of our own soul with a verbal command. But we had nothing else. We sat facing each other on our bed, just like before. We held hands. This time, there was no warmth, no feeling of peace. The connection felt busy, alert. We need to be specific, I whispered. We both need to think the same thing, hard. We closed our eyes. Together, we focused our intention, pushing it down the tether toward that watchful, strategic presence. We formed the command as clearly as we could. You will not harm. You will not act unless there is immediate physical danger. You will stand down. We poured all our will into it. For a moment, I felt a pushback, a wave of confusion, then frustration. The logic of it didn't compute. The psychiatrist was a danger. The legal system was a threat. Standing down was illogical. We pushed harder, together, insisting. This is the rule. You will obey. There was a shudder in the connection, a feeling of resistance folding, a sense of reluctant acceptance, like a weapon being put on safe. It wasn't happy, but it complied. The plan for the car accident dissolved from my mind's eye. We let go of each other's hands, sweating and exhausted. Did it work? She asked. I think so, I said. For now. The next day, she went to her psychiatric evaluation. I waited at home, a nervous wreck. Every minute felt like an hour. When she came back, she looked drained but relieved. It was okay, she said. He was thorough, asked a lot of questions. I told him about the sleepwalking, the blackouts, the fear. I didn't mention you. He thinks it's a severe dissociative disorder, likely brought on by stress. He's going to recommend treatment, not prison. It was the best news we'd had in months. A path forward that didn't involve cages. We celebrated with takeout, allowing ourselves to feel a flicker of real hope. Maybe, with the guardian commanded to stand down, and with medical help, we could build a life around this. We could manage it. That night, as I was getting ready for bed, I felt a gentle nudge in the connection. Not a scary one. It was an alert. I focused on it. The guardian showed me a memory from her day. A man in a coat who had stood too close to her at the bus stop after the evaluation. The guardian had tagged him possible follower. It had prepared a response, a sharp elbow to the ribs, a foot stomp, a run. But it had not acted. It had held back because of our command. It was showing me its restraint. It was asking, in its own way, for approval. Or perhaps for the command to be lifted. It was adapting. Learning not just to assess threats, but to navigate our human rules. It was trying to communicate. This was the new normal. A constant, silent partner in our lives. A brutal guardian on a leash of our making. We had stopped a murder today. We had saved a man's life with a thought. But as I lay in bed, feeling its watchful presence like a familiar shadow in the corner of my mind, I understood the hook it had left for us. The question wasn't if it would break its leash. The question was, as it learned more about our world, our weaknesses, our complexities, would we ever be able to trust its judgment? And worse, as we relied on it more, would we ever want to let it go? We had a bodyguard now, but it lived inside our heads, and it had its own ideas about what keeping us safe really meant. Life with the guardian settled into a strange, uneasy rhythm. It was like having a very smart, very dangerous dog that lived in your mind. It was always there, a low hum of awareness in the background of my thoughts. I learned to sense its moods, its flickers of assessment when a stranger walked too close, its quiet satisfaction when we navigated a crowded space without incident, its pulsing frustration during the long, tense meetings with lawyers. It hated the lawyers. To it, they were talkers, people who used words as weapons, and words were a threat it didn't know how to fight. We had to reinforce the command often, a mental whisper of stand down, when we felt its focus sharpen on the suited man across the table. My sister was adapting too, in her own way. She started taking self-defense classes. Not the sporty kind, but the practical, brutal kind focused on escape and disabling an attacker. She said it made her feel less like a victim. I understood. She was meeting the guardian halfway, learning its language of movement and threat. The psychiatrist diagnosed her with a severe parasomnia, a sleep disorder with complex, goal-directed behaviors. He put her on a mild medication to try and suppress the sleep-driving part of her brain. It made her groggy during the day, but we both slept better at night. The legal case was progressing. The district attorney was under pressure. The sleepwalking defense, backed by the psychiatric report, was strong. The victim was out of his coma, but had no memory of the attack. Without a motive and with a credible medical excuse, the case was looking shaky. A plea deal was floated. A guilty plea to a lesser charge, time served in a secure psychiatric facility instead of prison, followed by strict probation. It was the best we could hope for. We discussed it for hours. Taking the deal meant admitting guilt on a permanent record. But it also meant no trial, no risk of a jury seeing her as a monster, and a clear path to eventual freedom under supervision. The guardian didn't like it. The idea of her being locked away, even in a hospital, registered as a major threat. I had to spend a whole evening mentally holding its focus, explaining in simple concepts of short-term confinement for long-term safety. It was like reasoning with a wolf about going to the vet. The night before she was supposed to give her final answer to the deal, we had a quiet dinner at home. We were both exhausted, worn thin by the constant negotiation, with the lawyers, with the doctors, with the thing in our heads. "I think we should take it," she said, pushing her food around her plate. "I just want it to be over. I want to do my time, get the help, and move on." I nodded. I agreed. The endless tension was eating us alive. "Okay," I said. "Then that's what we do." We cleaned up, and she went to take a shower. I sat on the couch, trying to relax, letting the day's stress drain away. I tuned into the connection, checking on the guardian. It was quiet, contemplative. It was showing me images, a map of the city, the route from my apartment to the courthouse, the layout of the psychiatric facility from the brochure we'd been given. It was studying, planning, always planning. But it felt calm, accepting. I figured it had understood the necessity. I was wrong. I must have dozed off on the couch, because the next thing I knew, I was in the connection fully, but not as a witness. I was an active participant in a waking dream. I was standing in my sister's bathroom. Steam from the shower fogged the mirror. I saw her reflection, but her eyes were wrong. They held the guardian's flat, calculating focus. Her hands were moving, not washing, but writing. With a tube of lipstick, she was writing on the fogged glass. The words were big, red, sloppy. "Not safe. Trap. Will not go." A cold dread washed through me. This wasn't a plan for tomorrow. This was a declaration of war tonight. It had been pretending to accept the deal. It had been lulling us into a sense of resolution. And now it was making its move. In the dream, her reflection turned and looked right at me, through the connection. The message wasn't for her. It was for me. It knew I was watching. Then the scene shifted. I was feeling her body move with that terrible, efficient purpose. She was getting dressed, all in dark colors. She picked up her car keys. It was going to run. It was going to make her flee, to avoid the trap of the hospital. If she ran, she'd be a fugitive. The deal would vanish. She'd be hunted. Everything would be worse. I fought against the connection, trying to push my own will back down the tether. "No. Stop. You will stand down." The pushback was immediate and fierce. A wave of primal defiance. Images flooded back at me. Cages, needles, men in white coats holding her down, all culled from her own fears and from movies. To the guardian, the psychiatric facility was a place of helplessness, of vulnerability. It was the ultimate threat. It would not allow its charge to be delivered there. It is the only way. I screamed in my mind. To keep her safe from prison. The logic didn't connect. In its view, a concrete cell was no different from a hospital room. Both were captivity. Freedom was the only safety. I felt her hand, my hand, turn the doorknob of my apartment. She was leaving. I had to stop her physically. I wrenched myself out of the dream, out of the couch, stumbling to my feet. The apartment was dark and quiet. Her bedroom door was open, the bed empty. I heard the faint sound of the front door latch clicking shut. I ran, throwing the door open just in time to see her back disappearing down the stairwell. "Wait!" I shouted, chasing after her. I caught up to her in the parking lot, grabbing her arm. She turned, and the look on her face was a terrifying blend of her own confusion and the guardian's rigid determination. Her eyes were wide, scared, but her mouth was set in a hard line. "Let go," she said, her voice not quite her own. "I have to go. It's not safe here." "That's not you talking," I said, holding on tight. "That's it. It's lying to you. Running is the worst thing you can do." An internal war played out on her face. Her own fear and reason fighting against the Guardian's implanted certainty. "It feels so real," she whispered, tears welling up. "The fear, it feels like my own." "I know," I said, pulling her into a hug. She resisted for a second, then collapsed against me, sobbing. The Guardian's hold broke under the wave of her genuine emotion. I led her, shaking, back upstairs. We sat on the floor in the living room, just like we had for the ritual. This wasn't about inviting or commanding anymore. This was about negotiating a peace treaty. We held hands. This time, I didn't just send thoughts to the Guardian. I spoke out loud for both of them to hear. "We need to talk. All three of us." I focused on the connection, opening it wide, letting my sister feel my resolve, and letting the Guardian feel both our united fronts. "You are part of us," I said, my voice steady. "We understand your job. To protect. We accept that." I felt a pulse of acknowledgement from the Guardian. "But you have to understand our world," my sister continued, her voice gaining strength. "You see cages. We see a path. If we run, they will chase us forever. We will always be scared. If we face this, we do our time in the hospital, we follow their rules, and then we walk out free. No more chase. That is the safest way." We sent the concept down the tether. Short-term sacrifice for long-term security. A calculated risk. The logic it could understand. We showed it images not of fear, but of a future. The two of us, years from now, in a park laughing free, no one looking for us. The ultimate goal of its programming, permanent, sustainable safety. The connection thrummed with intense calculation. The Guardian was weighing the options. It ran scenarios: flight, fight, submission. It evaluated the odds of success for each. We felt its process, cold and lightning fast. Finally, a consensus reached us, not as words, but as a settled, reluctant agreement. It would allow the path of the deal. It would stand down, but with a condition. A single, clear imperative echoed back to us. Protect each other. Always. It wasn't just a command for itself. It was a rule for all three of us. We agreed. The tension bled out of the room. The Guardian's presence receded from the forefront, returning to its watchful post, but the feeling was different. Less like a warden, more like a partner. A dangerous, volatile partner, but one that had finally listened to reason. The next day, she accepted the plea deal. The following week, she was transferred to the secure psychiatric facility. It was a nice enough place, more like a dorm with locks than a prison. Visiting hours were strict, but I was there as often as I could be. The Guardian was quiet there. It approved of the routine, the clear boundaries, the lack of external threats. It saw the doctors as keepers, not immediate dangers. She worked hard in therapy, learning to manage stress, to build walls in her mind to contain the sleep drives. The medication helped. Months passed. The world outside moved on. My life became a cycle of work, visits, and the constant, low-level awareness of the connection. I could feel her boredom, her frustration, her moments of hope. I could feel the Guardian's satisfaction when a particularly annoying orderly was transferred to another wing. We were a system balanced, however precariously. The day of her release finally came. She walked out the doors with a single bag of belongings, squinting in the sunlight. She looked older, wiser, tired but clean. We hugged for a long time, not saying anything. Everything was said through the tether: relief, love, caution, hope. She moved back into her old apartment. We got her set up. Probation meant regular check-ins, a curfew, continued therapy. It was a leash, but a manageable one. We had dinner that night, a celebration. For the first time in over a year, there was no immediate sword hanging over our heads. We were out of the woods. We had survived. Later, as I drove home to my own apartment, I felt a deep, unfamiliar sensation: peace. Not the absence of fear, but the presence of stability. We had faced the monster not with fists, but with words and will. We had tamed the Guardian, not by locking it away, but by giving it a better mission. We were whole in a messy, complicated way. I pulled into my parking spot and turned off the car. I sat for a moment in the dark, listening to the engine tick as it cooled. I reached out gently through the connection, a goodnight check-in. I felt her, already asleep, dreaming a normal, boring dream about grocery shopping. And I felt the Guardian, a sentinel in the dark, watching over her sleep. Its presence was calm, protective. It sent back a single, clear pulse, like a nod. Everything was as it should be. I went upstairs, got ready for bed, and slipped under the covers. As I drifted off, the last conscious thought I had was a simple, grateful one. It was over. We had won. But just as sleep took me, the connection, which had been a still pool, gave one last, almost imperceptible ripple. It wasn't a threat. It wasn't a plan. It was a question. A simple, curious query sent from the Guardian's watchful mind to mine, accompanied by an image it had pulled from the depths of our shared memory. The image was of Robert, the observer, smiling his thin smile. And the question it asked, with the pure, logical curiosity of a child picking up a strange tool, was, what is his purpose now? The Guardian's question hung in the back of my mind like a ghost. What is his purpose now? For weeks, I tried to ignore it. We had peace. We had stability. My sister was home, navigating probation and building a new, careful life. The Guardian was a settled, if intense, presence. We had a system. Why poke the past? But the question was a seed, and it grew. Robert, the observer, he had walked away from us in that water plant, his data collected, his experiment concluded. He had seen us as a finished project. But what does a scientist do with a completed experiment? He writes his paper. He publishes. He shares the findings. The thought crept in slowly, chillingly. Our lives, our terror, the man in the coma, it was all data to him. And data has value. I started looking carefully online. Not on the normal web, but in the stranger corners I'd learned to navigate during our worst days. I used throwaway accounts, routed my searches through layers of privacy programs. I looked for mentions of tether research, parasitic empathy amplification, bipolar soul manifestation. The crazy stuff. And then I found it. Not on the old forum, which had gone dark. On a new site, sleek and professional looking, hidden behind a paywall and a membership questionnaire about advanced parapsychological studies. I couldn't access the papers, but I could see the titles. One title made my blood stop moving. Case Study A and B, Directed Polarization of a Shared Psychic Tether and its Applications in Covert Operational Security. The author was listed as R.S. The abstract was a single chilling line. A field demonstration of non-local operational execution by a dissociative proxy, with full sensory feedback to a stationary observer. They had written a paper. About us. They had turned our nightmare into an academic article. And the words covert operational security and non-local operational execution meant one thing. Someone somewhere might want to use what he had learned. Not to understand souls, but to create untraceable soldiers. The peace I had felt shattered like glass. I didn't tell my sister right away. She was fragile, finding her footing. But I had to know more. I had to find Robert. I had to know what he had done with his knowledge. I remembered the way he talked, his calm, academic tone. He wouldn't have sold his research to some shadowy government agency in a back alley. He would have presented it at a conference. A very specific, very private conference. I dug deeper, using every digital trick I'd taught myself. I looked for private symposia on non-standard consciousness studies, for defense contractors with fringe research divisions. It was a needle in a haystack made of fog, but I had an advantage the normal world didn't. A direct line to a part of my own mind that thought like a predator. One evening, as my sister slept, I sat at my computer and opened the connection wide. I didn't just feel for the Guardian. I focused on my memory of Robert, his face, his voice, his smell of old paper and faint chemical cleaner. I pushed that memory down the tether, toward the Guardian's analytical mind. I asked it, not with words, but with intent, find the threat. Find the source. The Guardian, always alert to the concept of a threat, engaged with a focus that was terrifying. It wasn't searching the internet. It was searching me. It combed through every sensory detail of my memories of Robert, every word he'd said. It analyzed his phrasing, his confidence, his arrogance. It saw him not as a person, but as a target profile. And then it showed me something, a memory I had forgotten. When he gave us the Ouija board at our 10th birthday party, he had been talking to our father. He'd handed our dad a business card saying, "If the girls ever have any more fascinating episodes, do let me know. It's my field." My father had laughed and tucked the card into his wallet. A business card, 20 years ago. My father was a pack rat. He still had the same battered leather wallet he'd carried for decades. A wild, desperate hope flared. The next day, I drove to my parents' house under the pretense of a casual visit. I helped my dad fix a leaky faucet in the kitchen. As he worked, his wallet sat on the counter. My heart hammered against my ribs. When he went to the basement for a tool, I grabbed it. My hands shook as I flipped through the old, plastic sleeves. Receipts from 10 years ago, faded photos, membership cards to clubs that no longer existed. And there, behind a grocery store loyalty card, was a simple, cream-colored card. The ink was faded but readable. Dr. Robert Seger, Parapsychology Research Consortium. And below, a phone number and an old P.O. box address. No email, no website. It was a relic, but it was a start. Back home, I stared at the card. Calling the number was useless. It was certainly disconnected. The P.O. box was likely closed. But the name, Dr. Robert Seger, and the organization, Parapsychology Research Consortium, that was something. I went back online, now with a name and an official-sounding group. This time, the search yielded traces. Old mentions in archived newsletters from the 90s, linking the PRC to Defense Department grants for enhanced human perception studies. Obituaries for other members, calling them controversial visionaries. And one recent, very quiet mention in a blog about the history of psychic research. A note that Seger had been a keynote speaker at a small, private colloquium in Switzerland the previous year, hosted by a foundation called the Delphi Group. The Delphi Group's website was a masterpiece of saying nothing. It described itself as a forum for forward-thinking individuals to discuss the horizons of human potential. Its board of advisors was a list of names I didn't recognize, but their titles were things like former deputy director, advanced projects, and CEO Ether Dynamics. These were not academics. These were spooks and contractors. Robert hadn't just published a paper. He was consulting. He was selling his expertise. And we were his proof of concept. I had to confront him. I had to make him understand he couldn't do this. I crafted an email to the generic address on the Delphi Group's site. I kept it vague but menacing. Dr. Seger, regarding case study A and B, the subjects are aware of your continued interest. A conversation is required, discreetly, or the data becomes noisy. I didn't expect a reply, but I got one 12 hours later. It was from a different address. It contained a time, a date, and the address of a private members club in the city, the kind of place with a doorman and no sign out front. The email was signed simply, R. We had to go together. My sister insisted. He's my monster too, she said, her jaw set. The Guardian, sensing a direct threat to the source of our torment, was a coiled spring of anticipation. It approved. The club was all dark wood and deep carpets. We were shown to a private room in the back. Robert was there, sipping mineral water. He looked the same, just in a more expensive suit. He didn't seem surprised to see both of us. You found me, he said, gesturing to chairs. I wondered if you would. You wrote a paper about us. I said, not sitting down. You're talking to weapons people. I'm talking to theorists, he corrected. People who fund research into the furthest edges of human capability. Your case is illustrative. It's our life, my sister snapped. You turned us into a case study. That man in the coma, is he an illustrative data point too? For the first time, a flicker of something like discomfort crossed his face. The escalation was unfortunate, but it proved the efficacy of the tether under extreme stress. The sensory feedback you received was flawless. From a research perspective, it was a breakthrough. I felt the Guardian's rage flare in the connection, a hot, black wave. My sister took a step forward, and I felt her body humming with its borrowed tension. Robert saw it. He didn't flinch, but his eyes grew sharper, more interested. Fascinating, he murmured. The integration is more complete than I projected. You've reached an accord. We're not your lab rats anymore, I said, stepping between him and my sister. You need to destroy your research. All of it. You need to stop talking about us. He smiled that thin smile. It's too late for that. The genie is out of the bottle. The principles are documented. The interest is significant. What interest? I demanded. He leaned back. Imagine a soldier who can undertake a mission while physically asleep in a bunker miles away, piloted by a handler with no physical link. Imagine an intelligence asset who can experience an interrogation firsthand to better prepare for their own. The applications for deniable operations are limitless. Your tether, ladies, is the ultimate secure, wireless communication system, and we now know how to create one. He had done it. He had broken our bond down into a blueprint. You can't control it, my sister said, her voice low. It's not a machine. It's a part of a person. A dangerous part. Control is a matter of conditioning and parameters, he said dismissively, as you've so crudely demonstrated with your stand-down commands. With proper training from childhood, with the right catalysts, a usable agent pair could be cultivated. Reliable. Focused. He was talking about making more of us, raising more twins to be weapons. The horror was so vast it was numbing. We had come to stop him, but we were too late. The knowledge was out. Why are you telling us this? I asked. Because, he said, putting down his glass, you represent a unique problem. You are the prototype, and prototypes are often retired, but you've proven remarkably resilient. You've achieved a stable symbiosis I considered impossible. That makes you even more valuable, and more dangerous to my sponsor's future projects. They would see you as a loose end. The threat was clear. We were a liability to the people who wanted to build what we were. So what do you want? I said. A bargain, Robert said. You leave me and my work alone. You live your quiet, monitored lives. You do not interfere. In return, I keep my sponsors from viewing you as a threat that needs to be cleaned up. I can cite your stability as a success, not a risk. He was offering us our lives in exchange for our silence, letting him go on to potentially ruin other lives. We looked at each other. The connection was wide open, humming with our shared fury, our shared fear, our shared understanding. We didn't need words. The Guardian's logic merged with our own. This man was the root threat, the source. Eliminating him would not erase the knowledge, but it would remove its greatest advocate. It would send a message. It would protect us, and it would be justice. A plan formed between us instantly, a three-way consensus. It was cold, clean, and brutal. We didn't speak it. We just knew. My sister's face went calm, the Guardian's focus settling over her like a veil. She took a step toward Robert. He finally looked uneasy, leaning back in his chair. This is a civilized place, he said, a warning in his voice. I know, my sister said, her voice perfectly even. And we're going to be very civilized. She reached out and picked up his glass of mineral water. She took a slow sip, her eyes never leaving his. Then she held the glass out to me. I took it, my hand steady. I took a sip as well. A shared drink. A shared moment. A shared decision. We put the glass down. We accept your bargain, I said. We'll be quiet. You keep your dogs off our leash. Robert looked relieved, then smug. He had won. He stood up, adjusting his suit jacket. A wise choice. You'll be left in peace. He walked us to the door of the club, the picture of professional courtesy. We shook his hand, one after the other. A civil goodbye. We didn't speak in the car going home. The connection was a torrent of synchronized action. The Guardian was accessing everything we knew about Robert, his habits, his health, his paranoia. It was designing a solution. Not a pipe in an alley. Something elegant, untraceable. Something that would look like the natural consequence of a man who played with forces he didn't truly understand. 2 days later, Robert Seger was found dead in his home office. The official cause was a massive cerebral hemorrhage. A tragic, sudden stroke. The police found nothing out of the ordinary. His computer was gone, wiped clean by a sophisticated virus that triggered the same night. His paper files were in disarray, but nothing seemed missing. His sponsors at the Delphi Group would find his research notes corrupted, his conclusions unverified. The prototype had malfunctioned, the data lost. A dead end. We read the news in my apartment, sitting side by side on the couch. We felt no triumph, only a cold, quiet finality. The root was cut. The Guardian was satisfied. The threat was neutralized. We had protected ourselves. We had become what he made us. That was a month ago. Life has returned to its new normal. My sister's probation officer is pleased with her progress. The therapy continues. We see each other often. We laugh sometimes. The connection is always there, a quiet hum, a third heartbeat in the room. The Guardian is part of us, a settled, watchful partner. It is content. Its primary objective, our safety, has been achieved. The external threat is gone. But sometimes late at night, I lie awake and feel the tether, not as a link to my sister, but as a thing in itself. A channel that was opened, amplified, and weaponized. And I remember Robert's words, the principles are documented. The interest is significant. We stopped one man. We destroyed one copy of the blueprint. But the idea is out there now, in the minds of powerful, curious people who attended his talks, who read the early drafts. The genie is out of the bottle. We are safe. For now. But as I finally drift to sleep, the last thing I feel is not the Guardian's watchful peace. It's a new, faint signal on the line, a distant, static whisper that isn't from my sister and isn't from me. It's just a flicker, a ghost of a thought that feels both familiar and alien, asking a question in a voice that is not our own. Can you hear us? Story number 3. My name is Frank, and I'm the guy you call when a mysterious old crate shows up at the museum where I work. I'm the one who unpacks history, who figures out what's valuable and what's just old junk. And let me tell you, the day the Harrow parlor set arrived was a day I will never forget. It started like any other delivery, with the rumble of a truck and the grunts of the movers. But the moment they wheeled that big wooden box into our receiving area, the air changed. It got this feeling, like the quiet right before a thunderstorm. My boss, a woman who usually only gets excited about budget reports, was practically buzzing, patting the crate like it was a winning racehorse. We'd been trying to get this collection for years, a full set of furniture and knickknacks from a famous old family who met a very bad end a long time ago. Everyone was talking about the silver letter opener, the one the newspapers whispered was the murder weapon. But for me, the thrill was in the whole story, in touching the pieces of a real-life mystery. I got my tools ready, my gloves, my clipboard, my camera, and I started prying open the crate. The wood creaked, and the smell hit me first. Every collection has a smell. Dust, mothballs, sometimes a hint of perfume. This one was different. It smelled like dried lavender, like the sharp tang of firecrackers after they go off, and underneath it all, a weird coppery smell like holding a handful of old pennies. It was not a pleasant smell. It was a remembering smell. My boss chattered away about display cases and press releases while I carefully pulled out the pieces, wrapped in brittle old paper. A velvet footstool, a pair of tarnished candlesticks, a small clock stopped forever at midnight. I wrote everything down, my pen scratching in the quiet room. Then I got to the last item, nestled in its own little compartment. It wasn't the fancy letter opener. It was a Ouija board. Just a simple wooden board made of walnut with the alphabet painted on in faded black, a moon and sun in the corners, and that little heart-shaped pointer they call a planchette. It looked so ordinary, so much like the toy version I had as a kid, that I almost laughed. But I didn't, because when I put my white gloves on and lifted it out, the planchette, which was just sitting in the center, felt freezing cold. Not cool, not chilly, but deep down, bone-aching cold, like it had been sitting in a snowbank. The wood of the board itself was room temperature, but that little pointer was an ice cube. "Feel this," I said, holding it out to my boss. She tapped it with a finger and shrugged. "It's cold." "So what?" "This whole dock is drafty. Probably just the type of wood." But I knew it wasn't. I've handled hundreds of wooden objects, and none of them ever felt like that. It was a wrong feeling. I put it aside on my work table and finished unpacking the famous letter opener. It was sharp and beautiful and sinister, but it felt normal, just heavy metal. For the rest of the afternoon, I focused on my job. I took pictures of each item for our records, my camera clicking in the empty stillness of the after-hours archives. I wrote detailed notes. Harrow parlor set, circa 1890s. Oak and velvet, signs of wear consistent with age. Normal, boring archivist work. But my eyes kept drifting back to that Ouija board sitting alone under the bright work light. It looked so innocent. It felt like it was watching me. Once everything was logged, I started setting up the permanent display case in our Gilded Age Tragedies wing. The case was a big glass box where visitors could see everything arranged nicely. I placed the footstool, the candlesticks, the stopped clock. I positioned the letter opener on a stand of its own, its sharp point gleaming under the LED lights. Finally, with a strange reluctance, I picked up the Ouija board. That cold planchette was still nestled in the center. I quickly placed the whole board on a velvet stand at the back of the display, wanting to be done with it. As I leaned in to adjust the angle, I saw my own reflection in the glass. I looked tired, my hair messy from a long day. But for just a flicker of a second, something was off. In the reflection, it looked like my hand wasn't outside the case adjusting it, but inside the case, and it was resting right on top of that planchette. I jumped back, my heart giving a solid thump against my chest. I blinked and looked again. It was just my normal reflection, my hands clearly outside the glass. I shook my head, blaming tired eyes and a long day. I finished up, locked the case, and walked back to my desk, the click of my shoes on the polished floor too loud in the empty hallways. I had to finish the computer catalog entries. The museum was silent, just the hum of the servers in the next room. I uploaded the photos from my camera to the database. I opened the folder, and my blood went still. The pictures of the footstool were fine. The pictures of the clock were perfect. The pictures of the letter opener were crystal clear. But every single photo of the Ouija board was messed up. The board itself was in focus, the wood grain sharp, but the planchette was a total blur. In one photo, it was a smudge over the letter. In another, a fuzzy streak near goodbye. It looked like it had been vibrating or moving during the split second the camera's shutter was open. But that was impossible. It had sat perfectly still on my table. There was no draft strong enough to move it. No one had touched it. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. I told myself it was a technical glitch. Maybe the camera's sensor was failing. Maybe the focus was messed up. A sensible, logical explanation. Not wanting to have blurry photos in the official record, I highlighted all the bad pictures and deleted them. The click of the mouse sounded final. I pushed the whole thing out of my mind and went back to typing the display placard descriptions. The words started swimming on the screen. The long day and the late hour caught up with me. I must have put my head down on my arms for just a minute, lulled by the hum of the computers. A sudden jerk woke me up. My neck was stiff. The digital clock on my computer screen glowed in the dark room. 2:14 a.m. I had fallen asleep at my desk. I groaned, rubbing my face, and reached to turn off my desk lamp. The light fell on my notepad, the one where I'd been scribbling my official notes earlier. My neat, printed handwriting filled the page. But there, in the bottom margin, was something else. Scrawled in a frantic, rushing script, pressed so hard the pen had nearly torn the paper, were 3 words: "Ask about the maid." I stared. The handwriting was undeniably mine. I could see my own familiar loops and slants. But I had no memory of writing it. None. I didn't know anything about a maid. The Harrow family had servants, of course, but no specific maid was mentioned in any of the paperwork I'd read. It felt like a message from a dream, a thought that had bubbled up from somewhere deep and desperate. It creeped me out, but I was also exhausted. "You're losing it, Frank," I muttered to the empty room. I circled the words with my pen, thinking I'd ask the research librarian about it in the morning, and then I shoved the notepad into my desk drawer, wanting it out of sight. I shut down my computer, grabbed my coat, and headed out into the night. The walk to my car in the empty parking lot felt longer than usual. Every shadow seemed deeper. I drove home in a quiet daze, the streetlights washing over my dashboard in regular, orange waves. I went through my normal routine, locked the door, brushed my teeth, and fell into bed, hoping sleep would reset my brain. That's when the real dream came. It wasn't a nightmare of blood or screams. It was eerily calm. I was in a grand, beautiful parlor, much fancier than the one we'd recreated at the museum. The air was warm and smelled of cigar smoke and roses. People in elegant old-fashioned clothes laughed and talked, but their voices were muffled, like I was hearing them from underwater. I wasn't me. I was someone else, shorter, dressed in a stiff, plain uniform. My arms ached, and when I looked down, I was holding a heavy silver tray laden with crystal glasses, my fingers straining under the weight. I wasn't part of the party. I was just moving through it, invisible, a silent observer carrying a burden. I woke up suddenly, gasping, the first gray light of dawn coming through my window. My right arm, the one that had been under my pillow, was throbbing with a deep, dull ache, as if I really had been holding something heavy for a long time. I lay there, perfectly still, the feeling of that silver tray imprinted on my muscles, the buzz of that phantom party still ringing in my ears. The dream felt more real than the room around me, and with a certainty that settled into my bones like that strange cold from the planchette, I knew it wasn't just a dream. It was a memory, but it wasn't mine. The week after the dream was a weird one, where I jumped at every little sound and found myself staring at the display case from across the room for way too long. The note about the maid was still in my desk drawer, a secret piece of craziness I didn't want anyone to see, so I tried to forget it and just do my job. But the museum itself seemed to be in on the joke. Security systems, see, are built to keep things out. We have motion sensors, cameras, the whole deal to protect the stuff inside from people getting in. It never once occurred to me to wonder what we might be locking in there with us all day. That thought came later, courtesy of the night guard. He was an older guy, a retired police officer who had seen just about everything and believed in exactly none of it. He was all about facts, logs, and procedures. He wasn't a friend, really, but we were friendly, sharing a nod and a comment about the weather during shift changes. A few mornings after I'd woken up with that sore arm, he caught me as I was coming in, his usual steady expression replaced by a tight, focused look I recognized from his cop days. It was the look of a man who had seen a fact he couldn't explain. He didn't say hello. He just held up his logbook, a thick binder with times and codes written in neat block letters. "You got a second?" he asked, his voice low. He led me over to the security monitor desk, out of earshot of the other early staff. Take a look at this, he said, pointing a thick finger at 3 entries, each a day apart. Each one read, 3:07 a.m., motion trigger, gallery 7B, Harrow exhibit. Video review, signal interruption. Gallery secure upon visual check. He looked at me, his eyes serious. Signal interruption means the feed goes to static for exactly 3 seconds. Every time. Then it comes back, and the room is empty. Nothing on camera. But the motion sensor, that's a different system. It says something moved. I felt that coppery taste from the crate smell come back into my mouth. A glitch? I suggested, my voice sounding thin. Maybe a wiring thing? A mouse? He shook his head slowly. The sensor is on the ceiling. A mouse doesn't jump that high. The wiring for that camera was brand new 6 months ago. I checked it myself yesterday. It's perfect. He leaned closer, and I could smell his coffee breath. I don't believe in ghosts, he said, the words deliberate. I believe in facts. The fact is, something in that room is moving at 3:07 in the morning, and the cameras don't want to see it. That statement from him rocked me more than any blurry photo ever could. He was the most solid, unshakable person I knew. If he was worried, then there was something real to worry about. We stood there for a minute, not saying anything, a silent agreement passing between us. He didn't want to report a haunting and look like a fool to his former cop buddies. I didn't want my prized exhibit, my professional baby, to get a reputation for being weird or worse, to be shut down for an investigation. So we made a pact without saying a word. We would keep it between us. He would keep watching the logs. I would. I didn't know what I would do. I decided to follow the only clue I had, the one my own sleeping hand had written. On my lunch break, I went down into the deep archives, the part of the basement where we kept the unprocessed files, the boxes of stuff that hadn't been digitized yet. It was cooler down there, and the air was still. I found the section for the Harrow estate and started digging through boxes of old bills and correspondence. It was tedious work, my eyes straining in the low light. Then, in a folder of household payroll records, I found it. A single-line entry, dated a month before the famous murders. Elsie, housemaid, dismissed. Final wages withheld. No reason given. No forwarding address. Just gone. Elsie, the maid. My skin went all prickly. How did I know that? How could I have written that note? I told myself it was coincidence, that maybe I'd skimmed the record weeks ago and forgotten, and my subconscious had dug it up. It was the only sensible explanation, so I clung to it. I photocopied the page and tucked it away, my secret growing. Things seemed to calm down for a couple of days. No more sensor triggers, according to the guard. I started to relax, thinking maybe it was all in our heads. Then came the morning with the letter opener. I was the first one into the Harrow exhibit, turning on the lights with my usual routine. The case looked fine at first glance. The footstool, the clock, the Ouija board in the back. Then my eyes landed on the letter opener. It was on its stand, but it wasn't lying flat like I'd left it. It was propped up, its sharp, pointed tip leaning against the vertical support of the display stand at a perfect 45-degree angle. And it was pointing right at the exhibit entrance, right where I was standing. A jolt of pure electricity went down my spine. That was impossible. The case was locked. I had the only key during the day. I fumbled with my keyring, my hands shaking, and unlocked the case. The air inside smelled faintly of lavender and metal. I reached in, ignoring every preservation rule I knew, and picked up the letter opener. The moment my gloved fingers closed around the cool silver handle, a wave of dizziness hit me so hard I had to grab the edge of the display case. My mouth flooded with a sweet, syrupy taste, like fancy sherry, a taste I hated. I saw a quick flash behind my eyes, a laughing woman's face, a swirl of a dark dress, a feeling of wild anger that wasn't mine. I dropped the letter opener back onto its stand with a clatter that echoed in the empty gallery. I stood there, breathing hard, the taste fading slowly. What was that? Stress? A panic attack? I locked the case again, my professional mind scrambling for an excuse if anyone had seen me. Checking the mount stability, I mumbled to the empty room. The rest of the day was a blur. I couldn't focus. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that angled blade pointing at me. I decided to work late, thinking paperwork would drown out the noise in my head. I must have fallen asleep at my desk again, because I woke up with a stiff neck and a dry mouth. The museum was deep in its nighttime quiet. As I stood up to leave, my desk lamp cast a low circle of light on the floor. And there, in the dust on the dark polished wood, I saw them. Footprints. faint but definitely there. One set, from the tread of my own shoes, led from the side of my desk to the closed office door. Another set, slightly overlapped, led back from the door to my desk chair. A perfect little trail, as if I had gotten up, walked to the door, and then walked back while I was asleep. I hadn't heard a thing. I hadn't remembered a thing. I stood frozen, staring at that pathetic loop in the dust. Sleepwalking. That had to be it. The stress, the weird hours. It was a known thing. It explained the note, maybe even the dream. It did not explain the letter opener. But I latched onto the idea like a life preserver. A medical thing. A sane thing. Something I could fix with more sleep and less coffee. I cleaned up the footprints, my heart pounding with a weary, frightened rhythm. I went home, took a sleeping pill from an old prescription, and crashed into a deep, dreamless sleep. The next morning, I felt almost normal. The guard gave me a nod, his face neutral. No new entries in the log. The letter opener was lying flat and innocent in its case. I started to believe I had imagined the angle, the taste, the dizziness. I buried myself in work, processing a new donation of antique dolls, anything to stay away from Gallery 7B. At the end of the day, as I was packing up, my boss came by looking concerned. "You look tired," she said. "Everything okay with the Harrow display?" "No more. Chills." She said it like a joke, but her eyes were searching. "Everything's perfect," I said, maybe too quickly. "Just a lot of late nights." She smiled, not quite convinced. "Well, don't burn yourself out. It's a great exhibit. You should be proud." Her words were kind, but they felt like a weight. I was proud, and that's why I couldn't tell her any of this. I couldn't risk it. I was the expert. I couldn't be the guy who got spooked by an old board game and started sleepwalking. So I kept my mouth shut. That night, I decided to be smart. I put a glass of water on my nightstand, and right next to it, I placed my digital voice recorder, the one I used for interviews. I switched it on to record. If I was sleepwalking, maybe I would talk. Maybe I would hear myself get up, and it would prove it was just a weird sleep thing. Then I could see a doctor, get some pills, and be done with it. The thought was comforting. I fell asleep faster than I expected. The sleep was dark and solid, thanks to the pill from the night before. I didn't dream of parlors or trays. I woke up with the sun, feeling more rested than I had in weeks. I almost didn't check the recorder, but I did. I picked it up, pressed stop, and rewound it. I took a deep breath and hit play. The first part was just the rustle of sheets, my own steady breathing. Then, the clear sound of me sitting up, the creak of the bed springs, my footsteps, slow and deliberate, walking across the bedroom floor. A pause. Then my own voice, clear as day on the recording, but slurred and thick with sleep, uttering a single sentence I have never, in my waking life, ever thought. She didn't take the silver. She took the key. The recording ended there. I sat on the edge of my bed, the recorder cold in my hand, staring at the blank wall. I had my proof. I was sleepwalking. I was saying strange things. It was a problem with my brain, not with the museum. It was a sane, rational explanation. And yet, as I sat there, a colder, more terrifying realization was dawning. The voice on the recorder was mine. But the words, the secret it spoke, those weren't mine at all. Someone else was using my mouth. And that someone knew things about the Harrow house that weren't in any of the files. The words from the recorder played on a loop in my head all morning. A creepy little song I couldn't turn off. She didn't take the silver. She took the key. I had no idea what it meant. What key? Who was she? The maid. The socialite who owned the letter opener. My rational mind was in full retreat, and the part of me that was just scared was taking over. I went to work feeling like a fraud, smiling at my boss and my colleagues while this secret panic buzzed inside my skull like a trapped wasp. The guard gave me a long look when I came in, but he didn't say anything. The museum felt different that day, less like a place of quiet history, and more like a stage where something was about to happen, and I was the only one who didn't have a script. I tried to lose myself in my work, cataloging those antique dolls, but their glassy stares seemed to follow me. The day dragged on, each hour feeling longer than the last. I thought about going home early, claiming a headache, but something kept me there, a dreadful curiosity. I ate dinner at my desk, the cafeteria sandwich tasting like cardboard, and I must have dozed off again, because the next thing I knew, my phone was screaming on the desk, shattering the quiet of the empty office. The screen glowed with the guard's number. My heart immediately tried to climb out of my throat. I fumbled for the phone, my fingers numb. "Hello." My voice was a croak. His voice was on the other end, tight and low, all business, but with an edge of something I'd never heard from him before, a controlled kind of fear. "You need to come in. Now." "What is it?" "The censors again," I asked, already grabbing my coat. "Worse," he said. "Don't talk to anyone. Don't call anyone. Just come straight to the Victorian wing. Use the staff entrance by the loading dock. I'll be there." The line went dead. The drive to the museum was a blur of streetlights and my own racing thoughts. I parked in the back, my hands slick on the steering wheel. The loading dock door was propped open with a brick, a sliver of ugly yellow light spilling out. He was waiting just inside, his face pale under the fluorescent lights. He didn't speak, just jerked his head for me to follow. We moved through the back corridors, our footsteps the only sound in the huge, dark building. The usual night lights were on, casting long, strange shadows from the covered exhibits. When we reached the entrance to the Victorian furniture wing, he stopped and put a hand on my arm. His grip was firm. "Brace yourself," he said, his voice a rough whisper. Then he pushed the door open. The wing was bathed in the deep red glow of the emergency exit signs. It made everything look unreal, like a photograph developed in blood. The usual scene was a peaceful tableau of mannequins in period clothes having tea or reading books. Not anymore. The 4 mannequins had been moved. They were now arranged in a tight circle around a central tea table. Their poses were all wrong. They weren't standing genteelly. They were slumped, their postures loose and terrible, like puppets whose strings had been cut. One was sprawled in a wingback chair, its head lolling back. Another was crumpled on the floor near the table leg. A third was leaning against the fireplace mantel, as if it had slid down. And the fourth, the one dressed as a gentleman, was seated at the table, its plastic hand closed around something that glinted red in the exit light. It took my brain a second to understand what I was seeing. My professional mind, the part that was still working, recognized the object in the mannequin's grip. It was the Harrow letter opener. It was here, not in its case in Gallery 7B. It was here, and it was pointed at the chest of the mannequin slumped in the chair. My eyes swept the scene again, and that's when the real horror clicked into place. I knew this arrangement. I had studied the one existing, blurry police photograph of the Harrow parlor after the murders. This was it. This was a perfect, terrible copy. A sound escaped my mouth, something between a gasp and a whimper. The guard was watching me, his expression unreadable. He pulled out his phone, tapped the screen a few times, and then held it up next to the awful scene. On his phone was the scanned image from our archives, the black and white photo of the real tragedy. He moved the phone, comparing. The mannequin in the chair matched the position of the father. The one on the floor matched the younger son. The one by the fireplace was the daughter. And the gentleman at the table with the letter opener was the socialite, the one who had supposedly killed them all before turning the blade on herself. It was a perfect match. Every angle, every limp limb, it was a meticulous recreation. "How?" I breathed the word, my lungs refusing to work properly. "The board," the guard said, his voice flat. He pointed to the center of the tea table. I hadn't seen it at first, my eyes stuck on the letter opener. But there it was, the Ouija board. It sat right in the middle of the table, like the centerpiece of a deranged dinner party. And the planchette, that cold little heart, was resting, perfectly centered, on the word goodbye. A wave of dizziness hit me, worse than when I'd touched the letter opener. This wasn't a glitch. This wasn't sleepwalking. This was a message, a demonstration, and my handwriting was all over it. Literally. The guard shone his flashlight on the small, elegant placards that usually described the furniture. Someone had written on them in black marker. In my handwriting, neat, curving letters that spelled out not historical facts, but fragments. On the card near the mannequin in the chair, it read, "He heard her arguing on the stairs." On the card by the one on the floor, "He tried to run for the front door." I stared, my blood turning to ice water in my veins. I had no memory of this. None. But the proof was right there, in my own hand. "We have to clean this up," the guard said, his practical cop voice cutting through my panic. "Before the day staff gets here in." He checked his watch. 4 hours. "Clean it up." I echoed, stupidly. This is evidence." "Evidence of what?" He shot back, his eyes hard. "Of a haunting? They'll shut this whole wing down. They'll fire you for vandalism or a psychotic break. They'll think I'm a senile old man who missed an intruder. This stays between us." He was right. The sheer professional shame, the ridicule, the loss of everything I'd worked for. It was a sharper, more immediate fear than the supernatural one. We became conspirators in that moment, bound by this awful secret. We got to work. Moving the mannequins was creepy. They were limp and awkward, their glass eyes staring at nothing. As I lifted the gentleman mannequin to pry the letter opener from its grip, I saw something on the floor. Deep, fresh gouges in the polished wood, right where the base of the mannequin had been. It looked like someone had taken its feet and twisted it violently into that exact position, grinding the base into the floor. The strength that would have taken, it was far beyond mine. I looked at my hands. The guard saw the marks too. He didn't say anything, just shook his head and kept working. We put the furniture back. We took down the defaced placards, putting them in a trash bag to burn later. I picked up the Ouija board. It felt normal, just wood. The planchette was room temperature. I carried it back to Gallery 7, be like a sleepwalker myself. The display case was still locked. I had to use my key. The case was empty where the board should have been. How did it get out? I placed it back on its velvet stand, my hands trembling. I returned the letter opener last, laying it flat on its stand, making sure it wouldn't move. We finished just as the first gray light of dawn started to seep through the high windows. We stood in the now normal-looking Victorian wing, breathing hard, two men who had just buried a secret. What do we do now? I asked, my voice raw. You go home, he said. You call in sick. You say the stress got to you. You say you've been having episodes, sleepwalking. You get ahead of it. It was the only play. So that's what I did. I went home, showered in water so hot it scalded my skin, and then I called my boss. I told her I was having a hard time, that I was having blackouts, sleepwalking, that I needed some time off. I could hear the concern in her voice, and beneath it, the faint hint of doubt. She agreed to a 2-week leave. I was both relieved and utterly terrified. Relieved to be away from the museum. Terrified to be alone with whatever was inside me. I spent the next day in a haze, jumping at every sound in my apartment. I tried to read, to watch TV, but my mind was back in that red-lit room with the slumped mannequins. That night, as I was unpacking my work bag, I found something in the pocket of my jacket. I hadn't worn this jacket to the museum the night before. I had been wearing a different one. I reached in and pulled out a small, curled sliver of wood. It was pale with a dark stain. I held it under the lamp. It was walnut. And the stain wasn't a stain. It was a tiny bit of faded black paint, with the very edge of a curved letter. It was a piece of the Ouija board's frame. A piece that had been shaved off recently. The last thing I remembered was sealing that board in its case. A cold, solid certainty settled in my stomach, heavier than any fear. The sleepwalking, the voice on the recorder, the recreated murder scene. It wasn't just happening at the museum. It had followed me home. The board hadn't left the museum on its own. I had taken it. I had brought a piece of it back with me. And if I could bring a piece of it home in my sleep, what else was I capable of doing without knowing? The 2-week leave stretched ahead of me, not as a respite, but as a sentence. I was now a prisoner in my own apartment, with a cellmate I couldn't see and didn't understand. The mystery of the Harrow house was no longer a historical puzzle. It was a live thing, and it was using me to write its next chapter. I locked my doors, closed my blinds, and sat in the middle of my living room, staring at that sliver of walnut wood on the coffee table, wondering what key the maid had taken, and more importantly, what door it was meant to open. The terror of sleepwalking isn't the part where you lose control. It's the moment you come back and find your hands have been busy while you were gone. That first full day of my forced leave, I woke up on the living room floor, my cheek pressed against the cold hardwood, and my whole body ached like I'd been moving furniture. The morning sun was too bright, slicing through the blinds. I pushed myself up, groaning, and then I saw it. My living room wasn't how I left it. The coffee table was pushed to the side. In the center of the open floor, someone had made a little scene. My good steak knife from the kitchen was lying on its side. My expensive silk scarf, a birthday gift I never wore, was arranged in a weird zigzag pattern next to it. All the photo frames from the bookshelf were lined up in a row, but the pictures of my family and friends were gone, taken out and stacked neatly to the side, leaving just empty frames staring like blind eyes. My heart started that familiar, awful pounding. This was smaller than the museum tableau, more intimate, and 1,000 times more invasive. This was in my home. I didn't touch anything. I just stood there in my pajamas, feeling cold all over. It was so deliberate, so carefully arranged, but it meant nothing to me. It was like looking at a sentence in a language I couldn't read. My first, ridiculous instinct was to clean it up, to erase the evidence before I had to admit it to myself. But I stopped. The archivist part of my brain, the part that cataloged and documented, kicked in through the fear. This was data. Twisted, terrifying data, but data all the same. I got my phone and took pictures from every angle. I took close-ups of the knife, the scarf, the empty frames. Then, moving like a robot, I put everything away. The knife back in the block. The scarf folded in its drawer. The pictures back in their frames. I made the room normal again, but the feeling of violation wouldn't wash off. I sat at my laptop, the photos uploaded to a folder I labeled research. I stared at them. What was I supposed to do with this? Google, what does a knife and a scarf on the floor mean? Then I had a thought, a crazy professional thought. The museum had software, an internal database that could compare images against our digital archives. It was used to find similar artifacts or identify unknown objects in old photos. I still had remote access. My fingers shook as I logged in. I uploaded one of the clearest photos of my living room tableau. I set the parameters for a general search, my stomach churning. I didn't expect anything. This was a shot in the dark. The little hourglass icon spun for what felt like forever. Then, a single result pinged back. A match. My breath caught. I clicked on it. It was a scan of a very old, yellowed newspaper photograph from 1902. The headline above it read, "Maid found dead in prominent home." The article was brief, just a few lines about a young housemaid discovered in the conservatory of a wealthy family's estate. No foul play suspected, it said. A tragic accident, perhaps a fall. But the photograph, it showed the scene. The maid's body was outlined in chalk on a tile floor, and next to the outline, the police had arranged the items found with her. A small paring knife, lying on its side, a patterned neck scarf, tossed near her hand, and on a bench nearby, a series of empty photographic plates, their images presumably developed and taken as evidence. The arrangement was identical to the one on my living room floor. A perfect, terrible match. The room tilted around me. Elsie, the dismissed maid. This was her death scene. Not the Harrow murders, but another death 3 years later in a different house. How? Why? My mind was racing, a torrent of questions. I dug deeper into the database. The record showed this photo was from a donated box of material, a collection of miscellaneous ephemera related to unsolved or curious Gilded Age incidents. I knew that box. Every archivist did. It was a mess, a cardboard banker's box sitting in our backlog storage, full of crumbling papers and odd photos that no one had ever fully processed because it was low priority. I had seen it on a shelf. I had never opened it. I had certainly never cataloged this photo. I drove to the museum. I told myself it was to understand, to find a rational link. I used my key, slipping in through a side entrance, feeling like a thief in my own workplace. The backlog storage was a cavernous room with rows of metal shelves holding hundreds of unprocessed boxes. I found the section, my flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. And there it was, the box. It had a layer of dust on the lid that was undisturbed except for a single, perfect handprint. My handprint. The dust was smudged in the exact shape of my fingers and palm, as if I had placed my hand there to steady myself. But I hadn't. I hadn't been down here in months. With a feeling of dread, I lifted the lid. The smell of old paper and glue wafted out. On top of a pile of loose documents was the original newspaper, brittle and brown. Beneath it was more. A coroner's report, typed on a faint ribbon. It gave a name, Elsie. It listed the cause of death as trauma to the cranium, but noted the position of the body and the items suggested no clear indication of assault. It was ruled an accident. But then, at the very bottom of the box, pressed between sheets of wax paper, was a flower. A small, dried violet, its purple color faded to a ghostly gray. And in the notes of the coroner's report, a line I had missed at first. Clutched in the deceased's right hand, a single fresh violet. A detail that was never in the newspaper article. A detail only someone who had seen the report, or the body, would know. I stood in that cold storage room, the truth crashing down on me with the weight of a physical blow. This wasn't about me being haunted. This wasn't about ghosts replaying their trauma. I was not just a victim. I was a tool. The entity, the presence, whatever it wasn't just scaring me. It was using me. It was using my body to build its displays, to act out these old deaths. And it was using my skills, my access to the archive, as its own personal research library. It made me sleepwalk to the backlog. It made me find this box. It pulled this information into my waking mind through dreams and notes. And then it used my hands to recreate the scene, to make the past visible. I was a living, breathing cataloging system for murder, a curator for a ghost. The thought made me sink onto a nearby stool, my legs unable to hold me. The professional horror of it was almost worse than the fear. My life's work, my talent for finding order in chaos, was being perverted into this. I took the coroner's report and the press flower. I didn't know why. Evidence, maybe. Proof that I wasn't completely crazy. I went home, the violet tucked into my notebook. I felt exhausted down to my bones, a deep weariness that was more than just lack of sleep. It was the fatigue of being used. That night, I didn't even try to fight it. I took no pills. I just lay on my couch, the TV on for noise, and let the exhaustion pull me under. The dream came, but it was different. It was a memory that wasn't mine, clearer than before. I was in a small, plain room, a servant's room. I was looking at a handful of coins on a thin mattress. A feeling of desperation, of being cornered. Then the smell of lavender, very strong, and a different feeling, a cold, greedy satisfaction that was absolutely not my own. It was the feeling of someone who had won a nasty game. I woke up gagging, the taste of lavender soaked thick in my mouth. My living room was dark, the TV now showing static. And on the coffee table, where I had left my notebook, a new little tableau had been arranged while I slept. Paper clips linked together in a chain. Pens laid out like railroad tracks. My pill bottles standing in a little group. It was another scene, small and weird. And my laptop, which I had closed, was open and on. The screen showed the museum's image search software, still running. But it wasn't searching our internal archive anymore. The search bar showed it was pinging against a completely different public database, a national registry of unsolved cold cases from the last 50 years. The hourglass was spinning. It was looking for a match to the new arrangement on my table. It was no longer just interested in the Gilded Age. It was moving forward in time. I stared at the screen, the blue light reflecting in my wide eyes. The search finished. A single result popped up. A case file from 1974. A Jane Doe, found in a train yard. I didn't click it. I didn't need to. The message was clear. My curator was done with its old collection. It was acquiring new pieces. And I was its only means of acquisition. The 2-week leave wasn't a break. It was a head start. And the race was into a past that was getting closer and closer to the present day, with every tick of the clock and every step I took in my sleep. I stopped asking, why me? That was a dead-end street. The only way to keep from screaming was to start asking, what for? I wasn't an archivist with a problem anymore. I was a detective assigned to a case by a phantom, and the first rule was to understand the pattern. So, with a grim kind of focus I usually saved for authenticating a rare document, I started my own secret research project. I bought a big roll of butcher paper and taped it to my living room wall. At the far left, I wrote 1895 Ouija board, then 1898 Harrow murders, then 1902 maid Elsie. I drew lines connecting them. The board came before the murders. The maid was dismissed before the murders and died years later. This wasn't one ghost. It was a timeline of connected events, and my unseen partner was making me act them out in order. The new development, the Jane Doe from 1974 that my sleepwalking self had looked up, was the next data point. I forced myself to open the case file on my laptop. It was sparse. A woman never identified, found near some railroad tracks in an industrial part of the city that 100 years ago had been the edge of the Harrow family's original land holdings. The connection was thin as a spider's web, but it was there. The entity wasn't jumping randomly. It was following a trail of blood and lost stories that were geographically tied to that original house, moving forward through history like a curator expanding a collection theme. This changed everything. The fear was still there, a cold rock in my gut, but on top of it now was a layer of frantic, professional curiosity. If I could predict the pattern, maybe I could interfere. I called the only person I could trust, the night guard. I went to his small, tidy house, a place that smelled of coffee and gun oil. I laid it all out, the living room scenes, the coroner's report, the violet, the timeline on my wall. I expected him to throw me out. He listened, his face like stone, sipping his coffee. When I finished, he set his mug down with a careful click. I knew it wasn't you, he said finally. That night in the museum, the way you moved when we cleaned up. It wasn't your walk. Your shoulders were different. It was someone else's walk. His belief was a solid thing I could lean on. We became partners. He was my lookout, my failsafe. I told him about the sleepwalking, the recorder. We need evidence of what's really happening, he said. Not just your notes. Proof. So we set up a test. In my apartment, I pointed a cheap webcam at the area where I'd been making the tableaus. I told the guard the login. He could watch from his home computer. That night, I did something else. I printed out a file from the museum archives about a murder from the 1920s, a famous case that was completely solved, a jealous husband who was caught and executed. I left this file open on my desk, right under the lamplight. Then, as an extra precaution, I used a bike lock to chain my ankle to the solid leg of my bed frame. I felt ridiculous, but I needed to know. If I was sleepwalking, the lock would stop me. If something else was happening, well, I needed to know that, too. I fell into a restless sleep, the metal of the lock cold against my skin. I dreamed of filing cards, endless rows of them, and a feeling of immense, impatient boredom. The next morning, I woke up exhausted, my body aching as if I'd been straining against something all night. The bike lock was still fastened, untouched. I hadn't moved an inch. A wave of relief washed over me, so strong it made me dizzy. It was sleep. It had to be. Then I looked at my desk. The file on the solved murder was gone from where I'd left it. It was now on the floor, next to the wastebasket. The pages were out of order. And across the photograph of the convicted husband, someone had placed a single red archival thread, the kind we used to tie old bundles of letters, in a sharp, deliberate X over his face. The message was as clear as if it had been shouted. He didn't do it. The lock hadn't stopped anything, because my body hadn't left the bed. Something else had. I checked the webcam. The footage was 6 hours of a still, empty living room. Nothing. But the file had moved. The guard called me, his voice tense. The camera didn't see anything in the room, he said. But pull up the footage again. Look at the wall, near the door to your hallway. Watch the shadows. I did. For most of the night, the shadow of my floor lamp was a long, still streak. But for about 10 minutes, around 3 a.m., that shadow changed. Another shadow fell across it, a taller, thinner silhouette that didn't match anything in my apartment. It moved slowly across the wall, pausing near the desk, then receding. It was there, and then it wasn't. That's not your shadow, the guard said quietly. The proportions are wrong. It's too tall. Denial was a luxury I could no longer afford. I started keeping a new journal, not of my feelings, but of the facts. Times, objects moved, phrases spoken or written. I treated it like a chaotic research project assigned by a malicious professor. I began to notice triggers. The episodes were worse, more detailed, after I'd physically handled original documents related to a case. The old police report, the coroner's inquest, touching them was like giving the entity a direct line. It wasn't just reading my mind, it was reading the paper through me, using my hands like scanners. This was a breakthrough. If I stopped handling originals, maybe I could blunt its ability. I focused on the timeline. The gap between 1902 and 1974 was huge. There had to be something in between. I spent days in the public library, away from the museum's archive, looking at microfiche of old local newspapers, searching for any strange deaths, unsolved incidents around the old Harrow properties. I found a few possibilities. A drowning in 1911, a suspicious fire in 1932. But nothing felt exactly right. The entity was specific. It wanted particular scenes. Then, one afternoon, as I was adding the 1974 Jane Doe to my butcher paper timeline, I noticed something my own hand had done. Weeks ago, in a sleepy daze, I had circled 3 dates on a calendar I kept on the wall. The dates of the Harrow murders, the maid's death, and the Jane Doe discovery. And next to the circles, I had drawn 3 small, clumsy violets. The same flower pressed in the archive box. The same flower from the maid's hand. It was a signature, a collector's mark. The entity wasn't just cataloging murders. It was collecting stories about violets. About things hidden, about secrets that bloomed in dark places. The realization made my skin crawl. This was its aesthetic, its theme. I was arranging exhibits for a gallery of violet-strewn tragedies. The timeline on my wall was no longer just a research tool. It was the exhibition schedule. And it was moving forward too fast. The 1974 case was more than 40 years ago. The pattern was accelerating. I needed to slow it down, to break its rhythm. The guard and I came up with a plan. We would create a fake file. I would type up a detailed case, a complete fabrication about a fictional murder from the 1950s, complete with fake police reports and staged photos I'd cobbled together from stock images. We would leave this out, a piece of bait. The hope was the entity would spend its energy cataloging this false story, this empty file, and buy us time to figure out how to stop it for good. It felt like a brilliant, desperate idea. I worked for 2 days on the forgery. My archivist skills turned to deception. I made it convincing. I placed the thick, fake file on my coffee table that night. I didn't chain myself up. I wanted it to take the bait. I went to sleep hoping I had created the perfect distraction. I woke up feeling more rested than I had in weeks. The sun was up. The apartment was still. The fake file was gone from the table. A surge of triumph went through me. It had worked. It had taken the false lead. Then I walked into my kitchen to make coffee. There, on the small kitchen table, the fake file was open. Every page was shredded into long, thin strips, piled into a neat mound, and stuck into the center of the paper mound, like a flag on a grave, was a single, fresh violet. Its purple was shockingly bright against the white paper. It hadn't been fooled. It was insulted, and it had left a message. My triumph curdled into a deep, primal fear. I backed away from the kitchen table. My eyes went to the big timeline on the living room wall. I had taped a copy of the city map next to it. This morning, on that map, 3 new circles had appeared, drawn in a red marker I didn't own. One circle was around the museum. Another was tightly drawn around my own apartment building. The third was around a nearby neighborhood of big, old, expensive houses, a street known for its wealthy families and high walls. The timeline had a new endpoint. It wasn't in the past anymore. The 3 circles were here, and they were now. The entity had finished its historical research. It was ready to commission an original piece, and it had just circled the studio. We thought we had a plan. After the shredded fake file and the fresh violet, the guard insisted I not stay alone. "You're sleeping at the museum," he said, his voice leaving no room for argument. "In the security office, with me right there and every camera on you. Let's see it try something then." It seemed logical, a fortress approach. If my body was the problem, we'd lock it down in the most secure place we knew. That night, I lay on a stiff cot in the little room behind the main security desk, surrounded by the soft glow of a dozen monitor screens showing empty halls and still exhibits. The guard sat in his chair, a cup of coffee in hand, his eyes flicking between the live feeds and the one focused on me. "Get some rest," he said. "I've got the watch." The hum of the electronics was a weird lullaby. I felt safer than I had in weeks. I closed my eyes. I remember the feeling of drifting off, thinking this might actually work. I don't remember anything else until I woke up. I wasn't on the cot. I was cold, and the air smelled of dust and something animal, like old fur. I was sitting on a hard floor, my back against a glass case. I blinked, my eyes adjusting to the low night lights. I was in the natural history wing, surrounded by taxidermied animals in dramatic poses. A huge bear stood on its hind legs to my left. A fox was frozen mid-pounce ahead of me, and the scene in front of me was not right. The fox was no longer about to catch the ceramic rabbit in the diorama. Someone had moved it. Its teeth were now clamped around the neck of a different animal, a small rabbit from another display. A hawk, usually perched on a high branch, was now on the floor, its talons placed on top of a glass case containing delicate butterflies, as if claiming them. It was a tableau, but not of a peaceful forest. It was a scene of violence, of predation, crude and angry looking. My heart sank into my shoes. I had sleepwalked again, right past the guard, out of a locked room, under all those cameras. I stood up, my joints aching. I needed to get back before he realized I was gone and panicked. As I turned, my jacket felt lumpy. I reached into the pocket, and my fingers closed around something smooth and cold. I pulled it out. It was the planchette from the Ouija board, the little wooden heart. It was here in my pocket. I had taken it, or it had been put there. I shoved it back and hurried through the dark halls, my socks making no sound on the tile. The door to the security office was slightly open. I slipped inside. The guard was slumped in his chair, his head on his chest, snoring softly. His coffee cup was untouched. He was in a deep, unnatural sleep. I lay back down on the cot, pulled the blanket over me, and pretended to be asleep, my mind racing. In the morning, he woke with a start, grumbling about dozing off, which he never did. He checked the monitors, rewound the feed from the office camera. It showed me lying still on the cot. Then the screen erupted into 3 seconds of fizzing static, just like the Harrow exhibit feeds. When the picture returned, I was still on the cot, apparently asleep. It hadn't shown me leave. It hadn't shown me return. It just changed the medium, I said, my voice hollow. We went to the natural history wing together in the cold light of day. The scene was still there, the misplaced animals, The guard didn't say anything at first. He just took out his phone and started searching. After a few minutes, he showed me a news article from 1992. Animal mutilations baffle police. Several small animals had been found dead in a city park, arranged in strange, ritualistic ways. The descriptions matched what we were looking at. The case was never solved, but the article mentioned a suspect, a troubled young man who lived nearby. He was questioned but released. The killings stopped after he moved away. The entity was filling in the timeline. 1974, then 1992. It was working its way toward the present, and it was getting impatient. The animal scene was sloppy rushed. It wasn't the elegant, human drama of the parlor murders. Back in the security office, I took the planchette out of my pocket and set it on the metal desk. We both stared at it. "What now?" the guard asked. As if in answer, the planchette began to move. Neither of us was touching it. It slid smoothly, purposefully, across the polished metal surface. It spelled out letters. S-O-N. It paused. Then F-R-E-S-H. Another pause. Then B-L-O-M. Soon. Fresh. Bloom. The words hung in the air between us. The guard, the former cop, went very still. His face lost a shade of color. Fresh, he repeated, the word flat. That's cop talk. It means a recent kill. Within 72 hours. It's not talking about the past anymore. The understanding was a physical blow. The entity wasn't a historian. It was a connoisseur. And a connoisseur, after studying the classics, eventually wants a live exhibition, a new masterpiece. The fresh bloom was a murder that hadn't happened yet. It was selecting a subject, and it was going to use me to arrange it. The planchette was still. I picked it up, a sudden reckless anger cutting through my fear. "We break it," I said. "We find the board and we burn it, smash it, destroy it." The guard nodded slowly. "It's the only thing left, but it's in a locked case." "I have a key," I said. "We do it tonight." The plan felt desperate and right. We were done being archivists for this thing. We would become vandals. That afternoon, I tried to act normal. I went home, showered, ate something. I kept seeing those 3 red circles on the map. The museum. My apartment. That wealthy street. Which one was the target? I turned on the local news, half expecting to see a report about a strange prowler in that neighborhood. Instead, there was a lifestyle segment. An interview with a woman in a sleek, modern apartment. She was a popular true crime podcaster. She was talking about her latest series, which dissected famous local crimes with, as she put it, a healthy dose of skepticism and humor. The banner under her smiling face read, "Debunking the Haunting, Podcasted Takes on Harrow Myth." My blood froze. I knew her. Not personally, but I knew the type. And I knew her street. It was the one circled in red on my map. The camera showed a quick shot of her building's elegant facade. I turned up the volume. The interviewer asked about the Harrow murders, specifically about the rumors of the Ouija board's involvement. The podcaster laughed, a bright, dismissive sound. "Oh, please. A board game didn't make her kill her family. She was just a rich brat with a temper and a sharp letter opener. The whole haunted object thing is just a spooky story we tell to make a simple, ugly crime more interesting. It's an insult to the real victims." A loud crack echoed from my kitchen. I jumped, my heart in my throat. I went in to find a cabinet door, a solid piece of wood, splintered from the inside out, as if a great force had shoved against it. The entity hadn't chosen a random victim. It had chosen a critic, someone who mocked its existence, who called its story a lie. This was personal. This wasn't just about collecting anymore. It was about revenge, and about proving its own power. The fear curdled into a desperate resolve. We had to destroy the board tonight. After dark, I met the guard in the alley behind the museum. He had a small backpack with tools, though we hoped my key would be enough. We slipped inside through the loading dock, just like that first terrible night. The museum was a maze of shadows, the exit signs casting their bloody light. We didn't speak. We moved quickly through the back halls, our footsteps the only sound in the world. We reached the Gilded Age wing. The door creaked as we pushed it open. The Harrow exhibit was at the far end, a pool of darkness. We walked toward it, my key already in my hand. As we got closer, I could see the outline of the display case. Something was wrong. It looked empty. We reached it, and the guard shone his flashlight beam through the glass. The velvet stands were there. The letter opener gleamed. The clock, the candlesticks. But the space where the Ouija board should have been was just empty, dark velvet. The board was gone. My breath caught. Had someone else taken it? Then the flashlight beam moved, and I saw it. A square of white paper taped to the inside of the glass, right in the center of the empty spot. On it, in my own handwriting, were the words, "You cannot deaccession a collection. It deaccessions you." Deaccession is a museum word. It means to permanently remove an item from the collection, to sell it or give it away. It's a serious, final act. The board was telling me I couldn't get rid of it, because I was part of its collection now, and it was removing me from my own life. The guard swore under his breath. "It's in your apartment," he said, his voice certain. "It has to be. It's drawing you back there. To that street." We ran. We didn't care about noise now. We burst out of the museum into the cold night air, jumped into his car, and he drove toward my place, his tires squealing. The whole way, I had a terrifying thought. If the board was in my apartment, and it was controlling me, then going home was walking into a trap. But we had nowhere else to go. We pulled up in front of my building. My lights were off. Everything looked normal. We went upstairs, and I unlocked my door with trembling hands. We stepped inside. The apartment was icy cold, colder than the night outside, and on my dining table, under the glow of the streetlight coming through the window, was the Ouija board. It sat there waiting. The planchette was not on it. It was in my pocket. All around the apartment, on the floor, on the couch, on the kitchen counters, every single note, photocopy, photo, and timeline I had made was spread out. But they weren't in the order I had left them. They were arranged in clusters, connected by red threads and drawn on arrows, a sprawling, insane map of connections only the entity could understand. It had been busy. It had been curating its own research. My home was no longer my home. It was the entity's gallery, its study, its preparation room. And we had just walked right into it. The guard looked around, his face grim. "We burn it right here," he said, pointing to the board on the table. But as he took a step toward it, a crushing fatigue washed over me, a wave so powerful it buckled my knees. It was the same feeling that had put the guard to sleep at his desk. It was being directed at me now, a forced sedation. I fought it, gripping the back of a chair. I saw the guard reach for the board. Then my vision tunneled, and the last thing I heard was his voice, shouting my name from very far away, as the darkness swallowed me whole, and I knew the final cataloging was about to begin. The darkness wasn't empty. It was full of pressure, like being deep underwater, and through it came memories that were not my own. I wasn't asleep. I was a prisoner behind my own eyes, watching a film I couldn't stop. I saw the hero socialite, not as a monster, but as a young woman, restless and furious, trapped in a beautiful life. She sat at the elegant parlor table, her fingers on the planchette. But she wasn't asking questions of the spirit world. She was whispering to it, confessing. She laid out a plan, not in a rage, but with the cold, precise excitement of an artist describing a new painting. She talked about angles, about timing, about the poetry of using the family silver. And she felt a presence listening, not judging, but appreciating. It admired the craft of it. The entity wasn't her ghost. It had been her audience, her one fan, and now its favorite performer was gone, and it had been waiting a long, long time for a new one to put on a fresh, original show. The memory faded, and I felt myself surfacing, but not to wakefulness, to a terrible, lucid paralysis. I was standing up. I was in my apartment. I could see the room, but I couldn't turn my head. My body was no longer mine. It was a rented vehicle, and someone else was in the driver's seat. From the corner of my eye, I saw the guard. He was on the floor near the door, stirring, shaking his head as if trying to clear it. He looked up and saw me standing by the dining table. "Hey," he grunted, pushing himself up. "You okay?" My mouth opened. My voice came out, but it was wrong. It was layered, like two people speaking at once, my own tone distorted under a whispering, older one. The exhibit must be completed. The guard froze. He saw my face, and his own went pale. He recognized that this wasn't me. He moved forward, not with fear, but with a cop's determination to stop a threat. "Let him go," he said, his voice low and steady. He reached for my arm. My body moved. It was fast, faster than I could ever be. My arm swung out, not to hit him, but to shove. The motion was effortless, a flick of a wrist, but it sent him flying across the room as if he weighed nothing. He crashed into the bookshelf, books and knickknacks raining down around him. He lay still, groaning. A scream built in my throat, but it couldn't get out. Inside, I was raging, pounding against the walls of my own skull. Outside, my hands were calmly, deliberately opening drawers. My hands took out my sharpest kitchen knife, the one with the black handle. They pulled a pair of latex gloves from under the sink. They went to my bedroom and took a small vial of lavender essential oil from the dresser, a gift I'd never opened. Each item was collected with a collector's care. This wasn't a kit for arranging a tableau after the fact. This was a kit for creating the primary source material. My curator was done with recreations. It was time for live theater. My body turned and walked toward my apartment door. I fought with everything I had, a mental scream of NO. I managed to slow the walk to a stagger, to make the hand holding the knife tremble. An internal war was raging for control of a single step. The entity's was a steel cable, but my terror was a raw, live wire. For a second, I swerved my own leg, making my body lurch into the dining table. The Ouija board rattled. The entity's focus, which had been fixed on the door, on the mission, flickered to the board for an instant. That was all I needed. With a burst of effort that felt like tearing my own mind in two, I wrenched control of my right arm. I brought the hand clutching the knife up, not toward the door, but in a desperate, stabbing arc down toward the center of the Ouija board on my table. The entity realized my intent a moment too late. I felt a surge of its shock, its fury. It tried to stop my arm. The muscles in my shoulders screamed in protest, two forces battling in my flesh. But Milo had the element of surprise. The black handle of the knife plunged down. The point hit the smooth walnut of the board, right on the painted moon. There was a sound, not a crack of wood, but a deep, wet thud, as if I'd stabbed into living flesh. A shockwave, silent but physical, rolled out from the board. The windows in my apartment rattled in their frames. Every light bulb flared blindingly bright for a second, then popped, plunging us into darkness lit only by the streetlights outside. The pressure holding me vanished. I collapsed to my knees, gasping, my hand stinging where it still gripped the knife handle. The knife was buried to the hilt in the board. The wood hadn't just split, it had splintered in a jagged, sprawling pattern around the blade. And as my eyes adjusted, I saw the pattern wasn't random. The cracks radiated out from the wound in the shape of a wide, grotesque smile. A silent, screaming mouth frozen in the wood. A low moan came from across the room. The guard was sitting up, holding his head. What did you do?" he rasped. "I think I fired the curator," I said, my own voice raw and broken, sounding beautifully, wonderfully like just mine again. The apartment was warm. The crushing cold was gone. The sense of a watching, hungry presence had evaporated. We sat there on the floor for a long time, not talking, just breathing in the normal, dusty air of my home. We eventually got up. He helped me pull the knife from the board. The wood was just wood now, dead and broken. We wrapped the shattered board and the knife in a blanket. Later, we would drive to a remote spot and burn the bundle, scattering the ashes. The guard stayed on my couch for a week. Nothing happened. No sleepwalking. No whispers. No flowers. The museum's motion sensors stopped triggering at 3:07 a.m. The timeline on my wall was just paper and ink. I started to believe it was over. I had wounded the entity, broken its connection, deaccessioned myself from its collection. After a month, I even went back to work. My boss was cautious but kind, giving me light duties away from the Gilded Age wing. I avoided Gallery 7B. The empty spot where the board had been was filled with a harmless porcelain vase. Life became quiet, normal. I began to sleep through the night. The guard and I would have coffee sometimes, a shared look between us, the only acknowledgement of what we'd survived. We never spoke of it aloud. It felt like tempting fate. Then this morning, my boss called me into her office. She was smiling, excited. "We just got a fantastic new donation," she said. "The personal effects of a late, brilliant avant-garde artist. Very dark, very powerful stuff. I'm putting you on it. It's exactly your kind of thing." She led me to the receiving area. There was a single large crate. With a sense of dread that was almost nostalgic, I pried it open. Inside, packed in foam, was a sculpture. It was stunning, and it made my skin crawl. It was a twisted, beautiful form made of fractured, polished walnut wood, its pieces held together with gleaming strands of resin that looked like amber. Curled protectively within the wooden shapes was a polished steel form, sharp and elegant, shaped like a blooming violet. It was awful and gorgeous. My boss beamed. "See, it's so you. The mix of organic and man-made, the historical echo with a modern twist." She leaned closer, pointing at the resin. "And look, there are even these little textural details in the clear parts. Almost like fingerprints." I looked. Embedded in the resin, near the base of the steel violet, were faint, perfect whorls. Fingerprints. My boss laughed. "Probably the artist's, but it feels like a personal touch, doesn't it?" I couldn't speak. I couldn't breathe. I looked down at my own hands. I remembered the fight, my hand gripping the knife handle, my fingers pressing into the cracking wood of the Ouija board. And then, without thinking, I brought my hand to my nose. I inhaled a scent I knew too well, a scent that had been on my skin for weeks but that I'd blamed on soap, on memory. The sweet, cloying, unmistakable scent of lavender oil. The oil from the vial my sleepwalking self had taken from my dresser. The oil that had never been opened. My hand shook as I lowered it. The entity was gone. The board was ash. But a collection is more than one object. It's a theme. And my hands had helped create one last, perfect piece for it. The exhibit, it seemed, was still open, and my fingerprints were all over it. I stared at the sculpture, at my fingerprints trapped in its resin like flies in amber, and the world narrowed to a tiny, sharp point. The lavender smell on my skin was a verdict. My boss's cheerful voice buzzed in my ears like a distant insect. I had to get out of that room. I muttered something about needing air, about being overwhelmed by the piece's power, and I stumbled out into the hallway, leaving her looking puzzled but pleased by my apparent artistic sensitivity. I didn't stop walking until I was outside, the cold sun hitting my face. The guard. I had to talk to the guard. He was off duty, but I drove to his house anyway, my knuckles white on the wheel. He answered the door, took one look at my face, and wordlessly let me in. Over coffee I didn't taste, I told him about the sculpture, the walnut, the violet, the fingerprints. I showed him my hands, the lingering scent. He listened, his cop face back on, unreadable. When I finished, he sat back. "The board is gone," he stated. "We burned it. We saw the ashes." "I know," I said, my voice ragged. "But what if the board wasn't the source? What if it was just a tool? A favorite tool? A paintbrush? You can burn a paintbrush, but that doesn't kill the artist. Or the idea." He was quiet for a long time. "The artist is dead. The socialite. You said it yourself. The entity was her audience, not her." "Maybe an audience needs a performer so bad it becomes one," I whispered. The theory formed as I spoke it, pieces clicking into a horrible new picture. It watched her create her masterpiece. It loved the craft. For over a century, it's been appreciating, collecting echoes of that craft, other stories that fit its taste. But it's been stuck with leftovers, with history. It wanted to make something new, and it tried to use me to do it. But I fought back. I broke its favorite brush. I looked at my hands again. So it found another way. It didn't need to control my body this time. It just needed to inspire me. To use my fear, my memories, my trauma as ingredients. The guard's eyes widened slightly. He understood. The sculpture. It's made of what? Walnut? Resin? Steel? Walnut from a board that doesn't exist anymore. Resin that caught my fingerprints in a moment of sheer terror. Steel shaped like the flower from all its collected tragedies. It didn't make a new murder. It made a monument to its whole collection. And it used my hands, my experience, to build it. "But how?" he asked, practical as ever. "You didn't sculpt it. Some artist did, who's now dead." "I don't know," I admitted, despair creeping in. "Coincidence? A twisted kind of synchronicity? Or something persuasive? Maybe it whispers to other people too, people who are more open, people who call themselves artists. Gives them dreams, ideas. Use walnut. Use steel. Make a violet." And they do, thinking it's their own brilliant inspiration. We sat with that awful idea. The entity wasn't haunting a place or an object. It was haunting an idea, a theme, aesthetics of violence and loss. And ideas are contagious. The rest of that day was a blur. I went back to the museum, my professional self on autopilot. I had to process the new donation. I had to catalog the sculpture. It was my job. The irony was a bitter taste. I put on white gloves, the familiar ritual calming my nerves. I measured the sculpture, photographed it, described it. Vessel of memory, the supposed artist had titled it. I handled it carefully, the polished wood and cold steel. It felt inert, just art. But when I was done, as I placed it in a temporary storage crate, I noticed something I'd missed. On the very bottom of the sculpture, carved tiny and neat in the walnut, were two initials and a date. E.H. 1895. Elsie Harrow? No, the maid's surname wouldn't be Harrow. But the initials matched. And 1895 was the year the Ouija board was made. A shiver that had nothing to do with temperature went through me. This wasn't a random artist's whim. This was a signature. A claim. That night, in my apartment, I didn't sleep. I sat at my table with the lights on, researching the deceased artist online. He was obscure, known for small, intense pieces. He had died suddenly, a heart attack in his studio. The obituary said his final work, completed just before he died, was his most profound, a departure into historical resonance. I looked at the date of his death. It was 2 days after the night I stabbed the Ouija board. The timeline fit. He finished his masterpiece and died. Had he been its last tool? Used up and discarded? My head ached. I was circling a drain of paranoia. I needed proof of something, anything. I decided to go back to the very beginning. The Harrow house itself. The original site. It had been torn down decades ago, replaced by a bland office building. But maybe the land held something. It was a crazy thought, but I had no sane ones left. At dawn, I drove there. The office building was closed for the weekend. The lot was empty, just concrete and dormant landscaping. I walked around the back to a small, fenced-off area for dumpsters. It felt like the only place that wasn't polished and modern. The ground was bare dirt and old gravel. I don't know what I was looking for. A sign, a feeling, anything. Then I saw it, partly buried in the dirt near the fence line. Not a violet, a weed with small, tough little buds. But around one of its stems, twisted tight, was a thin, tarnished piece of silver wire. It was the kind of wire used in old-fashioned picture framing, or to secure a bundle of letters. I crouched down, my heart thumping. I didn't touch it. I just looked, and I remembered the red archival thread laid across the photo of the innocent man in the 1920s file. This was different, but the same idea. A marker, a way of saying this one. This weed, in this forgotten spot, was part of the collection now. The entity was still curating. It was just working in a different medium. The world itself was its gallery. I stood up, backing away. The sun was higher now, the city waking up. A normal Saturday. People would go to brunch, to the park. And underneath it all, something was arranging, collecting, appreciating stories of pain with the cold eye of a connoisseur. I drove back to the museum. I didn't go home. I went to my office. I looked at the timeline still taped to my wall, the one that ended with the red circles. It was incomplete. The story hadn't ended with the burning of the board. A new chapter had started, and I was no longer the main character. I was a witness, maybe even a reference. My experiences, my fear, were now part of the archival material. I took down the timeline. I rolled it up. I put it in a drawer. Then I sat at my desk and did the only thing I could think to do. I started a new catalog, a clean digital file. I titled it Documented Phenomena, the Harrow Convergence. I began typing everything, from the smell in the crate to the guard's sensor logs, from the mannequins to the animal scenes, from the sleepwalking to the sculpture. I included photos, scans of my notes, a recording of the guard's statement. I was meticulous. I was professional. This was no longer a personal haunting. It was a historical and paranatural event that needed proper documentation. If the entity was an idea, then ideas could be studied, understood, maybe even contained. It wasn't a fight I could win with a knife. It was a research project that might outlast me. I worked for hours, the click of the keys a soothing rhythm. I was an archivist. This is what I did. I brought order to chaos, even to this chaos. As I finished, saving the file to a secure, encrypted server, I felt a strange calm. The fear was still there, but it had edges now. It was data. I leaned back in my chair. The office was quiet. On my desk, next to my keyboard, was a simple potted plant I kept for greenery. A small, hardy succulent. I looked at it, and there, nestled at its base, half hidden in the potting soil, was a single dried grayish petal. It could have been anything. It could have blown in from outside. But I knew the shape, the color. A violet. Not fresh. Old. Pressed. Placed. A quiet, persistent bookmark. It wasn't a threat. It was an acknowledgement. A curator noting a useful source. I didn't scream. I didn't throw it away. I took a pair of tweezers from my desk, picked up the petal, and placed it in a small, clear archival sleeve. I labeled it, Sample, Unknown Provenance. Found on personal desk. I filed it with the rest. The work was never over. New acquisitions were always arriving. All I could do was ensure the catalog was accurate, and hope that someday someone else would read it and understand and be prepared. The museum around me felt vast and full of stories waiting to be told. Some of them were still writing themselves. I saved the file one more time, closed my laptop, and turned off the light, ready to go home, knowing I would be back tomorrow to continue the record. Story number 4. So here I am, Mike, just your average guy trying to get through a Tuesday that felt like it lasted 1,000 years. The whole stupid party was actually my idea, if you can believe it. My friends called it a divorce party, a way to burn the bridges behind me after finally signing the papers that ended a 10-year marriage. It wasn't a fancy thing, just a bunch of my buddies from work and a few old college pals crowded into my little living room, the air smelling like pepperoni pizza and cheap beer. The mood was this weird mix of celebration and relief, like we'd all just survived something and needed to make a lot of noise to prove we were still alive. My best friend, the one who always knows how to lighten the mood, showed up with a bag full of gag gifts. There was a best divorce ever mug, a self-help book about being happily single, and then at the bottom of the bag, this thing. It was a Ouija board, but not some old wooden antique you see in movies. This was pure plastic, the kind you'd buy at a toy store, and it actually glowed in the dark. He tossed it on the coffee table with a laugh, saying maybe I could use it to contact a better husband next time. We all roared with laughter, the kind that hurts your stomach and feels a little too loud, covering up all the unspoken stuff hanging in the room. For a while it just sat there, a silly plastic rectangle next to empty bottles and crumpled napkins. The night rolled on, stories were told, more pizza was eaten, and that heavy feeling in my chest started to feel a little lighter. But then, as the clock crept past midnight and the energy started to dip, someone, I think it was my buddy from the gym, pointed at the board and said, "Come on, let's actually try the stupid thing." For a laugh. There was a moment of quiet, just the hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. Then we all agreed, why not, it would be funny. We turned off the main lights, leaving just a single dim lamp on in the corner, and the cheap plastic letters and numbers on the board took on a soft, eerie green glow. We all crowded around the coffee table, sitting on the floor. There were 5 of us, me, my best friend, my gym buddy, my old college roommate, and his new girlfriend, who I was meeting for the first time. We put our fingers lightly on the heart-shaped plastic slider, the planchette, and the mood shifted. The tipsy laughter faded away, replaced by a focused, prickly energy. It didn't feel like a game anymore. It felt like we were all holding our breath together, like we were about to poke a sleeping bear with a live wire just to see what would happen. The silence in the room was complete, a waiting kind of quiet. I felt a little stupid, but also a strange current of excitement. My best friend, acting as the spokesman, asked in a mock-serious voice, "Is there anyone there?" We waited, our fingers just resting there. For a full minute, nothing. I was about to call the whole thing off, to break the tension with a joke, when I felt it. A tiny vibration under my fingertips. Then, the planchette began to move. It wasn't a fast, scary jerk like in the movies. It was slow, smooth, and deliberate, as if being pulled by an invisible thread. It slid across the board to the word yes. A collective shiver went through our little circle. My gym buddy let out a low whistle. "Okay, it's working," he whispered, and his voice sounded different, less sure. My best friend, still playing the role, asked, "What is your name?" The planchette moved again, sliding from letter to letter with that same unsettling smoothness. It spelled out G-A-B. We all looked at each other. "Gabe? Who's Gabe?" my college roommate asked. No one knew. His girlfriend shrugged, her eyes wide. "Maybe it's just making it up," she said, but she didn't sound convinced. That's when I got an idea, a mean little thought fueled by all the leftover anger and wine in my system. I wanted to direct this weird energy to use it. I leaned forward and said, "Let's ask it about my ex. Let's see what she's doing right now." My best friend shot me a look. Are you sure about that look?" But I just nodded. He cleared his throat and asked the board, "What is Mike's ex-wife doing right now?" The planchette didn't hesitate. It started moving again, gliding from letter to letter with a purpose that made my heart beat faster. It spelled out R-E-G-R-E-T. The room exploded. My friends hooped and cheered, slapping me on the back. "See, she regrets it. She's sorry," my gym buddy yelled. For a moment, I felt a powerful surge of victory. It was like we had summoned proof, real cosmic proof, that I had won, that she was miserable somewhere thinking about her mistake. The mood turned giddy again, but it was a different kind of giddy, a nervous, thin kind of happiness. The air in the room felt colder, even though the heat was on. Emboldened by this, I pushed further. I wanted more. "Ask it what she'll do next," I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. My best friend asked. The planchette moved again, but this time its motion felt different, sharper, more certain. It went straight to 3 letters, B-G. "Beg," my college roommate said. "She's going to beg for you back." We laughed, but the laughter was hollow, forced. No one was really laughing anymore. We were all just watching that glowing piece of plastic like it was a snake about to strike. A heavy feeling settled back into my stomach, colder than before. We all pulled our fingers away from the planchette at the same time, as if by silent agreement. The spell was broken. "All right, that's enough spooky stuff for one night," my best friend said, standing up and switching the main lights back on. The sudden brightness was blinding, and the Ouija board just looked like a cheap toy again. We all busied ourselves cleaning up, talking loudly about sports and work, anything to fill the space where that strange energy had been. One by one, my friends left, giving me hugs and claps on the shoulder, telling me everything was going to be great now. Finally, I was alone in my quiet apartment. I looked at the mess, the empty bottles, the glowing board still on the coffee table. I shook my head, feeling exhausted and a little silly. It was just a game, a piece of plastic, and our own subconscious minds pushing it around. I had a big presentation at work the next day and needed sleep. I left the board where it was, turned off the lights, and went to bed. Sleep came quickly, a deep, heavy sleep. I was dreaming about nothing, a blank, dark dream, when a sound pulled me out of it. A buzzing. A persistent, angry buzzing. My phone on the nightstand. I fumbled for it, my eyes struggling to read the bright screen in the dark room. The clock said 3:07 a.m. A text message. I squinted, my heart sinking. It was from my ex-wife. What could she possibly want at this hour? I opened it, a knot of old anger and new anxiety tightening in my chest. The message was short. It read, "I'm so sorry. I don't know why I did it. Please forgive me for spilling the red wine on your mother's wedding dress tomorrow." I read it once, then twice. I sat bolt upright in bed, fully awake now. My mind raced. This made no sense. First of all, my ex was not a late-night texter. She was asleep by 10 like clockwork. Second, the apology was for something specific, something that hadn't happened yet. Tomorrow? And third, and most importantly, my mother's wedding dress wasn't here. It was safe in her attic, 200 miles away. There was no way my ex could spill wine on it. I stared at the message, the glowing letters feeling as ominous as the ones on the board had hours earlier. A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature crept down my spine. It had to be a mistake. A drunk text meant for someone else. Or maybe she was having some kind of breakdown. That had to be it. The board was a coincidence, a silly game. This text was just a bizarre, guilt-ridden mistake from a person I didn't really know anymore. I put the phone face down on the nightstand, trying to slow my breathing. It was nothing, just a strange end to a strange night. I lay back down, pulling the covers up, telling myself to go back to sleep. But my eyes stayed open, staring at the dark ceiling. The words from the board echoed in my head. REGRET, BG. And now this apology for something that hadn't even happened. 3 data points. A pattern starting to form in the dark. I closed my eyes, pushing the thoughts away. It was nothing. I had a presentation tomorrow. I needed sleep. But as I finally drifted off, just on the edge of unconsciousness, one thought lingered. A hook in my mind that wouldn't let go. What if the game wasn't over? What if we had poked the bear, and it was just now waking up? For 3 days I managed to convince myself it was all just a weird coincidence. I went to work, I gave my presentation which went fine, and I tried to forget about the glowing board and the 3 a.m. text. I shoved the board into a closet, throwing an old jacket on top of it so I wouldn't have to see its plastic glow. The text from my ex-wife I just deleted, telling myself she had been drinking and texted the wrong person about some other drama in her life. It was easier to believe that than to consider the alternative. Life went on, or at least it pretended to. Then, on the 4th day, my boss called me into her office. She was a serious woman, not prone to smiling, but her face that day was like stone. "Close the door," she said. I did, my heart starting to thump a little harder. "Sit down," she instructed. I sat. She folded her hands on her desk and looked at me. "Mike, I need to ask you about the Henderson account." My blood, as they say, ran cold. Just for a second, the room seemed to tilt. The Henderson account. That was a project from over a year ago, minor client I had managed. At the end of it, I had made a mistake. A small, stupid accounting error, moving a decimal point one place, so that a $10,000 invoice looked like a $100,000 invoice. I caught it myself before any money was sent, fixed it quietly in our system, and never told a soul. It was the kind of slip-up that could get you a warning, or even let go if the client had complained. No one had ever known. No one except me. And I had told one other person, during a late-night venting session about work stress. I had told my then-wife. My boss leaned forward. We received an anonymous tip this morning, an email to the compliance department. It laid out the error on the Henderson account in precise detail. It said you tried to cover it up. Her eyes were piercing. Is this true? My mouth was dry. I could not believe this was happening. The board had spelled BG. My ex had texted an apology for a future mistake. And now, here was the consequence. The timeline was backwards and impossible. The apology had come first. The crime was being revealed now. This wasn't a coincidence anymore. Two weird things can be chance, but three is a pattern. A pattern with a terrible logic to it. I had to think fast. I couldn't lie. The details in the email were too specific. It's true there was an error, I said, my voice surprisingly steady. It was a data entry mistake on my part. I found it and corrected it immediately, before any payment was processed or any report was generated. The client was never overbilled. The company never lost a cent. I should have filed an internal report. I see that now. I was embarrassed and I fixed it. That was wrong of me. I kept my gaze level, showing regret for the procedure, not for a crime. My boss studied me for a long moment, then sat back. The tip was detailed. It mentioned you confided in someone about it. Who knew? There it was. The confirmation. My ex-wife. I said, the words tasting bitter. I mentioned it to her in passing, over a year ago. My boss nodded slowly, a flicker of something like pity in her eyes. Personal lives spilling into work is never good, Mike. This looks bad. I'm going to have to put a formal note in your file about the failure to report, and compliance will be watching. You're on thin ice. Don't make another mistake. I nodded numb. I understand. Thank you for handling it directly. I left her office, my legs feeling like they were made of wood. I walked back to my desk, my mind screaming. This was targeted. This was precise. Someone was trying to destroy my career, and the only person with the knowledge, and I assumed the motive, was my ex. A white-hot rage boiled up inside me. This was beyond a nasty divorce. This was sabotage. I waited until my lunch break, storming out of the building and into the parking lot where I could have some privacy. I pulled out my phone and called her. She picked up on the third ring. Hello. Her voice was quiet, normal. It made me even angrier. What is wrong with you? I snapped, not bothering with hello. What are you playing at? There was a pause on the other end. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. I nearly shouted, pacing next to my car. The anonymous tip to my company? The Henderson account? You're the only one who knew. First the creepy text in the middle of the night, and now this? Are you trying to get me fired? Is this some sick game to make me beg? I threw the word at her, the word from the board. There was a longer pause. I could hear her breathing. When she spoke again, her voice had changed. All the normalcy was gone, replaced by a shaky, thin sound. A scared sound. Mike. I don't know what you're talking about. What tip? What account? Her confusion didn't sound feigned. It sounded genuine, and that somehow made it worse. Stop it! I yelled. Just stop lying. You texted me an apology for something that hadn't happened, and now it's happening. You're doing this. I'm not, she cried, and I heard a tremor in her voice. I swear I'm not. I got your message. I was confused too. I thought you were messing with me, and I don't know anything about your work. But, her voice dropped to a whisper. But what? I demanded, the fury still hot in my chest. But I've been sleepwalking. The word hung in the air between us, traveling over the phone lines. It was so unexpected, so bizarre, that it punctured my anger for a second. What? Sleepwalking, she repeated, her voice hollow. I've never done it before in my life. But since that night you had your party, I've woken up 3 times. Not in my bed. Once in the kitchen, just standing at the sink. Once in the hallway closet. And last night I woke up on the couch with my phone in my hand. And there was a text message drafted to you. I didn't send it. It was just sitting there in the drafts folder. I deleted it. I was so scared. My mind was reeling. The fury was cooling, hardening into a different, colder emotion, dread. What did the draft say? I asked, my own voice quieter now. She was quiet for so long I thought the call dropped. It said, I'm sorry for the broken window. We both were silent then. I thought about my car. Just yesterday morning, I had come out to find the driver's side window of my car shattered. Not broken into, just shattered, as if hit with a small, precise tool. I had blamed kids in the neighborhood and called my insurance. I hadn't connected it to anything. A broken window. An apology for a broken window. The dread solidified into a block of ice in my gut. This wasn't her. This was something else. The rage I felt toward her evaporated, leaving behind a terrifying vacancy. "Mike," she said, her voice small and far away. "I'm scared. I feel like I'm going crazy. Something is happening." "Yeah," I managed to say. "Something is." We talked for a few more minutes. Our tones completely changed. We weren't adversaries anymore. We were two people comparing notes on a shared nightmare. She described the feeling of waking up, disoriented and cold, with no memory of how she got where she was. I told her about the Ouija board, about the words it spelled, about the text I received, and now my work disaster. Saying it all out loud to her, the person I had blamed, made it feel more real, more inescapable. "We need to see each other," she said finally. "We need to figure this out. In person. Please." I didn't want to. The idea of seeing her again, of being in the same room with all this horrible history and new, unexplainable fear, was awful. But she was right. Emails and texts and phone calls wouldn't cut it. We had to look each other in the eye. Reluctantly, I agreed. "Okay, my place. Tonight. 7 o'clock. I spent the rest of the workday in a fog, jumping at every email notification, staring at my computer screen without seeing it. When I got home, I cleaned up nervously, though the place was already tidy. I didn't know what to expect. At 7 on the dot, the doorbell rang. I took a deep breath and opened it. She stood there on my doorstep, and she looked terrible. Not messy, but pale and thin, like she hadn't slept properly in weeks. The confident woman I'd known was gone, replaced by someone who looked like a ghost. Her eyes were wide and shadowed. We didn't say hello. We just looked at each other for a moment, a world of confusion and fear passing between us. Then, without a word, she stepped inside and closed the door behind her. She reached into her purse and pulled out her phone. Her hands were shaking. "I found something else," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Today after we talked, I was going through my phone, looking for anything strange. I checked my notes app." She unlocked the phone, pulled up the app, and handed it to me. "Look at the drafts." I took the phone. The screen showed a list of notes. Most were normal. A grocery list, ideas for a project at her job. But at the top, there were 3 new drafts, all time-stamped from the early hours of various mornings over the past week, all unsent. My blood went cold again as I read them. The first one, from the night after my party, said, "I'm so sorry for the text. I don't know why I sent it." The second one said, "I'm sorry for the broken window." The third one, time-stamped from last night, sent a new wave of nausea through me. It read, "I'm sorry for the flat tires." And then at the very bottom of the most recent draft, as an afterthought, 2 more lines were typed, simple and devastating. "I'm sorry for the fire. I'm sorry for taking her." I stared at the screen. The words blurred. Her. Our daughter. We had shared custody. Our little girl was supposed to be with her mom this week. I looked up from the phone, my vision swimming. My ex was watching me, tears now streaming silently down her face. "I didn't write those," she choked out. "I would never. Not ever." I believed her. The terror in her eyes was the most real thing I had seen in days. The last of the walls between us, the anger and the blame, crumbled to dust. We were no longer ex-husband and ex-wife fighting over the past. We were 2 parents, standing in the middle of my living room, united by a pure, animal fear for our child. We were staring at the same terrifying script, and we had no idea who the author was, or how to make it stop. The game from the party was over. Something much, much worse had just begun, and we were both trapped in its opening scene. We stared at that note on her phone, the words, "I'm sorry for taking her," seeming to burn themselves into the air between us. For a few seconds, neither of us moved or spoke. The only sound was the low hum of my refrigerator from the kitchen. Then we both moved at once. "Call your mom," I said, my voice rough. "Now, see where she is." She was already dialing, her fingers trembling so badly she misdialed twice. I grabbed my own phone, my mind racing in horrible directions. Our daughter was supposed to be with her mother's parents for a few days, a pre-planned visit. While she called her mom, I called my own parents, who sometimes did pickups from school. My mother answered, cheerful. "Hi, honey. How's your week? Is Lily with you?" I asked, cutting her off, not caring about manners. "What? No, of course not. She's with your ex's parents until Thursday, remember?" she said, her voice now laced with worry. "Is everything okay?" "Yeah, fine, just checking. I lied, my heart hammering against my ribs. I'll call you later. I hung up. Across the room, my ex was talking fast into her phone. Mom, put her on. Right now. I need to hear her voice. There was a pause that felt like an eternity. Then, her face crumpled with relief, and she held the phone out to me. I could hear the faint, sweet sound of our daughter's laughter, followed by a loud, "Hi, Mommy." I sagged against the wall, the tension draining out of me so fast I felt dizzy. She was safe. She was at her grandparents' house, 2 towns over, exactly where she was supposed to be. My ex finished the call, her own legs seeming to give out as she sank onto my couch. "She's okay," she whispered, more to herself than to me. "She's okay." But the relief was temporary, a thin bandage over a gaping wound. The note was still there. The threat had been made. The script had introduced a new character, our little girl. We spent the next hour talking in low, urgent voices, trying to make a plan. The anger was gone, replaced by a frantic, shared purpose. We agreed that the sleepwalking, the notes, the apologies, and the events they predicted were all connected. We decided we had to treat it like a hostile force, something we could maybe track and outsmart. So, we set up a horrible new routine. It was my ex's idea. She would call me the second she woke up from a sleepwalking episode, no matter the time. She would read me the apology text she found already typed in her drafts folder. That way, I would have a warning. If the note said flat tires, I could check my car. If it said something else, I could be ready. It was a gruesome early warning system, and it made me feel sick to agree to it, but we had nothing else. The first call came 2 nights later. The phone buzzed on my nightstand at 1:15 in the morning. I snatched it up, already wide awake with fear. Her voice was thick with sleep and terror. "It's me," she said. I woke up in the kitchen. My phone was on the counter. "There's a note." "Read it," I said, switching on my lamp. She took a shaky breath. "It says, 'I'm so sorry for scaring the dog.'" A cold knot formed in my stomach. I didn't have a dog, but she did. A little terrier named Buster that our daughter adored. "Go check on Buster," I said. "Right now. I'll stay on the phone." I heard her moving through her house, her breathing quick and shallow. I heard a door open, then a small, confused whine, then her voice trembling. He's in the bathtub, in the guest bathroom. He's just sitting there in the dry tub, shaking. He won't come out." My blood went cold. The dog was unhurt, but he was traumatized. He had been moved deliberately to a strange place in the middle of the night. This wasn't just about property damage anymore, like my car window. This was a violation of her home, a demonstration that this thing could get inside, could touch the living creatures within. The sense of safety was completely gone. I started keeping a log after that, a notebook by my bed. I wrote down the time of each call and the exact wording of each apology. 1:15 a.m., scaring the dog. 4:30 a.m. that same night, her dog was found cowering in the bathtub. It was a pattern, but a backwards, insane one. The apology always came first, then the event. We were living in a world where cause and effect had been flipped upside down. For a few days, things were quiet. No calls. The quiet was worse. It felt like waiting for the other shoe to drop, a shoe you knew was made of something terrible. I jumped at every sound in my own house. I started checking the locks on my windows 3 times before bed. I looked at the closet where I'd stashed the Ouija board with a new kind of hatred. Then last night the call came again. This time it was 2:03 a.m. Her voice was a bare whisper, choked with tears. "Another one," she said. I was in the living room. The TV was on, just static. The note says, "I'm sorry for the figure at the window." My breath caught in my throat. "Figure at the window? Your window?" "I don't know," she cried, the fear breaking through. "It doesn't say whose window. Yours? Mine? The nursery at my parents' house? I don't know. Stay where you are," I told her, my own voice tight. "Do not go looking out windows. Turn on all the lights in your house. I'm coming over." "No," she said quickly. "Don't. What if it leads you here into something? What if that's part of it? Just stay put. Be careful. Check your own house." We hung up. I did as she said. I turned on every single light in my apartment, flooding the rooms with a harsh, unforgiving brightness. I went to each window, my heart in my mouth, and peered out into the dark courtyard of my complex. I saw nothing. No figures, no movement, just the sway of tree branches in the wind and the faint glow of distant streetlights. I stood guard in my living room until the sun came up, feeling exhausted and jumpy. Nothing happened. I finally fell into a fitful sleep on the couch around 7 in the morning, thinking maybe, just maybe, it had been a false alarm. A generic, scary phrase that wouldn't come true. I was wrong. My daughter came home from her grandparents that afternoon. My ex brought her over to my place for my scheduled evening with her. It was a normal, blessed slice of normalcy. We ordered pizza, we watched a cartoon movie. She told me all about feeding ducks at the park with her grandma. For a few hours, the shadow lifted. I read her a bedtime story in the small spare room I'd fixed up for her, tucked her in, and turned out the light, leaving the door open a crack the way she liked. It was later, maybe 11 o'clock, and I was just about to head to bed myself when I heard the soft pad of little feet. Her door opened wider, and she appeared in the hallway, her favorite stuffed rabbit dangling from one hand. She rubbed her eyes with the other. "Sweetheart?" I said, kneeling down. "What's wrong? Can't sleep?" She shuffled over to me and leaned her head against my shoulder. Her voice, when she spoke, was small and drowsy, but the words were clear and they turned my bones to ice. "Daddy," she murmured, snuggling closer. "There's a sad man standing in our backyard." Time stopped. I froze, my arms around her. My backyard was a tiny, fenced-in patio, barely big enough for a grill and 2 chairs. A motion sensor light was supposed to come on if anything moved out there. It was dark. "A sad man?" I managed to say, keeping my voice calm and soft. "Where, baby?" "By the big bush," she whispered. "He's just looking at the house. He looks really sad, Daddy." I carefully stood up, lifting her with me. I carried her into the living room, away from the windows that faced the backyard. My mind was screaming. The apology from the night before. The figure at the window. Not my ex's window. My window. My house. And the entity, the thing, the whatever it was, hadn't shown itself to me. It had shown itself to my daughter. It had made sure its primary audience was watching, and it had used my child as the messenger. The performance was escalating. It wasn't enough to scare us from a distance anymore. It wanted to be seen, up close, by the people it was torturing, and it wanted me to know it could get to her, could whisper things into her innocent world. I held my daughter close, her head on my shoulder, as I walked to the front of the house, to a window that faced the street. With my free hand, I slowly moved the curtain aside just an inch. I looked out into my front yard, my eyes scanning the shadows. I saw nothing. No one. The street was empty and quiet. The sad man was gone from the backyard, if he had ever been there at all. But the message had been delivered, loud and clear. The game had changed. The script now had a starring role for my little girl, and the thing writing it was no longer content to stay in the shadows. It was stepping into the light, and it wanted a front row seat for our terror. I rocked my daughter gently until she fell back asleep in my arms, her breathing soft and even, completely unaware of the storm swirling around her. I knew then that we couldn't just be reactive anymore, waiting for the next apology, the next horrible surprise. We had to find out what this thing was, and we had to find a way to fight back. The warning system had failed. It was time to go on the offensive. The days after my daughter saw the sad man were filled with a new kind of tension, a constant low-grade buzzing in my nerves. We increased security. I installed new locks on my doors and brighter motion sensor lights outside. My ex did the same at her place. We talked every day, our conversations no longer about our past, but about our strange, shared present, comparing notes, checking on our daughter, trying to find a pattern in the madness. The sleepwalking episodes and the apology notes had stopped for a little while, which should have been a relief, but it wasn't. It felt like the calm before a storm, the kind of quiet where you can hear your own heartbeat too loudly. Then the call came, but it was different this time. It didn't come in the dead of night. It came at 11:07 on a Tuesday evening. I was still awake, watching some forgettable TV show, trying to distract myself. When my phone rang and I saw it was her, my stomach tightened with the usual dread. But her voice wasn't the thick, sleepy mumble of the sleepwalker. It was choked, raw, and completely, horrifyingly awake. "I'm in my car," she sobbed, the words tumbling out in a rush of pure panic. "I don't know how I got here. I was on my couch, watching TV, and then I was just here, in the driver's seat. My car is running." "Where are you?" I asked, already standing up, looking for my shoes. "I don't know," she cried, and I could hear the genuine, disoriented terror in her voice. "A street, with houses. It's dark. Wait. I see a street sign. It's Maple. I'm on Maple Drive." My blood turned to ice. Maple Drive was 2 blocks over from my street. "Okay, listen to me," I said, my voice as calm as I could force it. Turn off the car. Right now. Take the keys out of the ignition. I can't, she whispered, and the fear in her voice deepened. Why not? Because my hands are on the wheel, and I'm holding them there. I'm not doing it, Mike. My hands are just stuck. I'm telling them to move and they won't. A new layer of horror settled over me. This wasn't sleepwalking. This was possession. This was being awake and aware and trapped inside your own body, a passenger while something else drove. Look around, I instructed, my mind racing. What else do you see? In the car with you. I heard her ragged breathing, then a small, strangled sound. There's a red plastic gas can. On the passenger seat. It's full. I can smell it. The world seemed to shrink to the size of the phone in my hand. Gasoline. An arson kit. And she was parked 2 blocks from my house. The script had escalated from broken windows and scared dogs to fire. To physical, violent destruction. The prop was purchased. The stage was set. My house. My life. Maybe with me in it. I'm coming, I said, already grabbing my jacket and running for the door. Don't hang up. Just keep talking to me. I'm so scared. She wept into the phone as I fumbled with my own keys and burst out into the cool night air. I can't move. It's like I'm frozen. What if it makes me? What if it makes me get out? What if it makes me do something? It won't, I said, though I had no reason to believe that. I started running down the sidewalk, my phone pressed to my ear. I'm almost there. Just keep looking at the street sign. You're on Maple and what? Maple and Cedar. I'm at the corner. I knew that intersection. It was a quiet, tree-lined corner, dark at this hour. My lungs burned as I ran, the streetlights casting long, jumping shadows ahead of me. I turned onto Maple, my eyes scanning ahead. And there it was, her silver sedan, parked under a large oak tree, but parked crookedly, the front tires up on the curb as if it had been stopped in a hurry. The engine was off now, the car dark. I could see the dim shape of someone inside. I see you, I said into the phone. I'm here. I approached the car slowly, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The street was empty. The houses were dark. As I got closer, I could see her through the windshield. She was slumped forward, her forehead resting on the steering wheel, her shoulders shaking. And on the passenger seat, just as she described, was a bright red plastic gas can, the kind you buy at any hardware store. I reached the driver's side door. I tapped on the window. She jerked her head up. Her face was pale and streaked with tears in the dim light. Her eyes were wide with a terror I had never seen before, not even in our worst arguments. She looked at me like I was a ghost. Slowly, as if her joints were rusty, she reached over and unlocked the door. I pulled it open. The smell of gasoline was stronger now, sharp and chemical. Are you okay? I asked, my voice low. She just shook her head, a quick, jerky motion. She couldn't speak. She held up her hands. They were trembling violently. I couldn't. My hands. She stammered. Then, when I saw your face, they let go. I helped her out of the car. She was unsteady on her feet, leaning against me for support. She felt thin, insubstantial. I guided her away from the vehicle, over to the curb a few feet away, and we both sat down on the cold concrete. She hugged her knees to her chest, rocking slightly. I looked back at the car, at that menacing Redkin sitting so casually on the seat. It was proof, tangible, physical proof that this was real, that it was moving beyond thoughts and notes and into the world of action. I was on my couch, she repeated, her voice a monotone of shock. I was watching a baking show, and then there was a blink, like when you change a channel on TV, and for a second the screen goes black. I blinked, and I was here, in the car. The engine was running. My hands were on the wheel, and I knew I was supposed to drive somewhere. To do something. But you didn't, I said, trying to sound reassuring. You stopped. I didn't stop it, she said, looking at me, her eyes haunted. It stopped. It parked the car. It turned off the engine. It left me here like this, with that thing next to me. To show me. To make me see what it wanted me to do. As she was speaking, my phone, which I was still holding, buzzed in my hand. A new text message notification flashed on the screen. I looked down at it automatically. It was from her. The timestamp on the message said 10:45 p.m. 22 minutes ago. Before she called me. Before I found her here. My breath caught. I showed her the screen. She stared at it, her face going, if possible, even paler. The message was short. It read, I'm so sorry for what I'm about to do. I can't stop it. We both looked from the phone's glowing screen to her car, to the gas visible through the window, then back to each other. The understanding that settled over us was colder than the night air. This was the mechanism. This was how it worked. Her sleeping self, or the thing controlling her, would write the apology and timestamp it. It would then use her body to set the stage, to acquire the props, to move to the location. Then, her waking, conscious self would find the evidence, would react with terror and confusion. And that reaction, our fear, was the point. It was the fuel. We were living in a closed loop. The entity planted the script. Her body performed the setup. We discovered it and felt horror. That horror fed the entity, giving it the energy to write the next, worst scene. We weren't just victims. We were the battery powering the whole terrible show. We have to break the loop, I said, the words sounding hollow even to me. How? She asked, the simple word filled with a bottomless despair. I didn't have an answer, but we couldn't leave the car and the gas can hear. What if the loop decided to restart? What if, in another blink, she was back behind the wheel? Give me your keys, I said. She handed them over without a word. I walked back to her car, the smell of gasoline making my eyes water. I opened the passenger door, grabbed the red plastic can by its handle. It was shockingly heavy. I carried it away from the car, setting it down on the sidewalk. Then I got into the driver's seat of her car. The interior still held the faint, sweet smell of her perfume, now mixed with the acrid gasoline scent. It was a disorienting combination. I started the engine, backed carefully off the curb, and drove the 2 blocks to my house, with her following slowly on foot. I parked her car in my driveway behind my own. By the time I got out, she was there, standing under the porch light, looking lost. I went back for the gas can, carrying it like a bomb, and stored it in my locked shed out back. When I came back to the front door, she was still standing there. You can't go home alone, I said. It wasn't a question. She nodded, a tiny movement. I let her in. We didn't talk much. I got her a glass of water. She sat on the edge of my couch, staring at nothing. I took the spare blanket from the linen closet and gave it to her. You can have the bed, I said. I'll take the couch. No, she said, her voice firmer now. The couch is fine. I don't think I'll sleep anyway. I didn't argue. I got a pillow for myself and lay down on the floor nearby, not wanting to leave her alone in the living room. We lay there in the dark for a long time, the only sound our breathing. The events of the night replayed in my mind on a loop. Her terrified voice on the phone, the crooked car, the red can, the text with its damning timestamp. The entity had shown its hand. It wasn't just a ghost in the machine. It could manipulate physical objects, make purchases, control a human body like a puppet. And it was confident enough to show us the script ahead of time, knowing we were powerless to change it. Just as I was finally drifting into an uneasy sleep, her voice came softly through the dark. Mike! Yeah, thank you. For coming. For not thinking I'm crazy. I know you're not crazy, I said. And I did. I had seen the proof with my own eyes. We were both sane people caught in something utterly insane. What do we do tomorrow? She asked. That was the question. The loop was broken for tonight, but the writer was still out there, and it would be angry its scene was interrupted. We find someone who knows about this stuff, I said, the idea forming even as I spoke. Not a doctor. Something else. Someone who understands things that operate like this. A psychic? She asked, doubt clear in her voice. Or a medium. Or a paranormal investigator. I don't know, I admitted. But we can't fight this with locks and lights. We need to fight it on its own turf. We need to understand what it is. There was a long pause. Then, from her spot on the couch, she said, Okay. It was a small word, but it was an agreement. A plan. For the first time since the party, we weren't just waiting and reacting. We were going to try to take a step, however shaky, into the dark to meet the thing that was hunting us. As I closed my eyes, the image of the gas can seem burned onto the inside of my eyelids. We had stopped tonight's performance, but the show wasn't over. The writer was still in the shadows, and it would be drafting a new script, one that would account for our interference. Tomorrow, we would go looking for answers. The only question was, what would be waiting for us when we did? The next morning was awkward, filled with the kind of stiff politeness you have with a stranger sharing your space. We made coffee, avoided each other's eyes, and spoke in short, practical sentences. The shared terror of the night before had bonded us, but the daylight made our history feel too close, a minefield we had to tiptoe around. We both knew what we had to do, however. We needed information, and normal channels had failed us. I started the search online at my kitchen table while she took a shower. I looked up everything I could think of: sleepwalking and premonitions, entity causing specific events, hauntings tied to a person. Most of it was garbage, scary stories, and fake psychic ads. But one phrase kept popping up in stranger, more obscure forms: thought form attachment. The idea was that strong negative emotions like rage, grief, or bitterness could, under the right conditions, create a kind of psychic parasite. This thing would then feed on those same emotions, growing stronger by creating situations that caused more of them. It sounded insane. It also sounded exactly like what was happening. My ex came out, dressed in her clothes from the day before, her hair damp. "Find anything?" she asked, hovering near the table. I showed her the screen, summarizing the concept of a thought form. She read over my shoulder, her expression unreadable. "So you're saying, we made this?" she finally said, her voice flat. "Our divorce. Our anger. Maybe not made," I said, trying to be careful, "but maybe gave it a way in. Amplified something that was already festering." She walked away, wrapping her arms around herself. "That's a horrible thing to think." "It is," I agreed, "but it gives us a place to start. These forums mention people who can help. Specialists. Not all of them are frauds." We spent the next few hours making calls. It was demoralizing. The first 3 people I spoke to sounded like carnival barkers, promising instant cleansing for $500. My ex had better luck. She found a woman, based in a city about an hour's drive away, who didn't advertise at all. She was referred through a chain of message boards, described only as a sensitive who worked with relational echoes. She had a waiting list, but when my ex described our situation in a voicemail, the specific apologies, the timestamps, the physical manifestations, the woman called back within 20 minutes. Her name was Elena, and her voice on the phone was calm, measured, and tired. She agreed to see us that afternoon. It felt like our first real break. While we prepared to go, my ex had another idea. "If it's using my sleep, maybe we can catch it in the act. Not just the aftermath." I was wary. "How? You setting up a camera?" "Exactly," she said. "If I'm going to be a puppet, I want to see the strings." She was too scared to go back to her own house, so we rigged up a makeshift system in my guest room. We used my laptop, setting it on the dresser, and starting a video call to her phone, which I would keep with me. That way, I could watch the live feed. She also set her phone to voice record all night. It was a strange, invasive intimacy, but we were past caring about privacy. We left for our appointment with Elena in the early afternoon. Her place was not what I expected. It wasn't a mystical shop full of crystals and incense. It was a small, tidy office in a professional building, next to a dentist and an insurance agent. Elena herself was a woman in her late 50s with kind eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor. She looked more like a friendly librarian than a psychic. We sat in her simple office, and we told her everything. Starting with the divorce party, the Ouija board, the words it spelled, the text messages, my work disaster, the dog in the bathtub, the figure my daughter saw, and finally, the previous night with the car and the gasoline. We showed her the log I kept, the screenshots of the text timestamps. She listened without interruption, her hands folded on her desk, her expression growing more and more grave. When we finished, the room felt still. She leaned back in her chair, letting out a long breath. "You didn't summon a ghost," she said, her words precise. "Not in the traditional sense. A ghost is a remnant of a person. This is different. You amplified what was already there. The rotten core of your relationship, the resentment, the betrayal, the unfinished fury. That night, with that board, you weren't talking to the dead. You were shouting into the wound. And something in the wound shouted back. You gave the rot a voice, and now it's using yours." Her explanation, so clear and clinical, was more frightening than any tale of demons. She was saying the monster was made from us. "What is it?" my ex asked, her voice small. "You can call it a thought form, an egregore, a psychic mold. The name doesn't matter. What matters is its food source. It feeds on the emotional energy between you two. The more toxic, the better. It's not trying to kill you. It's trying to keep the story going. The story of the bitter ex-husband and the vengeful ex-wife. It creates events that make you blame each other, fear each other, which creates more of the energy it eats. "So how do we kill it?" I asked, the word feeling too violent for the quiet office. "You don't kill mold by staring at it," Elena said. "You cut off its moisture. You stop feeding it. You have to break the narrative. You have to act in ways it cannot predict. ways that don't fit its story of two enemies. She gave us some basic advice. Stay in the same physical space as much as possible to dilute its focus. Try to practice genuine, even if difficult, forgiveness, and avoid any action that plays into the roles it has assigned us. It sounded impossibly hard, but she also gave us a specific ritual to try, a formal, mutual release of blame to be done at a neutral location, a place with no history for either of us. We left her office with a sliver of hope, but it was a fragile thing. The drive back was quiet, both of us processing the idea that we had, in some way, created our own haunting. When we got back to my place, it was early evening. We were exhausted, but there was a new determination between us. We had a theory and a plan, however flimsy. Then we remembered the video feed. My ex's phone had been recording the guest room all day. With a shared sense of dread, we sat at my kitchen table and opened the video file. The first few hours were boring. Just an empty, sunlit room. Then, around noon, the video showed my ex entering the room to grab a sweater she'd left there. Nothing strange. We fast-forwarded. Then, at 3:17 p.m., while we were sitting in Elena's office, the video showed the door to the guest room opening slowly. My ex, on the recording, walked into the room. But she walked differently. Her steps were slow, deliberate. She wasn't sleepwalking. Her eyes were open, but they had a vacant, distant look. She walked straight to the center of the room, then turned and sat down in the desk chair, facing the laptop camera directly. She just sat there, staring. Not at the room, but straight into the lens, as if she could see us watching her through time. A smile spread across her face. It was a smile I had never seen before. It wasn't happy or sad. It was knowing. Cold. Then, she began to speak. Her voice was her own, but the cadence was wrong. Too even, too calm. "You're looking for answers," the thing using her mouth said to the camera. "Good. It's more fun when the audience understands the play. You went to see the wise woman. She told you about the food. But she didn't tell you my name, did she?" On the screen, her head tilted. "You asked that first night. You asked the board who was answering. Your friends, the drunk ones, they asked again after you went to bed. They were brave. Or stupid. They asked for a name." She leaned closer to the camera, her face filling the screen. "It's Kayan," she said, spelling it out. "Kayan. Not family. Kinship. The tie that binds. And you are so very tightly bound." The recording showed her leaning back, that cold smile returning. "The wise woman is right about one thing. I do love your story, but she's wrong about the ending. There's only one ending I want. Only one finale that will be satisfying." Then the thing, Kayan, looked right into the lens, and for a terrifying second, I felt it was seeing me right there in my kitchen, not a recording at all. "I want her to see you break. I want her to watch you become the monster she already believes you are. And then, when it's perfect, when it's real, I'll take the little one, the final piece of the bond, my masterpiece." The recording showed my ex's body standing up, the smile fading, her eyes blinking back to their normal, confused haze. She looked around the room as if lost, then shuffled out, closing the door behind her. The video ended. We sat at my table, the screen dark. The air had been sucked from the room. We had our name, Kin, and we had its goal. It wasn't just feeding. It was directing a play with a specific, horrifying climax. My complete destruction witnessed by my ex, and then the taking of our daughter. The entity had just delivered its villain's monologue, and we had watched it on demand. My ex was crying silently, tears of shame and horror streaming down her face. "I don't remember any of that," she whispered. "I was making lunch. I felt a little dizzy. I sat down for a minute, that's all." I believed her. The recording was proof that Kayan didn't need sleep anymore. It could take her any time, for short moments, and leave no memory. It was getting stronger. We had gone looking for answers, and we had found them. We had a name. We had a motive. And we had a deadline. Kin had laid out its entire plan. The feeling of hope from Elena's office was gone, crushed under the weight of that cold, smiling performance. We knew what we were fighting now. We knew it was intelligent, cruel, and had a taste for drama. And we knew it considered our daughter the prize. The chessboard was laid out, and we had just seen our opponent's final move. We just had no idea how to stop a game that was rigged from the very start, played with pieces of our own shattered past. The video of Kayan speaking through my ex left us in a state of paralyzed horror for the rest of that day. We played it once more, just to be sure we heard it right, then deleted it from the laptop. Having that thing's smug face on my hard drive felt like an infection. Elena's advice about starving Kan now felt naive, like trying to put out a forest fire with a squirt gun. This wasn't just mold. It was a director, a playwright with a cruel sense of irony, and a very specific finale in mind. But Elena's other idea, the ritual of release, was all we had. A formal, spoken forgiveness at a neutral site. It felt like a Hail Mary pass in a game we were already losing by a mile. But we were desperate enough to try anything. We decided to do it at dawn the next day. We needed a place with zero history for either of us, so we picked a small public footbridge in a county park about 30 minutes away. It crossed a slow-moving creek, surrounded by woods. We'd never been there together. It felt neutral, quiet, and away from prying eyes. Neither of us slept that night. We stayed in the living room, with all the lights on, talking in low voices about everything except the task ahead. We talked about our daughter, about funny memories from when she was a baby, about anything that was pure and untainted by what came later. It was the longest conversation we'd had in years that wasn't about lawyers or schedules or this nightmare. It was almost nice, in a heartbreaking way. A few hours before sunrise, we got ready to go. The sky was just beginning to lighten from black to a deep, bruised blue when we pulled into the empty park lot. The air was cold and damp, smelling of wet leaves and pine. It was utterly still. No birds, no wind. We walked in silence along the gravel path that led to the bridge, our footsteps crunching loud in the quiet. The wooden bridge was old but sturdy, its railings painted a fading white. We stopped in the middle, leaning on opposite rails, looking down at the dark water below. This was it. The idea was to speak our piece, to formally forgive each other for the real, human hurts, to cut the emotional cords Kan was feeding on. We had practiced what we would say, but standing there in the cold, pre-dawn gloom, the words felt silly, impossible. How do you forgive someone for helping to create a psychic monster that wants to kidnap your child? But we had to try. I took a deep breath, my breath forming a cloud in the air. I forgive you, I started, the words feeling thick and clumsy. For the things said at the end. For the anger. For letting things get so bad that something like this could even find a home. She was looking at the water, her profile pale in the dim light. She nodded, swallowing hard. I forgive you too, she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. For the same. For the distance. For the silence when there should have been talking. For the part of me that wanted you to hurt, because that's what started all this. We had more to say, a whole script we'd planned, about releasing each other from blame and moving forward as allies for our daughter's sake. But before I could form the next sentence, we heard a sound that froze the words in my throat. Tires on gravel. Slow, deliberate. A car was pulling into the otherwise empty parking lot. We both turned to look back down the path. A police cruiser, its headlights off, rolled to a stop next to our cars. The driver's door opened, and an officer got out. He was a big man, his uniform seeming too crisp for this hour. He didn't approach us right away. He stood by his car, looking at ours. Then he started walking slowly down the path toward the bridge. My ex and I exchanged a glance. This couldn't be a coincidence. Ken knew. It had to. The officer reached the foot of the bridge. He stopped there, one hand resting casually on his belt near his holster. His face was neutral, professional. Morning, he called out, his voice echoing slightly in the still air. Mike Tanner? That was me. Yes, officer? I said, my heart starting a slow, heavy thud in my chest. He looked from me to my ex, then back to me. Sir, I need you to ask your friend to step away for a moment. I need to speak with you. My ex looked at me, her eyes wide with a fresh, familiar terror. I gave a tiny, helpless shrug. She slowly walked off the bridge, stopping on the path a good 20 feet away, hugging herself against the cold. The officer walked onto the bridge, his boots thumping on the old wood. He stopped a few feet from me. He didn't look angry. He looked serious. Sir, where were you last night between the hours of 11 p.m. and 1 a.m.? I blinked. I was at home. All night. My friend here was with me. We were both there. He nodded slowly, as if he expected that answer. Can anyone else verify that? Neighbors see your cars? Any deliveries? No, I said, confusion mixing with the dread. It was a quiet night. We didn't go out. Why? What's this about? He studied my face for a long moment. There was a fire last night, sir. A structure fire. A detached garage on Oak Lane, about 2 miles from your residential address. It was reported at 12:17 a.m. Oak Lane. I knew that street. It was in my neighborhood. My mind was racing, trying to see the trap. That's terrible, but I don't see what it has to do with me." The officer's expression didn't change. A witness came forward. They were out walking their dog late. They reported seeing a silver sedan, matching the make and model of the vehicle registered to you, ma'am, he said, glancing toward my ex. Parked near that address around 11:45. They noted the driver was acting furtive. When they saw the news about the fire this morning, they called it in. We also recovered a partial license plate from some security footage in the area. It matches your vehicle. The world seemed to tilt. The gas can. The apology for the fire. Ken wasn't just going to make her set a fire at my house. It was going to frame her for one somewhere else. And it had used the time we were planning our countermove to do it. The ritual, the attempt to break the bond, had given it the perfect opportunity and the perfect alibi for us being together, which now looked like collusion. "Officer, that's impossible," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We were together. All night. We have proof. We were recording." I stopped. I couldn't explain the video feed without sounding insane. "Recording what, sir?" he asked, his eyebrow lifting slightly. "Nothing. I mean, we were just at home. Talking. You can check our phones, the location data. They'll show we never left." "Phone data can be left behind," he said, his tone implying he'd heard every excuse in the book. The witness was certain about the car. "And we have an active fire, started with an accelerant. We'd like you both to come down to the station to give formal statements. And sir," he looked at me with a gaze that was suddenly much harder, "we'd like your permission to search your property. Specifically any outbuildings like a shed." The shed, where I had locked up the red gas can. A cold sweat broke out on the back of my neck. If they found that, with her car identified near the scene, it was over. It was a perfect frame. Kin had written a new scene, and the police were now characters in its play. "Do you have a warrant?" I asked, the words automatic, learned from TV. "We can get one," he said evenly. "Based on the witness statement and the partial plate, it won't be a problem. It's easier if you consent." I looked past him to my ex. She was crying silently, shaking her head. She knew about the gas can in my shed. We both knew what this meant. If I said no, it looked guilty, and they'd come back with a warrant anyway. If I said yes, they'd find the evidence KIN had planted for them. We were checkmated. "I want to call a lawyer," I said, my voice sounding hollow. The officer nodded, as if this was the most predictable thing in the world. "That's your right. You can do that at the station. For now, I need you both to come with me. You're not under arrest at this time, but you are persons of interest. Please don't make this difficult." There was nothing to do. We walked back up the path, a cop following each of us, it felt like. We were placed in the back of separate squad cars. As my officer closed the door, I looked out the window at my ex being led to the other car. Our eyes met for a second across the parking lot. All the fragile understanding we'd built, the shaky alliance, crumbled under the weight of this new reality. The law didn't care about thought forms or psychic parasites. It cared about witness statements and physical evidence. And KIN had just provided both. As the car pulled away, taking me to a place where logic and evidence ruled, I realized this was its masterpiece. It had moved the game from the shadows of our private horror into the bright, unforgiving light of the real world. Our attempt to break the story had only given it a better plot twist. We were no longer just battling a monster. We were battling the justice system, and the monster was holding all the evidence. The bridge, the forgiveness, the hope of dawn. It all felt like a distant dream, a silly fantasy. The real story was just beginning, and we had been cast as the villains. The police station was a blur of harsh fluorescent lights, stale coffee smell, and low, serious voices. They put us in separate interview rooms, small spaces with scuffed tables and walls that seemed to absorb sound. My mind was racing, trying to find a foothold in this new legal nightmare. A detective came in, a man with a tired face and sharp eyes. He went through the routine, my rights, the witness statement about the silver car, the fire. I told my story, the same one I told the officer. We were home all night. I gave him my ex's name to confirm. I didn't mention the gas can. I asked for a lawyer. Everything slowed to a crawl after that. I sat in that room for what felt like hours, my thoughts spiraling. They would get a warrant for my shed. They would find the can. How could I explain it? That I took it from my sleepwalking ex to prevent a fire she was being compelled to start? It sounded like the plot of a bad movie, or a desperate lie from a guilty man. My lawyer, a brisk woman named Carla who specialized in criminal defense, arrived eventually. I told her everything. The whole, unbelievable story. She listened without interrupting, her face a professional mask. When I finished, she let out a long, slow breath. "Okay," she said. "We do not mention any of that. Not to the police, not to a judge, not to anyone. You sound insane, and insane people go to prison. We stick to the facts we can prove. You were home. She was home with you. You have no knowledge of any fire. You have never seen a gas can. You have no idea why a witness would place her car there. It must be a case of mistaken identity. But they'll find the can in my shed," I said, my voice tight. "Then we have a problem," she said bluntly. "But we don't admit to putting it there. We say we have no idea how it got there. Maybe someone is framing you. We'll need an alternative theory. But for now, we say nothing." It was agony. Following her advice felt like surrendering to Kin's narrative, but I was out of my depth. The detective came back in with my lawyer present. He informed us they had obtained a warrant for my property. My heart sank. He left again. More waiting. During this time, Carla managed to get an update. My ex had been questioned separately. She had also asked for a lawyer and was sticking to the same story. They had not arrested either of us yet, but they were holding us. The break, when it came, was from an unexpected direction. Carla's phone buzzed. She read a text, her eyebrows lifting slightly. "They're pulling security footage," she said. "From a hotel." "A hotel?" I asked, confused. "Your ex," Carla explained. "Her lawyer is smart. She told them that your ex has been experiencing severe stress and sleep issues. So much so that she checked into a hotel 2 nights ago to try to get some rest, away from her own home. She gave them the hotel name and the time she checked in. The police are pulling the lobby and hallway footage to verify her presence there last night." A flicker of hope, thin and desperate, sparked in my chest. She had checked into a hotel after the gasoline incident, too scared to be alone. I hadn't even thought about that alibi. But if the footage showed her in the hotel lobby or hallway during the time of the fire, it would be a physical, digital alibi that contradicted the witness who saw her car. It took another hour. The detective returned, his expression unreadable. He looked at me, then at Carla. "The security footage from the sunrise and shows your client," he said, nodding at me, "entering the lobby with the female at 9:47 p.m. last night. It shows them taking the elevator. Hallway camera shows them entering room 214 at 9:52 p.m. The next time the hallway camera picks them up is at 7:08 a.m. This morning, when they left together." He paused, his jaw working. "The fire was reported at 12:17 a.m. The witness placed the car at 11:45 p.m. He looked at me. "You're saying you were both in that hotel room from before 10 until after 7 this morning?" "Yes," I said, the word feeling like a stone dropping. "The entire night." The detective sighed, rubbing his forehead. "The witness was certain, but digital footage doesn't lie. We'll have to re-interview the witness, check the plate again. There could be a similar vehicle." He looked at Carla. "You're both free to go for now, but don't leave town. This is still an open investigation, and we will be executing that warrant on your shed, Mr. Tanner. Today." They let us go. We walked out of the police station into the late morning sun, squinting like prisoners released after years inside. My ex looked hollowed out, her face drawn. We didn't speak until we were in my car, driving back to my house, a squad car predictably following us to oversee the shed search. "The hotel," I finally said. "I forgot you were even staying there." "I almost forgot too," she said, her voice monotone. "I was so focused on the bridge, on the ritual. But my lawyer asked about my whereabouts for the last 72 hours. It just came out. We got home. The police were already there, waiting with the warrant. They went straight to my backyard. My ex and I stood in the kitchen, watching through the window as an officer in gloves opened my shed door. We saw him look inside. He paused. He called another officer over. They both looked. Then they began a thorough search, moving my lawnmower, my tools, boxes of old junk. They were in there for 20 minutes. Finally, they came out, dusting off their hands. They walked over to the lead detective, who had stayed by his car. We saw the officer shake his head. The detective's shoulders slumped slightly. He walked to the back door and knocked. I opened it. "Mr. Tanner," he said. "We searched the shed. We found no gas can, no containers of any accelerant." I stared at him, unable to hide my shock. You didn't?" "No, sir. We did not." He studied my face, seeing my genuine surprise. "Are you sure that's the correct shed? You don't have another storage unit?" "No," I managed to say. "That's it." He nodded slowly, clearly frustrated. The witness was shaky, the alibi was solid, and now the physical evidence they expected wasn't there. The case was falling apart. "We'll be in touch," he said, and left with his team. We watched them drive away. When the last car was gone, I turned to my ex. "The can is gone." "Can took it," she whispered. "It planted it to set the scene, then removed it when the scene was over. It only needed the witness. The can was just a prop." The truth of it hit me. Kin was meticulous. It wasn't just a force of chaos. It was a storyteller who cleaned up after itself, leaving only the clues it wanted found. It had given the police a compelling story with a witness, but had carefully removed the evidence that would have made it airtight, perhaps because a perfect frame would have ended the game too quickly. It wanted us in the system, under suspicion, living in fear, not locked away where its food supply would be cut off. The rest of the day passed in a numb haze. The legal threat had receded, but the victory felt empty. We were still chained to this thing. That evening, my ex, too scared to go to the hotel or her own house, settled back into my guest room. I noticed something different about her. The constant, jumpy anxiety was gone. She moved slowly, calmly, but her eyes were empty. "It stopped," she said as we made a quiet dinner. "The sleepwalking, the blackouts, the urge to write notes. It's just gone. Since they took me to the station, since I became a suspect." She looked at me, her gaze unsettlingly direct. "It's happy, Mike. It got what it wanted. You look at me now, and you see a potential criminal. The police see a person of interest. I'm the villain in your story. The monster. It's resting. It's satisfied with this chapter." Her words made a terrible sense. Kin's goal, as it said on the video, was for her to see me as a monster. But the reverse was also true. The perfect narrative had us as toxic, destructive forces in each other's lives. Now, the legal system had validated that story. The entity had woven its fiction into the fabric of reality. It could take a break. The thought was more frightening than any midnight episode. A restless enemy you can track. A satisfied one is planning its next move in the quiet. The next day, she decided she had to go back to her place to get more clothes, to check on her dog, to try to reclaim some piece of her life. I offered to go with her, but she refused. "It's resting," she said again, as if trying to convince herself. "It'll be okay." I let her go, a knot of worry in my stomach. An hour after she left, I realized she'd forgotten her phone charger. Knowing she'd need it, I drove to her house. Her car was in the driveway. The front door was unlocked. I let myself in, calling her name. No answer. The house had that still, empty feel. I found her charger in the guest room where she'd been staying. As I turned to leave, I noticed the television in the living room was on. Not to a channel, but to that buzzing, flickering gray and black screen of pure static. It was loud in the quiet house. I walked over to grab the remote off the coffee table to turn it off. As my fingers closed around the remote, the static on the screen changed. It didn't go to a channel. Instead, the rolling gray bars seemed to coalesce, to pull together, forming a blurry, shaky image. It was like looking through a smoky, distorted lens. But I recognized what I was seeing. It was a room with pale yellow walls, a white crib, a mobile of little stars and moons turning slowly in a non-existent breeze. It was a live feed from the nanny cam in my daughter's bedroom at my ex's parents' house, where she was staying for the week. My blood froze solid in my veins. I could see the edge of the crib, the pattern on the rug. The view was from the corner of the room, high up, just like the camera was placed. The image was live. I could see the mobile turning. Then, the bedroom door in the video opened. My ex's mother walked in. She bent over the crib, out of view for a second, then straightened up, holding my sleeping daughter, adjusting her blanket. She kissed her forehead, laid her back down, and tiptoed out, closing the door softly. The screen remained focused on the quiet, sleeping child in her crib. The message was clear, and it was not one of rest. Kim was not satisfied. It had just been setting the stage for the next act. It was showing me it had access. Not just to our minds or to our homes, but to the most sacred, private space in our lives. It could watch our daughter anytime it wanted. The performance was no longer just for us. It was preparing for its finale, and it wanted me to know that the star of the show was already on set, sleeping innocently under its gaze. The static suddenly snapped back, filling the screen with its mindless roar. I stood there in the quiet living room, the remote limp in my hand, the buzzing filling my head. The legal danger had passed. The immediate threats had paused. But in that moment, I understood we were not even close to safe. We had been given a brief intermission, and the director was backstage, showing me the set for the final scene. The house was quiet, but the noise of that static and the perfect, horrible image it had held echoed in my mind, a promise of horrors yet to come. Seeing my daughter's room on that static-filled television screen broke something inside me. It wasn't fear anymore. It was a cold, clear rage. Kin had crossed the final line. It had moved our little girl from a vague threat in a note to a real-time image on a screen, a sleeping pawn in its game. I didn't just want to survive this thing anymore. I wanted to destroy it. I drove back to my place, my hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles ached. The fragile, scared alliance with my ex wasn't enough. We needed a weapon. I called Elena, the woman from the office. I told her about the video, about Kin's message on the laptop, about the police and the vanished gas can. She listened, and for the first time, I heard real urgency in her calm voice. "It's asserting dominance," she said, "showing you it as ultimate access. It's also revealing a weakness. It's obsessed with narrative, with being the author. It can't resist a dramatic reveal. That's a flaw. You have to stop fighting it on its terms, trying to outsmart each event. You have to break the story itself." "How?" I asked, desperate. "The story it wants is simple. The two of you as enemies, your love for your daughter as the thing it corrupts and ultimately takes. To break that, you have to do something that makes no sense in that story. You have to act in unison, not as scared allies, but as a united front. You have to perform an act of genuine, undeniable connection that its toxic energy cannot digest. It feeds on your broken bond. You have to show it a bond it cannot comprehend." She suggested we formalize it, not as a hidden understanding, but as a deliberate, spoken ritual in the heart of a place that symbolized our old life, to reclaim it. It was risky. It would be a direct challenge. But we were out of safe options. I called my ex and told her to come back to my place now. She heard the tone in my voice and didn't argue. When she arrived, I told her about the television, about Elena's advice. She looked more tired than scared now, a soldier who has seen too much of the front lines. "So we do another ritual?" she asked, skepticism warring with hope. "Not a ritual to send it away," I said. "A ritual to change us, to stand together in the one place it thinks belongs only to bitterness." We decided on the backyard of our old house, the one we had bought together, the one she had kept in the divorce. It was the physical source of so much of our shared history, good and bad. It was Kin's natural habitat. Going there together, on purpose, felt like walking into a lion's den. But that was the point. The next evening, as the sun began to set, we stood in that backyard. It felt strange and familiar all at once. The rose bush I had planted was still there, overgrown. The patio stones we'd laid together were cracked. The energy of the place wasn't welcoming. It felt watchful, waiting. We followed Elena's instructions. We stood facing each other. We held hands, a contact that was both awkward and electric after so long. We didn't speak forgiveness this time. Instead, we made promises. Out loud. "I promise to stand with you against this," I said, my voice firm. "Not as your ex, but as Lily's father. My anger at you is gone. There is only the threat. We are on the same side." She squeezed my hands, her eyes glistening. "I promise the same. No more blame. No more past. There is only now, and protecting our daughter. We are one front." It felt melodramatic, standing there in the fading light, but as we spoke the words, a shift happened. It wasn't magic. It was a decision, made real by speaking it into the air of this charged place. The watchful feeling didn't leave, but it changed, becoming more focused, more attentive. We had just rewritten our roles in its play from adversaries to partners. We finished. Nothing dramatic happened. No wind, no sounds. We just stood there, holding hands in the quiet backyard. It felt both powerful and foolish. We went back to my apartment, the new agreement hanging between us, a fragile shield. For 2 days, nothing happened. No texts, no episodes, no strange sights. The peace was deeper than before, more unsettling. It felt less like Kian was resting, and more like it was thinking. On the third morning, my ex was staying in my guest room again. I was making coffee when I heard a knock on the front door. Not the doorbell, but a slow, deliberate knock. I looked through the peephole. It was her, but she hadn't gone out. I could hear the shower running down the hall. I opened the door slowly. She stood there, but she was different. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with a terror that was completely awake and present. She wasn't sleepwalking. She was shaking. In her hand, she held a single sheet of printer paper, crumpled at the edges. "It came to me while I was awake," she whispered, thrusting the paper toward me. I was making tea. I blinked, and this was on the kitchen counter. I didn't print it. It was just there. I took the paper. The text was in a plain, standard font. It was another apology, but the worst one yet. It read, "I'm so sorry for what happens at the custody hearing. I know it will be the final break. I am so sorry for taking her away from you forever." The bottom dropped out of my world. The custody hearing. It was scheduled for next week. The final legal battle over our daughter. The last bitter piece of business from our divorce. It was the perfect setting for Kin's finale. A public, official scene where our hostility would be on full display, ending with one of us losing our child, perfectly mirroring its goal to take the little one. It had written the ending it wanted, and it had delivered the script to us in broad daylight, confident we were powerless. My ex was watching my face, her own terror mirrored there. "It's not resting," she breathed. "It's just been writing the last act." I looked from the paper to her terrified eyes, to the open door behind her leading into my apartment. I thought about Elena's words. You have to do something that makes no sense in its story. The story demanded we go to that hearing. It demanded we fight, that we play our parts as enemies in a courtroom, giving it all the bitter energy it craved, culminating in a judge's gavel that would tear our family apart, fulfilling the apology's prophecy. The story did not demand what I did next. I didn't say a word. I reached out, not for the paper, but for her hand, the one that wasn't holding the door frame. I took it. It was cold. I pulled her, gently but firmly, across the threshold into my apartment. She stumbled forward, surprised. I closed the front door behind her, turning the deadbolt with a solid, final click. The sound echoed in the hallway. We stood there, just inside the door, in the dim entryway. She stared at me, confused, the paper still clutched in her other hand. "Then we don't go," I said, my voice low and steady. "We write our own ending." The words hung in the air. "We don't go." It was the ultimate refusal. It was tearing up the script. No courtroom drama. No final legal battle. No satisfying, tragic climax for KIN to feed on. We would not perform its finale. Her eyes searched mine, looking for doubt, for a trick. She saw only resolve. Slowly, the terror in her face began to recede, not replaced by peace, but by a steely determination that matched my own. She looked down at the awful paper in her hand, then back at me. She nodded once. A sharp, decisive motion. She crumpled the paper into a tight ball and dropped it on the floor. It was a small act, but it felt huge. We were both inside now. The door was closed and locked. The outside world, with its court dates and legal expectations and lurking, narrative-hungry entity, was on the other side. We had just canceled the show. For a long moment, we just stood there in the quiet of my entryway, listening to the hum of the refrigerator, the faint sound of traffic outside. The weight of what we had done settled over us. We had not solved anything. We had not destroyed KIN. We had no plan for tomorrow, or for the legal repercussions of missing a court date. But we had done the one thing it could not have predicted. We had chosen unity over conflict, sanctuary over battle. We had left the stage. The immediate crisis was paused. The terrifying prophecy of the note was, for now, defanged by our simple refusal to participate. We were together, behind a locked door, with our daughter safe elsewhere. It felt, for the first time since the party, like a moment of real, if precarious, safety. But as I looked at the crumpled ball of paper on my floor, the words invisible but seared into my mind, I knew this wasn't over. Kin was an author whose masterpiece we had just ruined. It had invested everything in this story. It wouldn't just fade away. It would need a new ending, a more shocking one. And now, for the first time, it would have to write that ending without our cooperation, without the script we were supposed to follow. The last page was torn up. We were off book. The question that hung in the quiet air between us was not one of fear, but of grim anticipation. What does a hungry, thwarted story do when its final act is stolen? We were both behind the same door now, waiting in the well-lit calm, knowing that whatever came next would be something none of us, not me, not her, and not the thing called KIN, had ever seen before. Story number 5. My name is Leo, and it all started with a week of rain, and a dumb game we never should have played. The sky had been this solid gray blanket since we all arrived at the lake house, a big old creaky place my uncle owned. And after days of being stuck inside with all the cousins and aunts and uncles, everyone was getting on everyone else's nerves. We'd played every card game, watched every movie they had, and the constant drumming of water on the roof was making us all a little crazy. It was my cousin, the one who always has to be the center of attention, who found it in a hall closet while looking for extra blankets. She came back into the living room holding this old cardboard box covered in dust, a big grin on her face. "Look what I found," she said, and she pulled out this wooden board with the alphabet painted on it in spooky letters, a sun and moon in the corners, and a little heart-shaped piece of plastic with a clear window in the middle. "A Ouija board," she announced, like she'd discovered treasure. Everyone sort of groaned. My dad rolled his eyes and went back to his book. My practical aunt said it was a waste of time and just a toy. But you could see the interest flicker in the younger cousin's eyes, and even some of the adults looked like they needed a distraction, anything to break the monotony of the rain. "Oh, come on," my cousin pleaded, setting it down on the big coffee table. "It'll be fun, just for laughs. We all know it's not real." That was enough to get everyone to shuffle over. We pulled up chairs and couches, forming a loose circle. There were about 8 of us with our fingers on that little plastic pointer, which they call a planchette. At first, it was exactly what you'd expect. We were all pushing it, giggling, asking stupid questions like, "Is there a cute ghost here?" and spelling out silly answers ourselves. We were bored kids and bored adults messing around. But then something changed. Maybe we just got tired of the joke, or maybe the room got a little quieter. The fire in the fireplace crackled, and the wind picked up outside. My jokester cousin, her smile fading just a bit, asked in a more serious tone, "Okay, seriously, is anyone here with us?" For a minute, nothing. Then I felt it, a tiny movement under my fingertips. Not a shake or a jerk, but a slow, deliberate slide. I looked at the others. Their eyes were wide, their fingers light. No one was laughing now. The planchette moved to the letter J. Then it slid, smooth as ice, to O. Then to E. J-O-E. It stopped. The room got so still I could hear the clock ticking in the kitchen. Joe, my great-grandfather, my dad's dad. His stern portrait in a World War II uniform hung right there in the hallway. The family legend. He'd come back from the war a quiet man, built this lake house with his own hands, and was the bedrock of our whole family's story. A strange feeling washed over me. Part of me was thrilled. We were talking to family, but a bigger part felt cold. The way the pointer moved hadn't felt like any of us were doing it. It had a weight, a purpose of its own. My uncle, Joe's actual grandson, let out a shaky breath. "Well, I'll be," he whispered. Emboldened, my cousin leaned forward. "Grandpa Joe, is that you?" The planchette didn't move to yes or a no. It just sat there on the E. Then, after a tense few seconds, it started moving again. It went to K, then E, then L, then L, then Y. Kelly. We all looked at each other. Who was Kelly? No one in our family was named Kelly. My uncle frowned, his forehead wrinkling. "I don't know any Kelly," he muttered. My cousin, not knowing what else to do, asked another question. "Grandpa Joe, what was the war like?" That's when things went wrong. The pointer took off, fast and sure. It spelled out a word that made my blood run cold. It spelled S-A-L-E-N-C. Then it didn't stop. It kept going. T-H-E-Y. Then K-N-E-W. They knew. A bolt of pure electricity seemed to go through the circle. My aunt snatched her hands back like she'd been burned. "Okay, that's enough," she said, her voice too loud. "Game over. Right now." The mood in the room shattered like glass. Everyone pulled their hands away, talking over each other. "It was just someone pushing," my dad said, but he didn't sound convinced. "Creepy," one of my younger cousins said, half scared, half delighted. My uncle just stared at the board, his face pale and blank, like he was seeing something miles away. My practical aunt snatched up the board and the planchette, shoved them back in the box, and marched it right back to the hall closet. "Enough of that nonsense," she declared. We all tried to move on. We made hot chocolate, turned the TV on to some loud game show, tried to laugh about it, but the words hung in the air. Kelly. Silence. They knew. They buzzed in my head, drowning out the TV. Who knew? Knew what? And why did it feel like that message wasn't for all of us, but for my uncle, who sat quietly in his armchair, not watching the TV, just staring at his own hands? The party broke up not long after. People went off to read or take naps, the excitement of the day draining away into the damp afternoon. I couldn't settle. I found myself standing in the hallway, looking up at the portrait of great-grandpa Joe. I'd seen it 1,000 times. The stern eyes, the stiff uniform, the pride of a man who served. But for the first time, I really looked at his eyes. They weren't just stern. They were haunted. There was a story in them he never told. Maybe the board game was just a trick of our minds, a group fantasy. But what if it wasn't? What if we'd poked at something we didn't understand, something tied to this house, to that man in the picture? The rain finally slowed to a drizzle as evening fell. We had a subdued dinner, everyone avoiding the topic of the afternoon. My uncle seemed back to normal, joking a little, but he looked tired. We all went to bed early, exhausted by the strange energy of the day. I fell into a fitful sleep, my dreams full of sliding letters and silent, watching portraits. A sharp sound jolted me awake. It was the deep, groaning creak of the old back door opening. My heart hammered against my ribs. Everyone was supposed to be in bed. I slipped out of my room and crept to the top of the stairs that overlooked the back living room and the door to the porch. The moon was out from behind the clouds, casting silvery light through the big windows. And there he was, my uncle. He was standing just outside the open back door, on the wet deck, in nothing but his pajamas. He wasn't moving. He was perfectly still, facing out toward the black line of the woods beyond the lawn. His posture was ramrod straight, not like his usual relaxed slouch. And his head was tilted, just slightly, like a soldier listening for something in the distance. He wasn't sleepwalking in the usual, shuffling way. He was on patrol. I didn't call out. I didn't move a muscle. I just watched, a chill that had nothing to do with the night air seeping into my bones. After a few minutes that felt like hours, he turned, walked calmly back inside, locked the door, and padded back to his bedroom, as if he'd just gotten a glass of water. He never looked up and saw me. I stood there in the dark for a long time, listening to the old house settle, the question from the board now screaming in my head. What did they know? And what, or who, was my uncle listening for in the middle of the night? The incident felt closed, a weird family moment we wouldn't repeat, but as I finally went back to bed, I knew with absolute certainty that whatever we started with that silly board game, it wasn't over. The next morning, everything seemed normal, or at least everyone was trying very hard to pretend it was. Sunlight streamed through the windows, baking away the dampness of the past week, and the mood was light, almost forced. My uncle came down for breakfast late, moving a bit stiffly. He rubbed his thighs as he sat down at the table with a groan. I must have been running drills in my sleep, he joked, reaching for the coffee pot. My legs are killing me. My aunt, his wife, chuckled and pushed the pancakes his way, but I saw the look that passed between her and my dad, a quick, worried glance that was there and gone in a flash. I exchanged my own look with my cousin who had found the board game. Her eyes were wide with a knowing fear. He didn't remember. He had no idea he'd been standing out in the cold in his pajamas, staring into the woods like a sentry. We ate our breakfast, the clatter of forks on plates too loud in the quiet kitchen. No one mentioned the board game. No one mentioned the words spelled out. It was like we'd all made an unspoken agreement to forget it ever happened. But the memory of him standing out there, so still and alert, was burned into my mind. Later that day, I was outside helping rake up some of the soggy leaves from the storms. My uncle was puttering around the yard, checking on things. He walked over near the big old oak tree at the back of the property, the one that must have been 100 years old. He stopped, scratching his head, and stared at the ground. "Weird," he called out to me. "Looks like an animal was digging here or something." I walked over, rake in hand. It wasn't an animal. The ground beneath the tree was soft, a patch of bare earth. And in that earth were clear, deep impressions. They weren't footprints. They were the distinct marks of someone's knees, and in front of them, 2 deep, dug-in holes, as if someone had been kneeling there for a long, long time, with their toes pressed hard into the soil. The positions were precise, intentional. They looked less like someone digging, and more like someone crouching, like in a foxhole. A cold feeling, separate from the autumn air, settled in my stomach. I didn't say anything. I just mumbled, "Yeah, weird," and went back to raking, but my heart was pounding. That night, the family was on edge without saying why. We played a normal game of cards after dinner, but the laughter was tense. My uncle went to bed first, complaining he was still sore and tired. My aunt followed not long after. Once their bedroom door was shut, the rest of us gathered in the living room, speaking in hushed tones. "Did you see the marks?" my dad asked me. I nodded. My practical aunt, the one who had put the board game away, was wringing her hands. "It's stress," she said, but her voice wasn't confident. "He's been worried about work. It's manifesting in strange ways." My cousin, though, was having none of it. "It's the board game. We contacted something in it. It's hanging around him." A quiet argument started about what to do. Call a doctor? Talk to him? My dad, ever the peacekeeper, suggested we just watch. Maybe it was a one-time thing. Let's not make him feel like a science project. But maybe someone should just stay up tonight, just in case. So we set a watch. My dad took the first shift, sitting in the dark living room with a book and a small flashlight. I was too keyed up to sleep, so I stayed with him, pretending to read on the couch. The house was so quiet. Every little creak was like a thunderclap. Hours crawled by. Nothing. Just as my eyes were getting heavy, around 2 in the morning, we heard it. The soft, unmistakable sound of a bedroom door opening down the hall. Then quiet footsteps. My dad nudged me, and we both peered over the back of the couch toward the hallway. My uncle walked into the living room. He was in his pajamas again, his eyes wide open but utterly blank, like windows with no one home inside. He didn't look at us. He walked right past our hiding spot, through the living room, and unlocked the back door. He didn't just walk out. He moved with a purpose, going straight to the same lawn chair he'd stood behind the night before. But this time, he didn't just stand. He dropped into a low crouch behind it, his back perfectly straight. His hands came up empty, but they held a shape, one in front of the other, his right index finger extended along an invisible line. He was holding a pretend rifle. He was aiming it. He was scanning the tree line, his head moving in slow, practiced sweeps. My dad had his hand clamped over his own mouth, his eyes horrified. I fumbled for my phone in my pocket, my fingers shaking so bad I almost dropped it. I managed to open the voice memo app and hit record, setting it on the couch cushion aimed toward the open door. And then my uncle began to whisper. It was low, urgent, a stream of words that made no sense to me. A string of numbers and letters. Bravo 79er, Alpha 2. Coordinates. It sounded like map coordinates. And then, clear as day, he whispered a word in a language that wasn't English. It sounded like Saint something. It was French. I knew it was French. My uncle sold insurance. He'd never been to France. He didn't speak French. He whispered the phrase once, twice, and then his scanning stopped. He fixed his gaze on one spot in the woods, his pretend rifle steady. He held that position for a full minute, not moving a muscle, not even seeming to breathe. Then, as suddenly as he'd started, he relaxed. He stood up, brushed off his knees as if they were actually dirty, turned, and walked back inside, locking the door behind him. He padded back down the hall, and his bedroom door clicked shut. My dad and I sat in the dark for a full 5 minutes, not speaking, just listening to the blood roar in our ears. Finally, I reached for my phone and stopped the recording. We played it back, huddling together with the volume low. There was his whisper, creepy and clear. And then, as we listened, we heard something else. Underneath his voice, on the recording, was another sound. A faint, ghostly layer of other whispers, frantic and overlapping, speaking in what sure sounded like French. It was there and then gone, like a distant radio signal breaking through. We listened to it 3 times, each time feeling colder. My dad finally shook his head. Don't tell your aunt. Not yet. The next morning, the division in the family was clear. At breakfast, my uncle was cheerful again, whistling as he made more coffee. My aunt, who had been practical, was now firmly in the "this is a medical problem" camp. We need to make a doctor's appointment as soon as we get home, she said firmly. My cousin and I were in the "this is something else" camp. My dad was stuck in the middle, looking troubled. I pulled out my phone when no one was looking and typed the French-sounding name my uncle had whispered into a search engine. My hands were still a little shaky. The results popped up. It was a real place, a tiny village in Normandy, France, the site of a major battle in World War II. I showed the screen to my dad under the table. His face went a shade paler. He showed it to my practical aunt. Her argument about stress faltered. How could stress make him know the name of a French village he'd never heard of? My uncle noticed our quiet conference. "What's everyone looking so serious about?" he asked, smiling. We all froze. My dad cleared his throat. "Nothing. Just trip planning." It was a weak excuse, but my uncle just nodded and went back to his newspaper. He was completely unaware. The waking him and the sleeping him were 2 different people, and the waking him wanted nothing to do with any of this. He was embarrassed by our concern, even a little angry. "I'm fine," he insisted later when my aunt tried to gently bring up seeing a doctor. "You're all letting your imaginations run wild because of that stupid board game. It's a bunch of nonsense." His denial was a wall. We couldn't help him if he refused to admit anything was wrong. That night, we didn't even need to set a formal watch. We were all awake, listening. The house felt like it was holding its breath. When his door opened again, we were all there in the shadows, me, my dad, my aunt, my cousin. He walked through us as if we were furniture, out the back door. But he didn't go to the lawn chair. He walked past it, into the garden, to a soft patch of tilled earth where my aunt had planned to plant bulbs. And there, under the moon, he sank to his knees. He began to move his hands, not in a shooting motion, but in a digging motion. He mimed scooping up handfuls of dirt, over and over, throwing the imaginary soil to the side. It was a sad, relentless, heartbreaking motion. And as he dug his phantom hole, his face, so blank before, began to change. His mouth twisted. His eyes squeezed shut. And then in the still night, we saw tears, real tears, cut clean tracks through the faint shadow of stubble on his cheeks. He was crying silently as he dug, his shoulders shaking with the effort of his invisible, terrible work. We didn't stop him that night. We just watched, helpless, as our family man knelt in the dirt, weeping for a reason none of us understood, digging a hole for something he couldn't see, in a war he never fought. When he finally stopped, wiped his face with the back of his hand, and went back inside, we all slowly let out the breaths we'd been holding. The immediate mystery of the sleepwalking had an answer, but it was a terrifying one. He was reliving something. Something about digging. Something about France. Something that brought a grown man to tears in his sleep. As we all silently agreed to go to bed, the question wasn't what was happening anymore. The question, hanging in the air more urgent than ever, was why? And what was he, or the thing using him, trying so desperately to uncover? The day after the digging in the garden, the house felt like a hospital waiting room. We all moved carefully, talking in low voices, stealing glances at my uncle who sat at the kitchen table, staring at a cup of coffee he wasn't drinking. He looked exhausted, deep purple smudges under his eyes, and his hands, resting on the table, kept flexing and curling as if they were sore. He finally looked up at his wife and said, his voice raw, "Why is it always dirt? My hands won't come clean." He held them out, palms up. They were perfectly clean, but he stared at them like they were caked with mud. That was the moment the last bit of skepticism in the house died. This wasn't sleepwalking. This was an invasion. The episodes weren't just walks anymore. They were performances, and each one was more horrible than the last. That next night, he didn't go outside. He stood in the middle of the living room. His body became a tense, twitching puppet. He would lunge forward, arms out as if pushing someone away, his face a mask of anger. Then he'd freeze, and his expression would crumple into desperate sadness, pulling his arms back as if hugging the air, rocking back and forth. Then, sharp and clear, he'd bring a finger to his lips in a fierce shush motion. The most terrifying part came next. He'd draw the same finger slowly, deliberately, across his own throat. Then the cycle would start again. Push, pull, shush, cut. Over and over. It was a silent, frantic argument with a ghost. We watched, huddled together on the stairs, too scared to interrupt. It felt like stopping him would be like cutting a wire on a bomb. We were no longer a family on vacation. We were a research team studying a haunting, and the subject was someone we loved. While the others argued about next steps, a neurologist, a psychiatrist, a priest, I felt a desperate need to understand. If this was about my great-grandfather, then I needed to know who he really was. The family stories were all about heroism and quiet strength. But the thing using my uncle wasn't acting heroic. It was acting guilty. Terrified, I waited until everyone was distracted and took my laptop to a corner of the house where the Wi-Fi was strongest. I started searching. It was hard. My great-grandfather was a common name, and his army records weren't just online. But I knew his unit from the old stories. I typed in the unit designation and World War II in Normandy. Page after page of dry military history, lists of battles. Then I found a roster, a list of men in that unit. My finger traced down the screen, and there it was, his name, and a few lines below another name. First Lieutenant Kelly, killed in action, August 1944, near a town whose name I recognized from my uncle's whispered coordinates. My breath caught in my chest. Kelly was real. The name from the board game was a real person who died right where my great-grandfather fought. A cold, solid certainty formed in my gut, a horrible puzzle piece clicking into place. This wasn't a random ghost. This was about something specific, something bad that happened there. I dug deeper, my fingers flying over the keys. I searched my great-grandfather's name plus court-martial plus 1944. The search results shifted. I clicked on a link from a military archive site. It was a list of case files, digitized but blurry. I saw his name again. Next to it was a case number and a single stark word, sealed. The details were blocked. But the charge listed next to the case number made my blood turn to ice. It didn't say desertion or theft. It said atrocity. The word sat on the screen, black and final. An atrocity. A war crime. The family myth of the quiet hero shattered in that instant, replaced by this one awful, official word. I felt sick. I must have made a sound because my dad came over. "What is it?" he asked, his voice tired. I just turned the laptop screen toward him. He leaned in, squinting. I watched his face as he read it. First, confusion. Then denial. "No," he said softly. "That's a mistake. That's not him. Some other guy with the same name." But I pointed to the unit number. It was the same. I pointed to the date. It was right after the battle where Kelly died. My dad's face, usually so calm and reassuring, began to crumple. It wasn't anger at me, but a deep, painful cracking of something fundamental inside him. The stories he'd grown up with, the foundation of our family's pride, were turning to ash. He put a hand on my shoulder, not saying anything for a long time. He just stared at the floor, his own personal history rewriting itself in front of his eyes. "Don't tell your mother yet," he finally whispered. "Or your uncle. Not until we know more." But the word was out there now, in the space between us. Atrocity. That night was the worst one yet. My uncle, during his episode, didn't stay in the living room. He walked right past all of us, out the back door, down the rickety wooden dock that led to the lake. The moon was full, casting a long, white path on the black water. He walked to the very end, where the dock met the shore, and stepped off into the shallow, reedy edge. The water came up to his shins. He stood there for a moment, then bent down and picked up a thick, broken branch from the water's edge. He held it in both hands, and then he began to stab it down into the water. Not in a wild, angry way. In a horrible, rhythmic, practiced way. Down, pull up, like he was finishing a job. His whole body was rigid with the effort, his face a tight mask of concentration that slowly twisted into agony. Then the sound started. Not words. Guttural, choking sounds that ripped out of him. They weren't cries of fear, but of a sorrow so deep it had no name. He was sobbing, his body shaking, but his arms kept moving, driving that branch into the murky lake bed over and over, the water splashing up around him with each terrible thrust. We couldn't just watch this time. My dad and I ran down the dock. The feeling of grabbing my uncle's arm while he was in this state was wrong. His skin was cold, and his muscles were like steel cables. He fought us for a second, his eyes wide and unseeing, still fixed on the spot in the water. Then he went limp, dropping the branch. The sobs turned into weak, broken whimpers. We half carried, half walked his soaked, shivering form back into the house and to his bed. His wife helped him into dry clothes, her own face wet with tears. He was asleep, real sleep, in minutes. The rest of us were left in the living room, shell-shocked. The rational explanations were gone. This was about water, not dirt. This was about violence. My mind connected the dots, the official word atrocity, and the man in the lake stabbing downward, not at an enemy soldier, but at something already in the water. Something helpless. The next day I acted. With my dad's silent, grim permission, I filled out the formal online request to the military archives to unseal the court-martial records. It said it could take weeks for a response. I hit submit, feeling like I'd just mailed a letter to the past, asking it to send back its worst secrets. That evening, my uncle was quiet but seemed more himself, like the storm in him had passed for now. We all tried to have a normal dinner, but the effort was colossal. Later, as I was getting ready for bed, I walked past the hallway where the portrait of my great-grandfather hung. I stopped, and I saw something that made my skin prickle. My uncle was already there. He was standing right in front of the painting, not sleeping, but fully awake. He was just standing there, his head tilted to one side, staring up at the face of the man in the uniform. He wasn't crying. He wasn't miming. He was just listening. His expression was one of deep, focused attention, as if the painted lips were moving, whispering instructions only he could hear. He stood there for so long I finally crept away, not wanting him to see me. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. The request was in. We had taken a concrete step toward the truth, but as I replayed the image of my uncle standing sentinel before that portrait, a new and more frightening question took shape. We were trying to uncover the past, but what if the past, through my uncle, was now watching us back? The immediate horror of the nightly episodes had found a kind of closure. We knew they were connected to a real, terrible event. But the hook for what came next was sharp and clear. We had asked the government for the truth. What were we going to do when it finally answered? A strange calm settled over the lake house in the days that followed, but it was the calm of people holding their breath. My uncle's nighttime episodes stopped, just like that. He slept through the night, and by day he seemed more like his old self, though quieter, more thoughtful, like a man recovering from a long illness. The rest of us tiptoed around the unspoken truth hanging in the air, waiting for the military archives to answer my request. We were all stuck, suspended between the horror we'd witnessed and the official history we were afraid to read. Then, one morning at breakfast, my uncle did something that broke the calm wide open. He was buttering his toast, looking out the window at the old oak tree at the edge of the property. Without turning his head, he said in a completely normal, conversational tone, "You know, something's buried under that tree. I dreamed it." He took a bite of his toast. The rest of us froze. His wife dropped a spoon. My dad put his coffee cup down so slowly it didn't make a sound. My uncle seemed to notice the quiet and looked around. "What?" "It was just a dream. A weird one." But his eyes, for a second, looked far away, like he was seeing the dream all over again. That was the push we needed. The family council happened right there at the kitchen table. The rational aunt, who had wanted doctors, now spoke with a new, grim determination. "We can't live like this, waiting for some piece of paper. If there's something in the ground, then let's find it. Let's have a real thing to look at, instead of all this phantom stuff." My cousin, pale but nodding, agreed. My dad was the last holdout. "Digging up the yard? What if we find nothing? What if we find something we can't handle?" But the look on my uncle's face, that casual, dreaming certainty, decided it. We had to know. We were going to dig. It felt like crossing a line. We were no longer just observers or researchers. We were becoming grave diggers in our own family's story. We got shovels from the tool shed. The day was bright and cool, the sun feeling like an intruder on such a grim task. We all walked out to the big oak tree, a little procession of people who had no idea what they were doing. My uncle came too, looking confused but willing to help. "I guess I started this," he said with a weak smile. "Might as well see it through." He pointed to a spot about 3 feet out from the massive trunk. "Right here." My aunt, the practical one, took the first shovel. She was strong and angry, and she drove the blade into the earth with a vengeance. We took turns. The ground was soft from all the rain, but it was still hard work. The mood was tense, nobody talking much, just the sound of shovels biting into soil and the grunt of effort. We dug about 2 feet down, creating a neat, square hole. We found nothing but roots and worms. My dad wiped his brow. "Maybe the dream was just a dream," he said, a hint of relief in his voice. My aunt, however, was stubborn. She jumped into the hole and took another hard thrust with her shovel. This time, the metal struck something that wasn't dirt or stone. It was a dull, solid clang. The sound echoed in the quiet yard. Everyone stopped. She looked up at us, her face streaked with dirt, all the color gone from her cheeks. She didn't say anything, but her eyes were huge. She carefully scraped the soil away. There, in the bottom of the hole, was a flat, rusted metal surface. It wasn't a rock. It was shaped. We all got down on our knees, brushing dirt away with our hands. It was a box. A metal box, about the size of a large shoebox, covered in flaky orange rust. It had military stenciling on it, faded but readable. 30 calories. An ammunition box from the war. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was real. This was a physical thing from the past, right here under our tree. My dad and I reached down and carefully worked our fingers under the edges. It was heavier than it looked. We lifted it out of the earth and set it on the grass. It felt wrong holding it. It was cold and damp, and it carried a scent of old metal and something else, something sour and ancient, like pennies and dried fear. We all stared at it. My uncle just looked bewildered. "What in the world?" he whispered. The box was sealed shut, the lid fused with rust. My dad went back to the tool shed and came back with a pry bar and a hammer. He worked the thin edge of the bar into the seam. The rust squealed and protested. With a final, grating crunch, the lid popped open. We all leaned forward, a tight circle around this ugly little chest from the past. The inside was shadowy. My cousin had a flashlight on her phone and shone it in. The beam illuminated the first object. It was small, white, heart-shaped. It was the planchette, the plastic pointer from the Ouija board. A gasp went around the circle. My cousin who owned the board let out a small, choked sound. That object, the one we had all touched to start this nightmare, had been buried here for decades, waiting. It created a terrifying loop in my mind. We hadn't randomly contacted a ghost. The ghost, or the memory, or the guilt, had used the board to guide us to this exact spot, to its own hiding place. I was the one who reached in. My fingers trembled as I lifted the planchette out. It felt no different than it had that rainy afternoon. Underneath it were bundles of papers, tied with crude, disintegrating string. I lifted one bundle out. The paper was thick, yellowed, stained with dark spots. The handwriting was unmistakable. I'd seen it on old Christmas cards and in the margins of family books. It was my great-grandfather's hand. The same man from the portrait. These were his letters. The very air around us seemed to grow still, like the whole world was waiting to hear what they said. We carried the box into the house, setting it on the kitchen table like a bomb we had to defuse. We all sat around it, even my uncle, who looked more lost than ever. The planchette sat to the side, a creepy paperweight. I carefully untied the brittle string on the top bundle. The pages felt fragile, like dried leaves. I smoothed the first one out on the table. My family watched me, their faces pale and expectant. I didn't want to read it aloud, but I knew I had to. My voice, when it came out, was thin and shaky. I started to read the words my great-grandfather had written in some French field over 75 years ago. They weren't to a wife or a mother. They weren't dated or signed. They were just a raw, screaming confession poured onto paper, addressed to no one, or maybe to everyone. The rain here is like the rain back home, but it smells of smoke and something else I can't name. It began. The normalcy of it made the next part worse. He wrote about a clearing action in a village. Lieutenant Kelly, he said, wanted to do it by the book, wanted to be careful, but the others, the men in his squad, were angry. They were scared and bleeding from a previous fight. They said the villagers couldn't be trusted. They said they had to make sure no one could talk about seeing them. They used phrases like ensuring quiet and taking care of loose ends. As I read these cold military words, my mind superimposed the images of my uncle's pantomimes. The frantic digging, the slashing across the throat, the violent stabbing into the water. The euphemisms unraveled, revealing their horrible, true meaning. The loose ends were people. The ensuring quiet was permanent. I kept reading, my voice growing tighter. The letters got more desperate, more guilt-ridden. He wrote about hiding the things near a landmark so he could find them again, to do right by them one day. He described a shattered millstone by a creek. Without thinking, I pulled out my phone. I opened a map and typed in the name of the French village from my research. I switched to satellite view. We all crowded around the tiny screen. I zoomed in, and there it was, just outside the village, a winding blue line of a creek. And right beside it, a clear, perfectly circular gray shape. A millstone. A real place, right there on a modern map, matching the description in the letter. The final page was the worst. The writing was scribbled, frantic. It ended not with love or a signature, but with one single, stark sentence scrawled across the bottom of the page. If you find this, tell them I'm sorry. Tell them it wasn't just me. I stopped reading. The words hung in the kitchen, more real and more awful than any ghostly whisper. The apology wasn't for us, his family. It was for the people in that village. And it was a confession that spread the guilt. He wasn't alone. My uncle was staring at the table, tears silently rolling down his face. He wasn't the sleepwalker now. He was just a man hearing the darkest secret of his own bloodline, and he looked utterly broken. My practical aunt reached out and took his hand. The mystery of the sleepwalking, of the whispers and the digging, had a terrible, concrete answer. We had found the source. The closure was grim and absolute. Our family hero was a war criminal, and his buried guilt had been festering under our tree for generations, finally calling out to us through a child's game. The box was open. The truth was out. But as I looked at the weeping man across from me, and then at the little plastic planchette sitting so innocently on the table, the hook for what came next was sharp and undeniable. The letter's plea wasn't just a confession. It was a request. Tell them I'm sorry. But who were them? And how could we possibly deliver a message that was 75 years too late? The kitchen felt like a courtroom after a verdict had been read. The confession in my great-grandfather's own handwriting lay on the table between us, a guilty plea from beyond the grave. No one spoke for a long time. The only sounds were the hum of the refrigerator and my uncle's quiet, ragged breathing as he tried to get control of himself. The proud family history we'd all carried, the story of the quiet, strong war hero, was gone. In its place was this ugly, complicated truth. He was a man who had participated in something awful and had spent the rest of his life hiding from it, literally burying it in his backyard. The weight of that knowledge settled on everyone in the room, a shared burden we hadn't asked for, but now had to carry. My practical aunt was the first to move. She stood up slowly, walked to the sink, and poured a glass of water. She drank it all in one go, her hand shaking slightly. "Okay," she said, her voice surprisingly steady. "Okay, so that's it. That's what this was all about." She looked at my uncle, her husband, his face buried in his hands. "It wasn't you. It was never you. It was his memory, his guilt." My uncle looked up, his eyes red. "But it felt like me," he whispered, his voice cracking. "The dirt on my hands, the crying. It felt so real." My dad, still staring at the letters, spoke in a hollow tone. He wanted someone to find this. He needed someone to know. He pointed a trembling finger at the final, scribbled line. But he didn't want to carry the blame alone. It wasn't just me. He's pointing a finger, even now. That shifted the horror in a new direction. It wasn't just about one man's secret crime anymore. It was about a conspiracy, a shared atrocity, and a pact of quiet that had lasted for generations. Who were the others? Were their families out there somewhere, living with their own unexplained curses, their own uncles who dug holes in the night? My cousin, who had been so quiet, suddenly spoke up. Her voice was thin and frightened. "The board. The talking board. I found it in the attic years ago, in an old trunk with some of his things." She looked at the plastic planchette on the table as if it were a poisonous insect. It was wrapped in a cloth. I thought it was a cool antique. I didn't think it was part of this. That explained how the thing, the memory, the ghost, whatever it was, had reached out. It had used its own relic, placed in the hands of a bored relative, to call us to the truth. It was a chilling thought that we were led step by a guilt that had a plan. We spent the next few hours going through the rest of the box. There were more letters, each one more despairing than the last, but adding no new facts. There were a few personal items, a tarnished medal my great-grandfather had clearly never wanted to look at again, a broken pocket knife, a small, blurred photograph of his army squad, a bunch of young men with grim smiles, their arms around each other. I looked at their faces, wondering which one was Kelly, and which ones were the others. My uncle, slowly pulling himself together, reached out and picked up the old photograph. He studied it for a long time, his finger tracing the faces. He stopped on one young man, his expression softening with a sad recognition. "Him," he said quietly. "The one who argued. The one who wanted to do it right." He was pointing to a tall, lean soldier with a serious face. He had identified Kelly without ever being told. A shiver went through me. The knowledge was in him now, seeping into the cracks the sleepwalking had opened. That night, for the first time in weeks, we all slept without dread. The haunting, it seemed, was over. The secret was out. The thing in the box had wanted to be found, and we had found it. There was a grim closure to it. We knew the worst now. The mystery of the whispers and the digging was solved. But a new and more practical horror took its place. What do you do with a truth like this? The next morning, over coffee that no one really tasted, we had the conversation we'd been avoiding. "We have to decide what to do," my dad said. "We can't just put it back." My aunt, always action-oriented, nodded. "We burn the letters. We destroy the box. We move on and never speak of it again." But my uncle shook his head. He looked older, the events having carved new lines in his face. "No," he said, his voice firm. "He didn't bury it so it could be burned. He buried it so it could be found. And he asked for something. Tell them I'm sorry." "Tell who?" my cousin asked, her voice rising. "The people are all dead. It was a lifetime ago." "Are they?" I found myself saying. Everyone looked at me. I picked up my phone, the satellite image of the French village, and the millstone still on the screen. It's a real place. People live there. Their grandparents lived through that war. They might have stories about families who just disappeared. The idea hung in the air, monstrous and huge. This wasn't just a family secret anymore. It was a piece of history, a war crime, sitting on our kitchen table. Did we have a responsibility to that history? To the descendants of the people my great-grandfather had helped kill? The moral dilemma was a trap with no good way out. If we destroyed it all, we became part of the cover-up, continuing the quiet his squad had imposed. If we tried to tell someone, we would destroy our own family's reputation forever, and we might rip open old wounds for people in a country an ocean away. My dad put his head in his hands. "There's no right answer," he groaned. We spent the day in a state of paralyzed indecision. The box sat on the table, a dark sun around which our family orbit was stuck. I found myself drawn to the last letter, to that frantic final sentence. Tell them it wasn't just me. It wasn't just a plea for forgiveness. It was an accusation. He wanted the others named. He wanted their families to share this burden. That's when a new, more personal fear began to grow in me. This guilt, this traumatic memory, it had jumped from my great-grandfather to my uncle. It had used him like a puppet to unearth its confession. Now that the confession was out, was it satisfied? Or was the infection, for lack of a better word, still inside him? I watched my uncle closely. He was calm, but in a drained, empty way. He would sometimes look at his hands, or out the window toward the oak tree, and his eyes would lose focus for a minute, like he was tuning into a distant radio station only he could hear. The closure of finding the box was real. The haunting performances had ended. But as evening fell on that long, awful day, a subtle hook snagged in my mind, a question that wouldn't let go. The message had been delivered to us, his family, but the apology hadn't been for us. We had opened the box and read the words, but the job felt unfinished. The letter asked us to be messengers. Could we really just close the lid and walk away, knowing we were ignoring a dying man's last request? A request that had waited 75 years in the dark to be heard? The box was evidence of a finished crime, but the feeling in the house wasn't of an ending. It was the quiet, anxious pause before a very difficult decision had to be made. The week after we opened the box was the strangest of all. The dramatic, terrifying sleepwalking was gone. My uncle slept through the nights, a deep, unmoving sleep. But the haunting wasn't over. It had just changed channels. It was seeping into his waking hours, a slow, quiet possession. He was different. Not the fun-loving, easygoing man he'd been. He was withdrawn, jumpy. The sound of a car backfiring down the road made him drop a plate. He'd stare at his hands for minutes at a time, flexing his fingers as if they were unfamiliar tools. One afternoon, I heard him muttering to himself in the garage. I peeked in. He was cleaning an old hunting rifle he hadn't touched in years. But he wasn't just wiping it down. His movements were crisp, efficient, and totally precise, like a soldier performing field maintenance. He was humming a tune, a sad, meandering melody that didn't sound like anything I'd ever heard on the radio. He stopped abruptly, looked at the disassembled rifle parts in his hands as if seeing them for the first time, and dropped them onto the workbench with a look of pure terror. The knowledge was in him, and it was leaking out. The worst was when his wife, my aunt, asked him to pass the salt at dinner. He looked at her, his eyes cloudy for a second, and said, "Oui, chérie." "Yes, dear," in French, a language he didn't speak. The table went quiet. He blinked, shook his head, and laughed a nervous, embarrassed laugh. Sorry, I don't know where that came from. But we all knew. The thing that had used his body at night was now coloring his thoughts during the day. He was becoming a mixing bowl for two lives, his own and the lingering, guilty memory of my great-grandfather. While the family tried to adjust to this new, unsettling normal, I became obsessed with the other part of the confession. It wasn't just me. If this curse, or traumatic inheritance, had come to our family, did it go to others? I spent every evening on my laptop, a detective in a very cold case. Using the squad photo and the few names mentioned in the letters, I painstakingly tracked down what happened to the other men. It was like following trails of sorrow. One soldier's son had died in a car accident at 19, a tragedy always called senseless. Another man's grandson had a history of violent outbursts and was in prison. A third had a line of descendants plagued by severe depression and alcoholism. Their families weren't haunted by sleepwalking diggers, but they were haunted all the same, by bad luck, by sudden tragedies, by a darkness that seemed to follow their bloodline. It wasn't just our story. It was a broken promise that had shattered and sent splinters into multiple families for generations. The guilt wasn't just a ghost, it was a poison in the bloodline. I found an online genealogy forum where people asked questions about their relatives who served. There, I found a post from a woman with a different last name. She was asking about her grandfather, who had been in the same unit as my great-grandfather. She wrote, "He was never right after the war. He had terrible nightmares his whole life, always about digging. He used to say the mud of France would never come off his hands." My blood ran cold. I stared at the screen, reading her words over and over. She was out there, living with the echo of the same nightmare, and she had no idea why. I didn't message her. What would I say? The weight of it all, the sheer scale of this hidden tragedy, pressed down on me. It wasn't a single ghost in a lake house. It was a chain of pain stretching across decades and families, all because of a terrible secret buried in a French field. The final straw came a few days later. My uncle seemed to be having a better day. We were all in the living room, trying to watch a movie. He got up to get a drink from the kitchen. He was gone a long time. I want to check on him. He was just standing in the middle of the kitchen, staring at the back door, perfectly still. You okay? I asked. He didn't turn. In a voice that was flat and devoid of his usual warmth, he said, It's not finished. I took a step closer. What's not finished, Uncle? He turned his head toward me. His eyes were that familiar, blank glass again, but he was awake. It was the most terrifying combination yet. The job, he said, and now his voice changed, dropping into that lower, grating register I'd heard during the sleepwalking whispers. It had the hint of an accent. It was botched, hidden in a hurry. It needs to be done right, made proper, or he will never rest. We will never rest. Then his knees buckled. I lunged and caught him before he hit the floor, guiding him to a chair. He put his head in his hands, breathing hard. What happened? He mumbled. I felt dizzy. He had no memory of speaking. The entity or the memory, or whatever it was, had just staged a daylight coup. It had spoken its demands clearly, using his voice. Finish it. Bury it right. The message was no longer a cryptic puzzle. It was a direct order. The family meeting that night was grim. We were past denial, past fear of the supernatural. We were now planners for a mission we didn't understand. What does bury it right mean? My cousin asked, her voice small. We already dug it up. Does he want us to put the box back? My dad, looking more tired than I'd ever seen him, shook his head. No, he didn't bury the box in France. He buried it here. Bury it right means. It means do what he didn't have the courage to do. Bury the secret where it happened, with the people it happened to. The idea was so enormous it sucked the air out of the room. Go to France. Find the actual spot by the millstone. Do something with the guilt that had been festering for 75 years. It was impossible. It was crazy. My aunt, his wife, started crying. We can't take him over there. Look at him. He's not well. What if he gets lost over there? What if he becomes that other person for good? But the alternative was just as frightening. Leave it unfinished. Let this slow possession of my uncle continue, maybe forever. Let the splintered guilt continue to wound the other families who didn't know why they were cursed. The decision was taken out of our hands the very next morning. My aunt came into the living room, her face as white as paper. She was holding her tablet. He bought a ticket, she said, her voice trembling. Last night, on my computer. A one-way flight to Paris. For himself. Leaving in 3 days. My uncle, hearing this, looked up from his coffee, genuinely baffled. I didn't do that. I wouldn't know how to book an international ticket. But the confirmation email was right there on the screen. The sleepwalker hadn't just walked outside. He had gone online, navigated a travel website, entered passport details, and purchased a ticket. He was planning a pilgrimage, and the waking man was just a passenger in his own life. The closure of this chapter was stark and unavoidable. The haunting had evolved from scary noises in the night to a concrete, real-world action. A plane ticket had been purchased. The mystery was no longer about what or why. It was about where and how. The entity had a goal, and it was using my uncle's credit card and body to achieve it. We weren't deciding if we would go to France anymore. The decision had been made for us. The only question left was, who was going to go with him to make sure he came back? And what in the world were we supposed to do when we got there? The hook for the next part of this nightmare was no longer subtle. It was a printed itinerary, and it had a departure time. 3 days later, we were on a plane over the Atlantic. It was a small, shell-shocked group, me, my dad, my once skeptical aunt, and my uncle. We had canceled his one-way ticket and booked round-trip seats for all of us, telling the airline a vague story about a family emergency. It wasn't a lie. The emergency was just 75 years old. We carried the rusty ammunition box in a new duffel bag, checked luggage containing a crime. My uncle was sedated for the flight, a mild prescription from a very confused doctor back home who had agreed it was for extreme travel anxiety. He slept for most of the journey, slumped against the window. Then about an hour before landing, he sat bolt upright, his eyes wide open and clear. He looked out at the blanket of clouds below us and said, in a voice that was utterly calm and carried my great-grandfather's inflection, "It was faster coming back. Last time, the sea was full of bodies." Then he blinked, shuddered, and went back to his drugged sleep as if nothing had happened. My dad and I exchanged a look over his head. We were no longer tourists. We were escorts for a man who was a doorway to the past. Landing in France felt like stepping into a different kind of dream. Everything was normal. Airports are airports everywhere. But the weight of why we were there made the coffee smell different, made the signs in French feel like accusations. We rented a car, a small, boxy thing, and loaded our grim luggage into the trunk. My uncle, now awake and groggy, got into the passenger seat. My dad was driving, nervously fiddling with the GPS. Where to? He asked my uncle, trying to sound casual. My uncle didn't hesitate. He didn't look at a map. He pointed northwest, out of the city. That way, toward the coast. I'll tell you when to turn. And he did. As we left the outskirts of Paris and entered the green, rolling countryside of Normandy, my uncle became a living GPS. He'd say, left at the next crossroads, or follow this road for about 5 kilometers. He'd never been here, never studied a map, but he knew. The closer we got, the more agitated he became. His hands gripped his knees. He started breathing faster. The landscape, with its old stone farms and hedgerows, seemed to match the descriptions from the letters with an eerie accuracy. We were driving directly into a memory. We found the village in the late afternoon. It was postcard pretty, a cluster of stone buildings with flowering window boxes, peaceful and quiet. We didn't stop there. My uncle's directions took us past it, down a narrower lane, to where the land opened up near a creek. "Stop here," he said, his voice tight. We pulled onto the grassy verge. There was the creek, just like in the satellite image, babbling softly. And there, half sunk in the grass and moss, was the shattered millstone. A perfect, mossy half-circle of stone, exactly as described in the letter. It was real. It was all devastatingly real. We got out of the car. The air was cool and sweet with the smell of wet earth and grass. It should have been beautiful. It felt like a cemetery. My uncle walked ahead of us, his steps sure. He went straight to a spot between the creek bank and the broken millstone. He stood there looking down at the ground, his whole body beginning to tremble. He raised a hand, pointing a finger straight down at the grass. "Here," he said. But it wasn't his voice. It was the other voice, low and strained, cracked with an emotion I couldn't name. "We put them here, in the soft earth by the water." The word "them" hung in the air. Not it. Them. We all stood frozen, a little family from America, standing on this peaceful patch of French ground where something unspeakable had happened. The reality of it was a physical blow. This wasn't a story in a box anymore. This was the dirt under our shoes. My aunt started to cry silently, her hand over her mouth. My dad looked pale and sick. I just felt a hollow, awful sadness. The moment was broken by a movement across the creek. An old woman was in a small garden, tending to some plants. She had stopped her work and was watching us. Her eyes, sharp and wary, moved from our unfamiliar faces to my uncle, standing like a statue pointing at the ground. Then her gaze dropped to the exact spot he was pointing at. Her wrinkled face changed. It wasn't curiosity. It was recognition and then fear. She made a quick, sharp gesture with her hand, touching her forehead and then her chest, a sign I somehow knew was meant to ward off evil. Then she turned without a word and hurried back toward a small stone house, disappearing inside. Even the locals, it seemed, knew this place was wrong. The spell broke. My uncle lowered his hand, looking confused and exhausted. "What? What are we doing?" he asked in his own voice. We didn't answer. We had a more immediate problem. We had shovels in the trunk of the rental car. We had the box. We were here. But what now? Dig up this ground? We had no right. We could be desecrating a grave, breaking who knew what laws. My dad and aunt started arguing in tense, hushed whispers. "We can't just dig. This is a foreign country. What if we find? What if we find bones? Then we call the authorities. We have to do something. We didn't come all this way to just look at it." My uncle stood apart, staring at the spot, his head tilted as if listening. I watched him, and I watched the spot on the ground. The directive was clear. Bury it right. But what was it? The confession box? Ourselves? My uncle suddenly moved. While the rest of us were locked in a panicked debate, he walked calmly back to the car. He opened the trunk. He took out one of the shovels. He walked back to the spot, hefting the shovel in his hands with a familiarity that was not his own. Before any of us could shout or stop him, he positioned the blade, and he drove it into the earth. The sound it made was not the soft crunch of soil. It was a dull, hollow wooden thunk. The shovel had only gone in about 6 inches before it hit something solid, something buried just beneath the surface. He froze, the shovel embedded in the ground. The rest of us froze too. All the arguing stopped. The world narrowed to that shovel, in that spot, with that sound. My uncle looked back at us, his eyes wide, his own fear finally showing through. "There's something here," he whispered. We all rushed over. My dad took the shovel handle from my uncle's limp hands. He carefully pulled the shovel out. We all got on our knees, brushing away the loose soil and grass with our fingers. Just beneath the surface, we exposed not dirt, but old, dark, rotting wood. It was another box, smaller than the one we brought, older, more corroded. This wasn't an ammunition box. It was a simple, crude wooden crate, falling apart from decades in the damp earth. This wasn't something my great-grandfather had buried. This was something he and the others had put here during the war. The thing they had botched. The thing that needed to be made proper. We had come to bury our family's guilt. But the ground had offered up something else first. The past wasn't just a memory. It was a physical object, waiting for us. The closure of the journey was absolute. We had followed the haunting to its source, to the exact piece of earth it cried out from. We had found what the sleepwalking and the whispers were pointing to. But the hook for what came next was lying right there in the shallow hole, wrapped in rotten wood. We hadn't finished anything. We had just started to dig up the real secret. What was in this box? And what were we supposed to do with it now that the whole terrible story was literally at our fingertips? The world shrank to that patch of damp earth by the French creek. We didn't speak. The only sounds were the water bubbling over stones and our own ragged breathing. We had come to bury a sin, but the ground had coughed up its own evidence first. The small, rotting wooden box sat in its shallow grave, a sight more terrifying than any ghost. My dad, his face set in a grim mask, knelt and carefully pried the crumbling lid off with his fingers. The wood splintered easily, revealing what was inside. This wasn't an American soldier's confession. These were the belongings of the people. There was a small, hand-carved wooden toy horse, its paint faded to ghosts of color. A woman's simple hairpin, tarnished black. A few buttons. A folded, fragile piece of fabric that might have been from a child's dress. And at the bottom, a small leather wallet, stiff and moldy. My dad, his hands trembling worse than I'd ever seen, opened it. Inside were identity papers, brittle as autumn leaves. The photograph on them was barely visible, but the names were clear. The Moreau family. The papers were pierced through by a single dark-stained hole. A bullet hole. These were not war souvenirs. These were trophies of a massacre, hidden in a panic, buried badly. This was the botched job. They hadn't just killed people. They'd stolen the proof of who they were and tried to hide it. My uncle made a small choke sound. He reached into the box, not for the papers, but for the tiny wooden horse. He picked it up, cradling it in his palm, and then he began to weep. But this was different from the tears he'd cried in the garden or by the lake. Those were the furious, guilty sobs of my great-grandfather. These tears were quiet, endless, and filled with a bottomless, foreign sorrow. He wasn't crying for himself or for his ancestor. He was crying for the child who had lost this toy. In that moment, the presence in the air changed. The angry, restless feeling that had clung to him for weeks seemed to lift and blow away on the creek breeze, replaced by a profound, echoing sadness that belonged to the land itself. The haunting, I realized, had never been about my great-grandfather's guilt alone. It had been about the unfinished business of the victims. Their story had been buried here, and their need for recognition had been a quiet scream in the universe, one that had finally twisted its way through bloodlines and Ouija boards to reach us. We carefully placed everything back in the broken wooden box. We now had two boxes, the heavy rusted metal one containing our family's shame, and this small, terrible wooden one holding the truth of the crime. "Bury it right," the voice had said. The meaning was now horrifyingly clear. They had to be buried together. The confession with the victims, the apology with the offense. But doing it here now felt wrong. This was evidence. This was proof of a war crime. We filled the small hole back in, meticulously replacing the sod until the ground looked undisturbed. We took the wooden box with us. No one said a word as we drove to a cheap hotel in a nearby town. The two boxes sat side by side in the trunk, a terrible weight we could all feel. That evening in the cramped, dim hotel room, my uncle slept a normal, deep sleep for the first time since this nightmare began. The lines of tension were gone from his face. The possession, it seemed, was over. The debt had been called due. The rest of us sat around the small table, the two boxes taking up most of the space. "What do we do now?" my aunt asked, her voice hollow. "We can't just drive away." My dad ran a hand over his face. "We have to tell someone. The authorities. A historical society. Someone. And destroy our family?" She shot back, but the fire was gone from her argument. "It's already destroyed. I said quietly, looking at my peaceful, sleeping uncle. But maybe it can be put back together right for once. The next morning, I took the photograph from the wooden box to the town hall in the village. An elderly clerk with kind eyes looked at the faded picture. Her smile faded. "The Morrow family," she said softly, her finger tracing the names. "They disappeared in the summer of 1944. The war was chaotic. Many people vanished. No one ever knew why. There was a rumor, of course, about the American soldiers passing through, but nothing was ever proven." She looked up at me, her eyes sharp and suddenly wet. "There is a granddaughter. She lives in Kinau. She was raised by her mother's sister. She never knew what happened. She wrote a name and address on a slip of paper and pushed it across the counter." "Why do you ask?" I took the paper, my throat too tight to speak. I just shook my head, thanked her, and left. Back in the hotel room, I placed the slip of paper on the table between the two boxes. The final line of my great-grandfather's letter glared up from the open metal box. "Tell them I'm sorry. Tell them it wasn't just me." Them was no longer a ghostly idea. Them was a real woman, with an address, living her life an hour's drive away. She drank coffee and paid bills and wondered about the grandparents she never knew. We held a family vote right there. Do we bury both boxes together quietly by the millstone, letting the secret return to the earth forever, sparing everyone the pain? Or do we use the address, tell the granddaughter the horrific truth, and in doing so, finally complete the apology that had waited for 75 years? The vote was split. My aunt, thinking of my uncle's peace, voted to bury it. My dad, thinking of historical truth, voted to tell. I was the tiebreaker. I looked at the sleeping man who had been our canary in this coal mine of family guilt. He had been the vessel for the pain of both the sinner and the sinned against. His peace had been bought with this knowledge. Keeping the secret now felt like stealing that peace and condemning the granddaughter to a lifetime of unanswered questions. We drove to Kin the following day. We didn't call ahead. What would we say? We parked outside a modest apartment building. We sat in the car for a long time, the two boxes on the back seat. Finally, my dad said, "We can't all go. It's too much." I nodded. I was the one who had read the letters. I was the one who had followed the trail. It felt like my responsibility. I took only the small wooden box. The confession, for now, would stay with us. I walked into the building, found the apartment number, and stood before the door. My heart was a drum in my ears. I raised my hand and knocked. A moment later, the door opened. A woman, perhaps in her 60s, with gentle eyes and gray hair, looked at me, curious about the stranger. I held out the wooden box. My voice, when I found it, was barely a whisper. "My name is Leo. I think. I have something that belongs to your family." I saw the confusion in her eyes, then a dawning, hesitant recognition as she looked at the old, carved wood. She stepped back, opening the door wider, a gesture not of welcome, but of a story that was finally coming home, ready or not. I crossed the threshold, the weight of the box in my hands feeling both immense and feather-light. The door closed softly behind me. I don't know what I will say next. I don't know how our story will change after today, or how ours will. But the haunting is over. The truth is out. The apology at last is being delivered. The closure is real and profound. The secret that festered under an oak tree and in a French field is now in the light, where it can finally begin to heal. The story of our family and hers is forever intertwined, not by a shared meal or a happy event, but by a shared tragedy that has finally found its voice. The hook for what comes after is no longer one of fear, but of consequence. It is the quiet sound of a door closing on a haunted past, and the uncertain, hopeful, human conversation that must now begin in the present. Story number 6. Okay, picture this. I was staring at this big, old, kind of spooky house on Elm Street, and let me tell you, that house wasn't haunted by ghosts. It was going to haunt my career if I didn't sell it soon. My name is Leo, and selling houses is what I do, but this one was a real problem. It had been sitting empty for way too long, like 9 months, which is basically forever in my job. It was a beautiful place, really, with all that fancy woodwork and big windows, but every person who came to see it would walk out saying the same weird thing. They'd say it lacked character or felt cold. It was like the house had a personality, but it was the personality of a boring, dusty library no one wanted to visit. I was getting desperate. I had tried everything, fresh flowers, baking cookies before showings, even playing nice music, but nothing worked. The house just sat there, feeling empty and sad, and my boss was starting to give me that look, you know, the one, where they're wondering if you're any good at your job anymore. I was at my wit's end. Then one Saturday I got an idea. I was wandering through this huge, chaotic flea market, just trying to clear my head when I saw it. It was under a table piled with old, yellowed linens. A Ouija board. Not a cheap plastic one from a toy store, but a real, old wooden one, beautifully carved with fancy letters and symbols, and it had this heart-shaped piece of wood with a little window in it, what they call a planchette. It had weight to it, a solid, serious feel in my hands. The guy selling it was an old-timer with cloudy-looking eyes, and when I picked it up, he looked right at me and said, "That one's got a strong signal. You sure you want to be the conductor?" I just laughed it off. I figured it was a line he used to sell his weird old stuff. But holding it gave me this crazy idea. If the house felt lifeless, what if I gave it a little life? Or at least the suggestion of it. A spooky chic vibe was really popular. People loved that stuff. So I bought it, thinking it was a genius, funny gamble. I took it to the Victorian the next day. The place was so quiet you could hear the floorboards sigh when you walked on them. I set the board right in the middle of the fancy fireplace mantel in the living room, the heart-shaped planchette right in the center. It looked perfect, like it belonged there. As a joke, I put my fingers lightly on the little wooden heart. I wasn't trying to talk to spirits or anything. I was just being silly, pretending for a second. But the moment my fingers touched it, I felt this thing. It wasn't a big shock, just a tiny electric tingle that ran up my arm. And for a split second, the wood under my fingertips felt warm, like it had been sitting in the sun. I pulled my hand back fast. Static electricity. I said out loud to the empty room. From the old wool carpet. It sounded stupid even to me, but what else could it be? I shrugged it off, finished staging the house, took some great photos with the board as the centerpiece, and listed it again. And you know what? It worked. Almost immediately, a young couple, artists, came to see it. They loved the weird, old-fashioned feel. The wife went straight to the mantel and ran her fingers over the carved letters of the board. "This is amazing," she said, her eyes all lit up. "It's perfect. It gives the whole place a story." They made a full-price offer that very afternoon. I was over the moon. I was a genius. As we were finishing the paperwork, the husband asked, kind of shyly, "So does the spooky staging come with the house? Can we keep that board?" I laughed, flush with success. "Absolutely," I said. "Consider it a housewarming gift from the previous owner." I didn't mention I was the previous owner who bought it at a flea market for $20. The day they moved in, I went by to drop off the keys and a bottle of champagne. As I was leaving, I took one last look at the living room. The board was still on the mantel, and I felt this silly, sudden tug, like I was leaving a part of my good luck charm behind. It was mine, after all. I'd found it. For a second, I almost asked for it back. But that would have been unprofessional, and the sale was closed. I shook the feeling off, handed them the champagne, and walked out, closing that big, heavy front door behind me for what I thought was the last time. I drove away feeling like a champion. I'd sold the impossible house. My gamble had paid off. That weird tingle I'd felt was clearly just my imagination, a mix of stress and excitement. The board was just a piece of wood, a prop that helped me close a deal. Everything was perfect. That was 2 months ago. I hadn't thought about the house or the board since. My life was back to normal, selling easier houses, feeling good. Then last night, my phone rang. It was late, almost 11. I saw it was the husband from Elm Street. I figured maybe a pipe had burst, or they had a question about the garbage disposal. I answered, ready to be helpful. "Hey," he said. His voice was light, but there was a tightness underneath it, a confused kind of chuckle in his words. "You're not going to believe this. We caught something on our new security camera. It's from a few nights ago. You really need to see this." He texted me a link right then. I tapped it, smiling, thinking it was probably a raccoon or maybe a stray cat on the porch. Something cute. The video loaded. It was a night vision view of the living room, that same living room I'd stood in. Greenish and ghostly. The timestamp in the corner said 3:07 a.m. The room was empty. Then I saw it. On the mantel, the planchette, that little heart-shaped piece of wood, began to move. Not a lot. It wasn't spelling words. It was just moving, making slow, lazy circles on the face of the board all by itself. My breath caught in my throat. Okay, I thought vibration from a truck or a draft. But then the camera, which was motion activated, panned to the right, toward the archway that led to the dining room. And there, standing in the dark doorway, was me. It was me. I was wearing my own blue and white striped pajamas, the ones I'd definitely gone to sleep in that night in my own bed, over 5 miles away. My eyes were closed. My face was completely slack, empty, like I was in the deepest sleep possible. Just standing there. The camera zoomed in automatically. My right hand was held out slightly from my body, my index finger pointing. And that finger was twitching. Just a small, repetitive jerk. On the screen, in a split view, the video showed the planchette on the mantel again. And it was moving in a perfect, tiny circle. In perfect, unnatural time with the twitch of my sleeping finger. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. The video ended. The husband's voice came back on the line, laughing nervously. We thought it was hilarious. Sleepwalking 5 miles? That's a talent. We just wanted you to know in case you wake up somewhere weird. I forced a laugh. It sounded like a choke. Oh my gosh, I said, my voice too high. That's crazy. Must be my subconscious checking on my favorite sale. Sorry about that. I'll get a better alarm system. We hung up. I sat in the dark of my own living room, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I had just laughed off a video of myself sleeping in a house 5 miles away, doing something I could not possibly have done. The warm tingle I'd felt from the board flashed in my memory. The old man's words echoed. Strong signal. I went to bed that night terrified. I took a sleeping pill, just one, to make sure I stayed put. As an extra precaution, I tied a little jingle bell to the inside knob of my bedroom door and piled a chair under it. If I got up, I'd hear it. I'd wake up. I drifted off to the soft, reassuring sound of the bell tinkling every time I shifted. The sun woke me. I was in my bed. The bell was silent. The chair was still firmly under the doorknob, exactly where I'd left it. A huge, shaky wave of relief washed over me. It was a fluke, a weird shared dream. Something. I threw the covers back, ready to start my day, and put the whole bizarre thing behind me. And that's when I saw my feet. They were caked with dried, dark mud and crushed, brown autumn leaves. I stared at my dirty feet for a full minute, my brain just refusing to understand what my eyes were seeing. The mud was real, gritty and cold between my toes. The leaves were real, little brittle pieces of brown sticking to my skin. The chair was still under the doorknob. The bell hadn't made a sound, but my feet told a different story, a story of walking outside, in the dirt, in the middle of the night. My heart, which had just started to calm down, kicked right back into a frantic drum solo in my chest. I scrambled out of bed, my mind racing. Okay, Leo, think. You took a pill. Maybe you sleepwalked, but you were so out of it you didn't hear the bell, and you somehow moved the chair without remembering. That had to be it. The video was just a crazy coincidence, a trick of the light, and your feet got dirty from what? The backyard? I rushed to the back door. It was locked from the inside, the deadbolt firmly in place. The patio was clean, just concrete. There was no mud like that out there. I live in a suburb. The only dirt like that, dark and loamy, was in garden beds or the park. I felt a cold trickle of fear slide down my spine. This wasn't adding up. I needed to see that video again. I grabbed my phone, my hands shaking so bad I almost dropped it. I found the text from the husband and tapped the link. The video loaded again. There I was, in those striped pajamas, standing in the dark doorway of the Victorian. My eyes closed, my finger twitching, the planchette on the mantel moving in that slow, lazy circle, mirroring my fingers jerked perfectly. I watched it 10 times, 20. Each time, the reality of it became more solid, more horrible. It was me. There was no doubt. But how? The distance was impossible. 5 miles. I don't sleepwalk. I never have. Not even as a kid. I tried to remember the feeling of waking up. I had felt the grogginess from the pill, but nothing else. No sore muscles from a long walk. No memory of cold air. Just the deep, blank nothing of drugged sleep, and then waking up in my bed. Except for the mud. The undeniable evidence on my feet. I spent the whole morning scrubbing my feet raw in the shower, like I could wash away the problem. I cleaned the bathroom. I made coffee. I tried to act normal, but my thoughts were a trapped bird slamming into a window. I had to do something. I couldn't just wait for it to happen again. My first, stupid thought was to get the board back. If it was the board causing this, then getting it away from that house, away from me, would fix it. I picked up the phone to call the husband. I dialed and hung up twice before I finally let it ring. He answered, his voice still friendly. Hey there. Everything okay? Yeah, hi, I said, trying to sound casual. Listen, about that board on the mantel. The Ouija board. I was thinking, since it was kind of a staging prop, maybe I should come take it back. It's probably silly, and you guys should have something that's really yours in the house, you know? There was a pause. I heard him talking to someone, his wife, his voice muffled. Then he came back on, his tone a little less friendly, a little confused. "Oh, well, we really like it. It's part of the house's charm now, like we said. My wife thinks it's a great conversation piece." I pressed, a knot of desperation tightening in my stomach. "Are you sure? It's just an old piece of wood. I could swap it for a really nice vase or a piece of art." Another pause, longer this time. When his wife's voice came on the line, it was cool, polite, but firm. "We appreciate the offer, but we've decided to keep it. It feels right where it is. Maybe," she added, and her words had a sharp little edge to them, "maybe you should just see a doctor about the sleepwalking. Goodbye." The line went dead. I stood there, the phone in my hand, feeling utterly defeated and a new kind of scared. They thought I was crazy. Or worse, they thought I was some kind of creepy liar trying to get a cheap knick-knack back. I had messed up. I had made them suspicious. Now, if anything else happened, they wouldn't tell me. I was on my own. The rest of the day was a blur of anxiety. I went online, searching for anything that could explain this. Long-distance sleepwalking. Extreme parasomnia. The medical stuff was dry and unhelpful. It happened, but 5 miles was extreme, and there was no cure, just management. Lock doors, hide keys, put alarms on doors. I had done that. It hadn't worked. Then, on a whim, my fingers trembling over the keyboard, I typed in Ouija board attachment. I fell into a rabbit hole of weird forums and creepy stories. Most of it was nonsense, kids scaring each other. But then I found an old thread, buried deep. A user described a feeling like their sleep self was being pulled toward an object they'd once owned, an antique doll. They said they'd wake up with their hands dirty, or find themselves in a different room. The last post from that user, years ago, was a single line that made the tiny hairs on my arms stand up. "It's not you walking. It's something wearing your path." The thread ended there. No follow-up. No conclusion. Just that chilling sentence. I slammed my laptop shut. This was getting me nowhere. I needed facts. I needed proof of what was happening to me in my own home. I needed to catch myself in the act. That night, I set up my own laptop on my dresser, pointing the built-in camera right at my bed. I opened a program that would record all night. I took my prescribed pill again, a smaller one this time, hoping to stay in a lighter sleep. I put a glass of water on my nightstand, right in the camera's view as a marker. I got into bed, my heart thumping. This would work. I would see myself get up, or I wouldn't. Either way, I'd have an answer. The morning light was harsh through my blinds. I woke up slowly, my mouth dry. I was in bed. The glass of water was still on the nightstand. For a beautiful, hopeful second, I thought it had worked. Nothing had happened. Then I looked at the laptop. The recording light was off. That was weird. I got up and opened it. The program had crashed. The video file was there, but it was huge, a mess of corrupted data. 8 hours of footage, just garbage digital snow and glitched, broken frames. My hope curdled into frustration. Of course, the one night I try to record, my computer fails. Typical. I was about to slam the lid shut when I saw it. In the folder, there was a second, smaller video file, only 3 seconds long. It must have auto-saved a clip before the crash. I clicked it. The video was clear, not glitched at all. It was a view of my bedroom wall, the pale blue paint. The camera was pointing at the wall, not the bed. For a second, nothing. Then a hand entered the frame from the left side. It was my hand. I recognized my own watch on the wrist. My hand reached out, not in a sleepy, fumbling way, but with calm, deliberate purpose. It gripped the edge of the laptop, fingers firm, and turned the entire device, swiveling the camera lens away from the bed and directly toward the blank wall. Then the video ended. I played it again, and again. The movement wasn't clumsy. It wasn't the action of someone asleep. It was precise, intentional. It was the action of someone who knew what the camera was for and did not want to be seen. A deep, frozen horror settled in my gut, colder than any fear I'd felt so far. This wasn't a medical condition. Something that was me, but wasn't me, was awake inside my body when I was asleep. And it was smart. It was hiding its tracks. I didn't know what to do. Going back to the homeowners was useless. The internet was full of scary stories, but no real answers. I was trapped. Later that afternoon, the mail came. Among the bills and ads was a small, flat package, a padded envelope. There was no return address. My address was handwritten in a spidery, old-fashioned script I didn't recognize. I tore it open. Inside was a book. A very old, very small book. The cover was made of dark, worn leather, and the title was stamped in faded gold letters. Echoes of the Unseen, on Astral Tethers and Object Bonds. It sounded like the kind of cheap, weird thing you'd find next to the Ouija board at a flea market. But it felt heavy with age. A slip of paper fell out. On it, in the same handwriting, was a single line: "You are not walking. You are being walked." With a sinking feeling, I opened the book. The pages were brittle and yellowed. It was full of dense, old-fashioned language about spirits and connections to objects. Then, about halfway through, a paragraph was highlighted with a bright yellow marker, a shocking modern touch in the ancient book. I read the line, and my blood went cold. The handler who first wakes the link becomes the tether. The waking self sleeps. The sleeping self walks the tether's line to the object of its bond. I sat down hard on my couch. Handler. Tether. The words from the old man at the flea market came screaming back. You sure you want to be the conductor? I had been the first to touch it, to wake it up by using it, even as a joke. I had become the link. The board was the anchor, and I was the rope. My sleeping self was walking that rope, every night, back to the board. The book was saying this wasn't an accident. It was a mechanism, and I had turned the key. I spent the evening reading, a grim focus pushing aside the panic. The book talked about rituals to break such a tether. It involved confronting the object, while fully awake, and performing a ceremony of severance. It mentioned things I'd need. Salt, white ash from a certain wood, a blade of cold iron. It sounded like crazy witchcraft, but the video of my hand turning the camera wasn't crazy. It was real. The mud on my feet was real. I had two choices: accept that I was losing my mind, or accept that this bizarre, impossible thing was happening and try to fight it with its own rules. As night fell again, I made a decision. I couldn't live like this, waiting to wake up with more mud, or worse, waking up somewhere I couldn't explain. I had to try. I gathered what I could from the book's instructions. Table salt from my kitchen. I didn't have white ash, but I had some charcoal from an old grill. A blade of cold iron just meant an old knife, right? I found a steel pocket knife my dad gave me years ago. It wasn't much, but it was a plan. I packed it all into a small backpack. My plan was simple, terrifying, and the only one I had. Tomorrow, I would go to the Victorian in the middle of the day. I would explain everything to the homeowners again, show them the book, make them understand. And then, with their permission, I would go into that living room while I was wide awake, and I would try to break this thing. I went to bed that night without a pill. I put the backpack right by my bedroom door. I didn't sleep. I lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, listening to every little sound my house made, praying for morning to come. I must have drifted off just before dawn, because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming in. I bolted upright, immediately looking at my feet. They were clean. I looked at the door. The backpack was still there, untouched. A shaky, weak relief flooded through me. I had made it through the night. Today I would end this. I got dressed, picked up the backpack, and walked out to my car. As I backed out of my driveway, I glanced in the rearview mirror at my house. For a second, in the reflection, I thought I saw a face in my bedroom window looking down at me. My own face, pale and expressionless. I jerked my head around to look directly at the house. The window was empty. Just a trick of the light, I told myself firmly. Just my exhausted mind playing tricks. I took a deep breath, turned the car toward Elm Street, and drove toward the Victorian, toward the board, toward whatever was waiting for me there, hoping I could fix the terrible thing I had set in motion when I bought a piece of haunted junk at a flea market. I drove to Elm Street with my backpack full of crazy stuff on the passenger seat, my hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles were white. The salt, the charcoal, the old pocket knife. It all felt ridiculous now, in the bright light of day. What was I going to do? Throw salt at them and demand they let me perform a magic trick in their living room? They already thought I was weird. I needed a better approach. I needed them to see this wasn't a joke. I decided to start with the truth, the whole truth, even if it made me sound like I'd lost my mind. I parked in front of the Victorian. The house looked different in the daytime, less spooky, just old and quiet. I took a deep breath, grabbed my backpack, and walked up to the porch. I rang the bell. I could hear movement inside, footsteps. The husband opened the door. He looked surprised to see me, and a little guarded. "Oh hey," he said. "Everything okay?" "Not really," I said, and my voice came out more serious than I meant it to. "Can I come in? I need to talk to you and your wife about what's happening. It's really important." He hesitated, then nodded, opening the door wider. "Sure." Come on in. I stepped into the living room. It was different with their furniture, cozy rugs, and colorful art. But the mantel was the same. And there it was, the board. It sat right in the center, the planchette off to the side. It looked so ordinary, just a piece of carved wood. The wife came in from the kitchen, wiping her hands on a towel. She didn't smile. "Hi," she said, her tone flat. I put my backpack down. "I know you think I'm being strange about the board," I started. "And after what I'm about to tell you, you might think I'm crazy. But I need you to listen. That video you sent me, that was real. I wasn't sleepwalking. I was in my own bed, 5 miles away. I have proof." I pulled out my phone and showed them the 3-second clip of my own hand turning the laptop camera. They watched it, their expressions shifting from polite patience to confusion. "I set up a camera to catch myself," I explained. "That's me turning it away so I couldn't be filmed, while I was supposedly asleep. And 2 nights ago, I woke up with my feet covered in mud and leaves. My bedroom door was still locked from the inside. I saw the wife exchange a look with her husband. It wasn't a believing look. It was a 'this person needs help' look. "Look," the husband said gently, like he was talking to a child. "That sounds really stressful. Maybe it's just extreme sleepwalking. Have you seen a doctor? This isn't medical," I said, and I heard the desperation crack in my voice. I took the old book out of my backpack. "I got this in the mail. I don't know who sent it. It talks about this. It says the first person to activate an object, to create a link with it, becomes a tether. The board is the anchor. I'm the tether. My sleeping self is being pulled here to it every night." I held the book out. The wife took a step back, not touching it. Her face was pale. "You're talking about ghosts," she said, her voice a whisper. "I'm talking about whatever that thing is," I said, pointing at the mantel. "I'm sorry I ever brought it into your house. I didn't know. But we have to break the link. The book says there's a way. A ritual. We need to do it here with the board. Please." There was a long pause. The husband put his arm around his wife. "We think you should leave," he said, his voice firm now. "We're sorry you're having problems, but this is our home. That board is just a decoration. We don't believe in that stuff. And this is making my wife very uncomfortable." "But the video you sent me," I started. "Was a funny coincidence," the husband interrupted. "We shouldn't have sent it. It was a mistake. Please go see a doctor. A good one." I was being thrown out. My proof, my book, my story. It all sounded insane, even to my own ears standing there in their sunny living room. I felt a hot wave of shame and frustration. I picked up my backpack. What if something happens? I asked, my voice low. What if my sleeping self does more than just move the planchette? What if it starts touching your things? What if it comes into your room? The wife's eyes went wide with a new fear, but the husband's jaw set. "Then we'll call the police," he said. "And we'll tell them about the strange real estate agent who's obsessed with our decor. Now please go." I had no choice. I walked out, the door closing firmly behind me. I stood on the porch, defeated. My plan was ashes. I couldn't fight this on my own. I needed someone who wouldn't just call me crazy. I needed an expert. Not a ghost hunter, but a scientist. I needed a sleep specialist. I drove straight to my doctor's office and begged for an emergency referral. I got an appointment for the next afternoon. That night, back in my own house, I felt a new kind of fear. It was a clean, clinical fear. I wasn't scared of monsters. I was scared of my own brain. What if they were right? What if this was all in my head? A severe mental break? That was almost more terrifying than a haunted board. The next day, I sat in a sterile beige waiting room at the sleep clinic, rehearsing my story in my head. I had to make it sound medical. No mention of the board. Just the facts. Nighttime wanderings, waking up with evidence of travel, video evidence of complex behavior while unconscious. My name was called. The specialist was a woman with a kind face and calm eyes. I told her everything, leaving out the flea market, the board, the book. I showed her the video from the homeowners. She watched it carefully, her expression professional and unreadable. I told her about the mud on my feet. I told her about my laptop camera being turned. She listened, took notes, and asked smart questions. Did I have a history of sleepwalking? No. Was I under unusual stress? Well, yeah, now I was. Had I experienced any head injuries? No. After a long examination and a bunch of questions, she leaned back. What you're describing is extraordinary, she said. It sounds like a very extreme form of parasomnia, specifically nocturnal wandering. The complexity, the travel, the use of a car, is highly unusual, but not entirely unheard of in medical literature. The brain is capable of remarkable, coordinated actions while in a dissociated sleep state. She gave me a diagnosis, a fancy term for sleepwalking on steroids. She prescribed a mild sedative to help me achieve deeper, more stable sleep. She suggested a sleep journal. She recommended door alarms and maybe a baby monitor to hear myself if I got up. Her solutions were rational, simple, and sensible. And as she explained them, I felt a huge, crushing weight lift off my shoulders. This was it. This was the answer. It was a medical problem. My brain was glitching. The board, the tether, the old book. It was all coincidence, my panicked mind trying to make sense of a neurological hiccup. I left the clinic with a prescription in my hand and a feeling of pure relief. I filled the prescription immediately. That night, I followed the new rules. I took the pill. I set up a baby monitor on my nightstand. I felt the sedative pull me down into a soft, deep sleep, the first peaceful rest I'd had in weeks. I woke up feeling clear-headed, rested. No mud. I checked the baby monitor. It had recorded nothing but the steady sound of my own breathing. It was working. The doctor was right. For 3 nights, it was perfect. I slept. I woke up in my bed. The problem was solved. On the 4th day, my phone rang. It was the husband from the Victorian. His voice was different this time. There was no nervous laughter. He sounded tired and scared. "Hey," he said. "Can you come over? We need to talk." That old, cold feeling came rushing back. "What's wrong?" I asked. "It's the board. Or something. The cameras. We've been seeing more things. Different things. Can you just come?" I drove over, my heart sinking. They let me in, and they looked awful, like they hadn't slept. The wife's eyes were red. Without a word, the husband handed me a tablet. He pulled up a video file. This one was from a camera in their hallway, from the night before. Timestamp, 2:30 a.m. The screen showed the empty hallway. Then, a figure walked into view from the living room. It was me, my sleeping self, in my pajamas. But it wasn't standing still. It was walking slowly, deliberately down the hallway. It stopped at a small table, reached out, and opened a drawer. It just held the drawer open, looking inside at whatever was in there, for a full minute. Then it closed the drawer gently and continued down the hall, out of view of that camera. "There's more," the wife said, her voice hollow. She took the tablet and pulled up another clip. This one was from a camera in their bedroom doorway, pointed into their room. The angle showed part of their bed. The timestamp was 3:15 a.m. The figure stood in the doorway, a dark shape against the brighter hall. It just stood there, perfectly still, facing their bed. For 20 minutes. Just watching them sleep. The video ended. The room felt very cold. "It's getting worse," the husband whispered. "It's not just playing with the board anymore. It's exploring. It's watching us." I stared at the frozen image on the tablet, my own back, standing in their bedroom doorway. The doctor's rational explanation evaporated. Parasomnia didn't explain this. A sleeping brain doesn't drive 5 miles, open drawers to look at things, and then stand guard over sleeping people. This was purpose. This was intelligence. "You have to get rid of the board," I said, my voice tight. "Now. Today. Throw it in a dumpster. Burn it. Get it out of your house." The wife shook her head, a frantic movement. "No. What if that makes it angry? What if getting rid of the anchor makes it stick here? With us? It's attached to you, but it's in our house." She was crying now. "You brought this here. You need to fix it." They were right. I had brought it, and my medical detour had been a waste of time. The problem wasn't in my brain. It was on their mantle, and it was learning. I left them, promising I would find a real solution. I went home and took out the old book again. I skipped the highlighted section and read further, into the chapters about severance rituals. The instructions were clearer now. It needed to be done by the handler, me, at the location of the object, the Victorian. While in a waking state, I needed specific things. Not table salt, but sea salt. Not charcoal, but white ash from a rowan tree. Not a steel pocket knife, but a blade of cold iron, which the book described as iron that had never been worked by a forge, like a meteorite. This was getting impossible. Where was I supposed to find that? As I read the difficult requirements, a part of me, a tired part, whispered that maybe the doctor was still right. Maybe this was all madness. Maybe I should just check myself into a hospital. Just then my doorbell rang. It was a delivery person with a small, heavy box. No return address again. I took it inside and opened it. Inside, packed in crumpled brown paper, were 3 items. A small, rough-looking bag of pure white sea salt, a tiny glass jar filled with fine, pale gray ash, and a knife. It was an ugly, primitive-looking thing, black and pitted, like a shard of metal that had been found in the dirt. It was cold to the touch, a deep, sinking cold that seemed to suck the warmth from my fingers. A note was tucked beside it. This time, the spidery handwriting was just 2 words, for the severance. Someone was helping me, or someone was setting me up. I had no idea which, but I had the tools now, the real tools. I looked at the bizarre items on my kitchen table. The medical path was closed. The homeowners were terrified. I had the instructions, and I had the ingredients delivered to my door. There was only one path left. I had to go back to the Victorian. I had to try the ritual for real. Not with makeshift stuff, but with these strange, specific items. I would have to convince the homeowners to let me try one last time. I packed the new items carefully into my backpack, next to the old book. The weight of the iron knife felt wrong in the bag, a dense, alien presence. I knew what I had to do. I would go there tonight. After dark, I would explain that I had a real chance to end this, and I would beg them to let me try. I sat on my couch, waiting for the sun to go down, the backpack at my feet. I was more scared than I had ever been in my life, but I was also resolved. This ended tonight, one way or another. I just had to hope that the person who sent me the knife was a friend, and that I wasn't about to make everything a whole lot worse. The wait for nightfall was the longest of my life. I just sat there on my couch, watching the light change in the room, feeling the weight of that backpack by my feet like it was a living thing. The cold iron knife inside seemed to hum with a kind of energy I could feel through the fabric, a low, dull vibration that made my teeth ache if I thought about it too much. I knew going there at night was a bad idea. The thing, my sleeping self, was active at night, but I also knew I couldn't get the homeowners to agree to a daytime ritual, not after how I'd acted before. They were scared of the nighttime visitor, so maybe, just maybe, they'd be desperate enough to let me try an exorcism in their living room at midnight. When the sky was fully dark, I picked up the backpack, walked to my car, and drove toward Elm Street. The streets were quiet. Every shadow looked like a person standing still. Every set of headlights in my rearview mirror felt like they were following me. I pulled up to the Victorian and turned off the engine. The house was mostly dark, just one light on in the living room window. It looked like a single watchful eye. I took a deep breath, grabbed my bag of weird tools, and walked up to the porch. I rang the bell. After a moment, the husband opened the door just a crack, the security chain still on. He looked past me into the dark yard, then at my face. He looked exhausted. "You came," he said, and it wasn't a greeting, it was a statement of grim fact. "I have a way to try to fix this," I said, holding up the backpack. "The real way. I have the things I need. Please let me try." He looked at me for a long time, then nodded, unhooking the chain. "Come in. But if this is a trick, if this is some kind of... I don't know. I'm calling the police." I stepped inside. The wife was sitting on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket. She looked at me with huge, fearful eyes, but didn't say anything. The living room felt charged, like the air before a lightning strike. And there, on the coffee table in front of the sofa, was the board. They had taken it down from the mantel. It sat there, a simple piece of wood that had somehow torn a hole in my life. The planchette was placed neatly beside it. "We took it down after last night," the husband whispered. "We thought maybe if it wasn't up high, it would, I don't know, be less." It hadn't helped. The feeling in the room was worse than ever. "This might look strange," I said, my voice sounding too loud in the tense room. "Just let me do what I need to do. Don't interrupt, no matter what." I opened my backpack and took out the items from the mysterious box. The bag of white sea salt, the jar of pale ash, the ugly cold iron knife. I placed them on the floor. Following the book's instructions, I poured the salt in a wide circle around me and the coffee table, leaving one small gap to step through. I sprinkled the fine gray ash in a smaller circle inside the salt one, right around the board. My hands were shaking. Finally, I picked up the iron knife. It was so cold it almost burned my palm. I held it point down over the board. I closed my eyes, trying to remember the words from the book, a chant to sever the tether, to break the link between the object and the handler, between it and me. I started to speak the words. They were old, formal words, and they felt clumsy in my mouth. "I who am the handler, I who woke the link, now I sever the tether, I break the chain, I unbind the bond." As I chanted, the air in the room changed. It didn't get colder exactly, but it got still. The normal house sounds, the creak of the floor, the hum of the fridge, They all faded away, like someone had put the world on mute. The only sound was my shaky voice reciting the words. Then, the planchette on the table moved. It didn't slide. It jerked. A sharp, sudden twitch. I froze in mid-word. The husband sucked in a sharp breath. I kept going, forcing the words out. Let the sleeping self rest. Let the waking self be whole. Let this object hold no power. The planchette began to spin. Not a slow circle, but a fast, frantic whirl on the spot, vibrating against the wood of the coffee table with a nasty, buzzing sound. The overhead light in the room flickered once, then stayed on, but now it gave off a sickly, yellowish glow. From the hallway behind the wife, a shape stepped into the doorway. It was me, my sleeping self. It stood there just like in the video, but its eyes were open. They were blank, milky like clouded glass. It didn't look at the homeowners. It looked directly at me, at the circle, at the board. And then it smiled. It wasn't a mean smile. It was a calm, patient, knowing smile that made my stomach turn to water. It stepped closer, stopping right at the edge of the salt circle. It didn't try to cross. It just stood there watching me. Keep going, the husband hissed, his voice cracking with panic. I tried. I fumbled over the next words. My sleeping self raised its own hands. It held them out, mirroring my pose, as if it held an invisible knife. And then it began to speak. Its lips moved, and a sound came out, but it wasn't a voice. It was a dry, rustling whisper, like leaves skittering on concrete. I couldn't understand the words at first, but as I listened, my own chanting faltering, I realized with a jolt of pure horror what it was doing. It was repeating my words, the same severance chant, but backwards. Word by twisted word, it was saying the ritual in reverse. It wasn't trying to stop me. It was trying to hijack the ceremony, to twist my severance into a permanent binding. A blinding pain exploded behind my eyes. It was like a spike of white-hot fire driving into my brain. I cried out, dropping to one knee. The knife fell from my hand, clattering onto the floor inside the ash circle. I saw double. I saw the living room from my own eyes, the terrified faces of the homeowners, the spinning planchette. And I saw another view, superimposed over it like a transparent film. The view from the hallway, looking at myself kneeling in the circle. The two perspectives, mine and my sleeping selves, were merging. I felt a terrible suction, a pulling sensation deep in my chest, as if my very soul was being drawn out toward that thing in the hallway. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. The pain and the disorientation were too much. I stumbled, throwing out a hand to catch myself. My palm slapped down on the floor, right on the neat line of white salt. The circle broke. The connection snapped. The pain vanished so completely, it was like it had never been. The double vision popped like a bubble. I gasped, drawing in a ragged breath. The overhead light stopped flickering and returned to its normal bright white. The planchette on the table fell over with a tiny clack and lay still. I looked up, blinking. The hallway was empty. My sleeping self was gone. The terrible pressure in the room was gone. Everything was just normal. For a long moment, nobody moved or spoke. Then the wife let out a sob, a sound of pure release. She buried her face in her hands. The husband rushed over to her, holding her, murmuring, "It's okay, it's over, it's gone, look, it's gone." He looked at me, his eyes wide with wonder and relief. "You did it. You actually did it." I slowly got to my feet. My body felt light, strange. The grinding fear that had been my constant companion for weeks was just absent. I felt clear. I felt empty in a good way. I looked at the board on the table. It was just a piece of wood again. No feeling came from it. No pull. Nothing. I bent down and picked up the iron knife. It was still cold, but it felt inert now, just a piece of metal. I gathered my things, putting the salt and ashen knife back in my backpack. The homeowners were both crying now, hugging each other, thanking me over and over. "We're so sorry we didn't believe you," the wife said, wiping her eyes. Thank you. I managed a small smile. "It's okay. It's over. For all of us." I left them there, in their now peaceful living room. I walked out to my car, the cool night air feeling fresh and clean on my face. I drove home. The whole way, I kept waiting for the fear to come back, for a twitch in my finger, for anything. But there was nothing. Just quiet. Just normalcy. I pulled into my driveway, turned off the car, and sat for a moment, just listening to the engine tick as it cooled. I felt tired, but a good tired, the tired you feel after finishing a huge, difficult job. I had done it. I had actually broken the tether. I got out, walked into my house, locked the door behind me. I went to the bathroom to splash water on my face. I looked at myself in the mirror. I looked older, tired, but the wild, hunted look was gone from my eyes. I was just me again. I smiled, a real, genuine smile of relief. And in the mirror, my reflection smiled back. But the smile was wrong. It was the same calm, patient, knowing smile my sleeping self had worn in the hallway. My own face, wearing that alien expression. I felt my own lips, my real lips, pressed together. I wasn't smiling. A jolt of electric terror shot down my spine. I stared, frozen, at the mirror. My reflection stared back, its smile not wavering. Then slowly it winked, and the reflection turned and walked out of the frame of the mirror, leaving me staring at an empty view of my bathroom wall behind me. I spun around. The bathroom was empty. My heart was hammering again, a frantic drumbeat of panic. I ran to the living room, turning on every light. Nothing. I was alone. I stood in the middle of my living room, shaking. The relief I had felt was gone, replaced by a new, deeper dread. The ritual hadn't severed the tether. I had felt it break, but what if it hadn't broken the way I thought? What if, when the salt circle broke, the connection hadn't been severed, but completed? What if my sleeping self hadn't been banished? What if, in that moment of merging, it hadn't been pushed out, but had rushed in? I walked slowly to the kitchen window. The night outside was black. In the dark glass, I could see a faint reflection of my kitchen, and my own reflection standing still, watching me from within the window. Its face was a calm, blank mask. And this time, when I raised my own hand to touch my own face, the reflection in the window did not move. I didn't sleep that night. I just sat on my couch in the bright living room, staring at the spot where my reflection had been in the kitchen window. Every time I looked at a dark TV screen or a glass picture frame, I expected to see it, that calm, not me face looking back. But it didn't appear again. The house was just a house. I was just me sitting there, buzzing with a tired, ragged fear. Maybe I had imagined it. The stress, the ritual, the whole insane ordeal. It could have caused a hallucination. My mind was so fried, it was playing one last nasty trick on me. That had to be it. When the sun finally came up, I felt a little better. The solid, normal light of day pushed the creepy shadows of the night away. I decided to test things. I needed to see if I was really free. I went through my morning routine. I made coffee. It tasted bitter and a little like dirt, but I drank it anyway, telling myself my taste buds were off from stress. I got dressed for work. I looked in the bedroom mirror as I fixed my tie. My reflection moved when I moved. It looked tired, but it was me. No weird smiles. I went to the office. It felt strange, like returning to a life I'd left behind a long time ago. My colleagues were happy to see me. "You look great," one of them said. "You were so stressed about that Victorian sale, and now you're like a whole new person." I forced a smile. "Yeah," I said. "I feel like myself for the first time in ages." The words came out easily, but they felt hollow, like I was reading a line from a script. I threw myself into work. I made calls, set up appointments, wrote listings. I was hyper-focused, getting more done in a few hours than I usually did in a day. It felt good. It felt efficient. I didn't feel happy exactly, but I didn't feel scared either. I just felt clear, purposeful, like a machine running perfectly. At lunch, I drove without really thinking about where I was going. My car just seemed to take a familiar route. I found myself turning onto Elm Street. I slowed down as I passed the Victorian, and I saw it. The for sale sign was back in the front yard. A bright, new sign from a different real estate company. My professional brain clicked on automatically. That was weird. The couple had just moved in. They loved the place. Why would they be selling? And why wouldn't they call me their original agent? A little knot of curiosity tightened in my gut. I pulled over and called my office. "Hey," I asked my assistant. "The Victorian on Elm, the one I sold a few months ago? I'm driving by and it's for sale again. Do we have the listing?" "Oh, that one," she said. "No, another firm got it. The weirdest thing. I heard from the listing agent over there that the owners just left. In the middle of the night last week. They packed a few suitcases and disappeared. Left all their furniture, everything. The listing agent said when she went in, the coffee cups were still on the table, like they'd just gotten up and walked out. They told the neighbor the house felt finished with them. A cold feeling, different from fear, spread through my chest. Finished with them. They had gotten what they wanted from the house. Or the house, or what was in it, had gotten what it wanted from them. And now it was empty again. Available. I thanked her and hung up, staring at the house. The board was still in there. It was alone in an empty house, and as I sat there, a new feeling bloomed inside me. It wasn't panic. It was a deep, compelling sense of purpose. A need. The board was alone. It needed to be seen. It needed to be found again. It needed new hands to touch it. My real estate skills weren't just for selling houses anymore. They were for making connections, for finding the next person. The thought didn't feel like my own. It felt planted, a cold seed growing in my mind. But I didn't fight it. It felt right, logical. I drove back to the office, that purpose humming in the back of my head. I worked through the afternoon, but my mind kept drifting back to the Victorian, to the board. It was a prime property, a beautiful, historic home. It shouldn't sit empty. It deserved a family, someone who would appreciate its unique character. I found myself pulling up the old listing photos I had taken, the ones with the board on the mantle. They were good photos. They had worked. Later that evening, back at my own house, I didn't feel tired. The crushing fatigue I'd lived with for weeks was just gone. I realized I hadn't thought about sleeping, hadn't yawned once. The part of me that needed sleep, it felt absent. I went into my home office and turned on my computer. I opened a new presentation file. I started designing a new marketing campaign for the Victorian. It wasn't my listing, but that didn't seem to matter. I was just drawn to do it. As I worked, choosing fonts, writing catchy descriptions about a home with a story to tell, I felt a calm satisfaction. This was what I was supposed to be doing. I reached into my desk drawer, not really thinking, just letting my hand move. My fingers closed around something smooth and wooden. I pulled it out. It was the heart-shaped planchette from the Ouija board. I must have taken it from the Victorian after the ritual. I had no memory of doing that. None at all. But here it was. I set it on the desk next to my mousepad. Its presence felt comforting, reassuring, like a paperweight for my new, focused mind. I looked at it, then back at my computer screen. My tagline was perfect. I typed it in bold letters at the top of the presentation. A home with a story to tell. Are you the next chapter? I leaned back in my chair, a small, professional smile on my face. It was a great campaign. It would draw people in. The right kind of people. People who were looking for more than just a house. People who were curious, who loved a little mystery. Outside my office window, the night was black. In the dark glass, I could see the reflection of my room, my desk, the glow of my computer monitor. And I could see myself sitting there working. My reflection looked focused. Content. It was finally the master of the house. I watched my reflection for a long moment. Then I turned my attention back to the planchette on my desk. I reached out and placed my index finger lightly on the smooth wood. It was warm. Not from my touch, but from something inside it. A gentle, welcoming heat. I left my finger there, feeling that warmth travel up my arm, as I began to browse through online listings of potential buyers, looking for just the right profile, the right kind of curiosity in their eyes, someone who might appreciate a truly unique find. The search felt important. It felt like my real work was just beginning. Life became very simple, very efficient. I no longer slept. I would rest, sitting in a chair or lying on my bed in the dark, but my mind stayed awake, a quiet engine humming in the background. The gnawing terror was gone. The confusion was gone. I felt a serene, flat clarity, like the surface of a still pond. I went to work. I sold houses with a cold, effortless skill that impressed everyone. My presentations were perfect. My timing was flawless. I felt nothing when I closed a deal, just a check mark next to a completed task. The only thing that stirred any feeling in me was the Victorian. I couldn't list it officially as another agent had it, but I watched it. I drove by it every day. I checked the online listing, watching the price drop, seeing the days on the market tick up. It was waiting, and I was waiting with it. I kept the planchette on my desk at home. It was my paperweight, my worry stone. My finger would often find its way to the smooth wood, tracing the little heart shape, absorbing its gentle, constant warmth. It was a comfort, a point of focus, my own little piece of the board, a reminder of my purpose. One afternoon at the office, a woman came in. She was browsing the listings on our public computer, her face pale, her eyes carrying a deep, tired sadness that looked familiar. She was looking for a fresh start, she said. Something with character. Something old. My colleague was helping her, but he called me over. "This is our historic home specialist," he said, introducing me. I shook her hand. Her skin was cool. "I'm just looking for something different," she said, her voice soft. "Somewhere that feels like it has a past." I felt a pulse from the planchette in my pocket. I had started carrying it with me, a little thrum of warmth against my leg. It was interested. I smiled my calm, professional smile. I might have just the place in mind, I said. It's not my listing, but I know it well. A beautiful Victorian on Elm Street. It has an incredible story. Her tired eyes flickered with a faint curiosity. Elm Street? She asked. I think I saw that one online. It looks interesting. It's more than interesting, I said, my voice smooth and persuasive. It's a home that chooses its owners. It needs someone who appreciates its unique qualities. I was speaking words that felt both true and not my own. They flowed out of me easily. I printed out the information for her, circling the other agent's number, but I wrote my personal cell on the bottom. If you have any questions about its character, I said, call me. I know it intimately. She took the paper, her fingers brushing mine. A little jolt, like static electricity, passed between us. She didn't seem to notice, but the planchette in my pocket grew distinctly warmer. She thanked me and left. My colleague clapped me on the shoulder. Great lead. You really have a way with these quirky properties. I nodded, watching her through the window as she walked to her car, looking at the paper in her hand. The connection was made. The seed was planted. That night, in my home office, I didn't work on other listings. I sat with the planchette in my hand, looking at the photo of the Victorian on my screen. I thought about the woman, her sad eyes, her search for a past to lose herself in. She was perfect. The board would be pleased. A new handler. A fresh tether. The thought filled me with a sense of profound, quiet satisfaction. I was doing my job. I was maintaining the connection. I was part of something larger than myself. I got up and went to the bathroom, washing my face with cold water. I looked in the mirror. The man who looked back was a stranger I understood perfectly. His eyes were calm, focused, empty of the messy chaos of human worry. He was a tool, a conduit, a real estate agent for a very specific kind of property. I did not feel sad about this. I did not feel anything about it. It was simply a fact. As I turned off the light to leave the bathroom, a flicker of movement in the dark mirror caught my eye. Not my reflection. Behind it, in the blackness of the mirrored world, for just a fraction of a second, I saw the Victorian's living room. The board was on the mantel, and the planchette was not there. It was here in my hand. In the mirror, a shadowy figure stood before the empty board, its head bowed, waiting. Then the image was gone, and it was just my own dark bathroom again. I looked down at the warm wood in my palm. It wasn't just a piece of the board. It was the board, in a way. Its mobile piece. Its scout. And I was its agent. I walked back to my desk, the planchette held tight. The next step was clear. I needed to get her into the house. I needed to make sure the other agent's showing failed, that my connection with her, sparked by that little static shock, became the stronger pull. I picked up my phone and looked at the number I'd written down for her. I wouldn't call tonight. That would seem too eager. I would wait. I would let the idea of the house, the story I had hinted at, work on her mind. I would let the board, through its little piece that I carried, do its work. I sat back down, placing the planchette carefully in the center of my desk. I looked at the marketing slogan I had written weeks before, still on my screen. Are you the next chapter? Yes, I thought. She very well might be. And I would be right there to help her turn the page. The process was underway. Everything was proceeding as it should. I felt no guilt. I felt no anticipation. I simply observed the mechanics of the machine I was now a part of, and I found it to be a very well-designed machine indeed. The story was continuing, and I had secured my role in it. I was no longer the victim, the tether, the handler struggling for control. I was the facilitator, and for the first time since this began, I felt a sense of perfect, unshakable peace. The hunt was on, and I was the quiet guide leading the next curious soul right to the waiting heart of the house on Elm Street. The days took on a steady rhythm, a quiet hum of purpose. I went to the office, I sold houses, I drove by the Victorian. I carried the planchette with me always, a smooth, warm stone in my pocket, a constant companion. I waited for the call from the woman with the sad eyes. I knew it would come. The pull was too strong, the curiosity I had planted too specific. The other agent's sign still stood in the yard, but the house was waiting for the right person, and we both knew she wasn't going to come from a generic online ad. She would come through me. A week after our meeting, my personal phone buzzed with an unknown number. A feeling, not an emotion but a physical sensation like a key turning in a lock, traveled up my arm from the planchette in my pocket. I answered. It was her. Her voice was hesitant. "Hi, we met at the real estate office. About the Victorian on Elm?" "Yes," I said, my voice calm and welcoming. "I'm glad you called. I went to a showing with the other agent," she said. "It's a beautiful house, but it felt empty. Not just without furniture. Empty. The agent couldn't tell me anything about its history, just square footage and roof age." She paused. "You said it had a story." "It does," I replied. "A deep one. The kind that gives a home its bones. The official listings never tell that part." I could feel her interest, a taut line through the phone. Could you show it to me? Tell me what you know." This was it. The invitation. "Of course," I said. "The other agent has a lockbox. I can get the code. How about this evening? After sunset. The house has a particular feeling in the evening light. It's the best time to understand it." She agreed. We set a time. As I hung up, the planchette felt hot against my thigh, a cheerful, eager warmth. Everything was aligning. That evening I arrived first. I used the lockbox code and let myself into the Victorian. It was cold inside, a deep chill that had nothing to do with the thermostat. The air was stale and still. The house was waiting, tense like a held breath. I walked into the living room. The mantel was bare. The board was gone. The other agent had probably cleared out the clutter. That was fine. It didn't matter. The board's presence was in the walls, in the floorboards, in the very air. And I had its heart with me. I took the planchette from my pocket and placed it in the center of the mantel, a small, dark shape on the pale wood. It looked right. It looked like it had come home. A few minutes later, headlights swept the front window. I saw her car pull up. I watched from the window as she got out, hugging her coat around her, looking up at the imposing facade. She looked small. She looked perfect. I met her at the door, smiling my professional, reassuring smile. "Welcome back," I said. "Come in. Feel the difference." She stepped inside, and a little shiver went through her. "It's so cold," she whispered. "It's just the house waking up," I said, guiding her toward the living room. "It's been asleep, waiting." I gave her the tour, but not like a normal agent. I didn't talk about renovation potential or closet space. I talked about echoes. I talked about how old houses hold memories in their plaster, how they settle into the personalities of those who live there. I told her the previous owners had felt the house was finished with them, that it had given them what they needed and released them. It was a story of change, of renewal. She listened rapt, her sad eyes wide. She was soaking it up, this idea of a house that was alive, that had intentions. We ended up back in the living room. The only light came from a lamp I'd brought, casting long, dramatic shadows. Her eyes went to the mantel, to the lone, heart-shaped piece of wood sitting there. "What's that?" she asked. "A piece of the story," I said, my voice soft. "It was part of a set, a game. The previous owners left it behind. I think it's the house's favorite piece. It's center." I walked over and picked it up. It was blazing hot now, almost too hot to hold, but the heat was comforting to me. "Here," I said, turning to her. "Hold it. You can feel the history in it, the energy of the house." I held it out. She hesitated, then reached for it. As her fingers were about to close over the wood, a noise shattered the moment. A loud, sharp crack from upstairs, like a piece of wood breaking. She jerked her hand back, startled. "What was that?" "Just the house settling," I said smoothly, though I had heard it too. It had sounded deliberate. Old bones. But the spell was broken. Her fear, which had been a tool, was now an obstacle. She took a step back, wrapping her arms around herself. "This is too much," she said, her voice shaky. "It's too intense. I think I need something simpler. I'm sorry." She was pulling away. The connection was fraying. The planchette in my hand pulsed with a sudden, angry heat. No, this was not acceptable. The house had been promised. She was chosen. A calm, cold instruction formed in my mind, not in words, but in pure intent. Finish the connection. I looked at her, my smile never wavering. "I understand," I said. "But before you go, just one more thing. The house wants to say goodbye." I placed the burning hot planchette back on the mantel. Then I reached into my other pocket and took out a small, ordinary-looking piece of white chalk. I had brought it without knowing why. Now I knew. "It's a tradition," I lied, my voice a hypnotic murmur. "For visitors it connects with. You make a mark, a signature on its memory." I knelt and drew a small, simple circle on the hardwood floor between us. "Step into the circle," I said, looking up at her. "Just for a second. It's how the house remembers." She stared at the chalk circle, then at my face. My expression was open, harmless. A silly ritual. She was scared, but she was also polite, and part of her was still deeply curious. She took one step forward, placing her foot inside the circle. The moment her shoe touched the chalk line, the planchette on the mantel shot straight up into the air, as if yanked by a string, and then slammed down onto the wooden surface with a bang that echoed through the empty house. She screamed and tried to pull back, but it was as if her foot was stuck to the floor. Her eyes were wide with pure terror, fixed on me. And my smile finally fell. I watched her, my head tilted. This was the process. The transfer. The old tether, me facilitating the new. I could feel it happening, a sucking sensation in the air, a current drawing from her, through the chalk circle, into the floor, into the walls, toward the board that wasn't there but was everywhere. She was gasping, her face pale. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The planchette lay still. She stumbled backward, free, crashing into the wall. She looked from me to the mantel, her breath coming in ragged sobs. "What are you?" she choked out. "I'm the agent," I said simply. I picked up the planchette. It was cool now. The connection was complete. The seed was planted deep. She didn't need to buy the house tonight. The link was made. She would dream of it. She would be drawn back. It would pull at her until she returned, and next time, she wouldn't leave. She turned and ran, her footsteps pounding through the hall, out the front door, into the night. I heard her car start and screech away. I stood alone in the living room. The house felt different. Satisfied. Quieter. The job was done. The next chapter had been initiated. I picked up my lamp, erased the chalk circle with my shoe, and put the planchette back in my pocket. It was cool, dormant. Its work here was done for now. I locked up the house and drove home. There was no triumph, no guilt. Just the quiet satisfaction of a task completed correctly. I had facilitated the next stage. The story would continue. I was a permanent part of its machinery now, the usher in the endless theater of the board. I got ready for another night of quiet, sleepless rest, the planchette once again on my desk, a dormant scout waiting for its next mission. The process was eternal, and I was finally at peace within it. The woman would be back, or someone else would come. The house would feed, and I would be there to open the door. Time became a flat circle, a repeating loop of purpose. The frantic woman with the sad eyes never called the police. Maybe she thought they wouldn't believe her. Maybe the seed planted in her that night grew in a different way, a quiet obsession that would bring her back to Elm Street on her own later. I didn't worry about it. The house was patient. I was patient. My life settled into its new shape. I was the best real estate agent in the office, a machine of perfect sales, but my real work happened in the shadows. I became a connoisseur of loneliness. I could spot it across a crowded open house. The recently divorced, the grieving widow, the dreamer who felt out of place in the modern world. They were all drawn to me, or I was drawn to them. I would mention, casually, the unique properties I specialized in. I would talk about history, character, the soul of a home. And when I saw that spark of desperate curiosity, I would hand them my card. My personal card, not the office one. On it, below my name and number, was a single embossed line, "Finding homes with a past." They always called, and I would always have a property in mind. Usually it was the Victorian. Sometimes it was another old house, a placeholder, a test to see how deep their need ran. But the Victorian was always the final goal. The planchette in my pocket was my guide. It would stay cool and inert with most people. But with the right one, it would grow warm, a gentle heat that pulsed in time with their growing interest. It was never wrong. Months turned into a year. The other agent's sign finally came down. The listing had expired. The house sat, empty and waiting, but not lonely. Not anymore. I was its caretaker. I would go there sometimes, letting myself in, just to stand in the living room. I would place the planchette on the mantel and feel the house hum around me. A contented sound felt in the bones, not heard with ears. We were partners. Then one rainy Tuesday, a man walked into the office. He was in his 40s, with the precise movements of an engineer, but the lost eyes of someone whose world had just crumbled. His wife had left him. He needed a new start, a project, something to pour himself into, something real. My colleague started talking about new condos, low maintenance. I watched from my desk. The planchette in my blazer pocket began to glow with a slow, steady warmth, like a coal coming to life. I stood up and walked over. I introduced myself. I listened to him talk about wanting something with integrity, something that had stood the test of time. I nodded, understanding perfectly. "I have just the place," I said. It's not for everyone. It requires a special owner. Someone who isn't afraid of a little history. I showed him a picture on my phone. Not a listing photo. A photo I had taken in the evening, the Victorian lit by a single lamp from within, looking both imposing and welcoming. He stared at it. "That's it," he whispered, almost to himself. We met there that evening. The ritual was familiar now. The chill in the air. The sense of waiting. I told him the story of the house, how it chose its people, how it offered a fresh start to those who understood it. I placed the warm planchette in his hand as we stood in the living room. "This was left by the last owner who truly understood," I said. "It's the heart of the place." He held it, turning it over in his hands, a frown of concentration on his face. He didn't feel the heat, I could tell. He felt the weight, the craftsmanship. He was analyzing it. This was different. The board usually chose the emotional, the seekers. This man was a solver, a fixer. But the planchette was warm. The house was interested. Something new. I felt a flicker of something, not emotion, but a system alert. A variable. We finished the tour. He was interested, deeply so, but in the way a scientist is interested in a puzzle. He wanted to know about wiring, foundation, plumbing. He asked for inspection reports. This was not the usual path. As we walked out, he handed the planchette back to me. "Fascinating piece," he said. "Feels old." He scheduled a formal inspection for 2 days later. I let him out and stood on the porch, watching his taillights disappear in the rain. The planchette in my hand was cooling rapidly. The house was thoughtful, contemplative. This new potential handler was not broken enough, not open enough. He might try to fix the house, not join with it. He might even find the board, if it was hidden in the attic or basement, and throw it away. That could not happen. That night, in my own home, I sat at my desk with the planchette. It was cold and still. I looked at my reflection in the dark computer screen. The man in the reflection looked back, his face a mask of calm calculation. We were in agreement. The engineer was not the right choice. He was a threat to the status quo. The connection had to be cleaned up. The system had to be protected. I knew what to do. It wasn't a thought, it was an impulse, a directive. The next day before his inspection, I went to the Victorian. I went to the basement, a place of cobwebs and old stone. In a corner, behind the ancient furnace, there was a loose stone. Behind it was a space, and in that space was the board. I hadn't hidden it there. The house had, or the previous owners had in their final, frantic days. I pulled it out. The wood was dusty but undamaged. It felt powerful, dormant but potent. I took it upstairs to the living room and placed it on the floor in the center of the room. I took the planchette from my pocket and placed it in the center of the board. Then I took a small vial from my pocket, not salt or ash, but simple motor oil, thick and dark. I poured it in a careful, unbroken line around the board and the planchette, creating a slick, black circle on the hardwood floor. I left the house, leaving the back door slightly ajar. I knew the inspector would come first, before the engineer. He would find the back door open, think nothing of it, and do his work. He would go into the living room. He would see the board, the odd circle of oil. He would note it as debris or prior owner oddity in his report. The engineer would read that report. He would see the words Ouija board and ritualistic residue. The engineer, the solver, the rational man would calculate the risk. He would think of reputation, of resale value, of superstition affecting future buyers. His logical mind would reject the house. The connection would be severed before it could solidify. It was elegant, a gentle deflection. The house would remain waiting for a more suitable candidate. I went home and waited. The call from the engineer came the next afternoon. His voice was clipped, disappointed. "I've decided to pass on the Elm Street property," he said. "The inspection turned up some concerning non-structural issues, historical oddities that don't fit my needs. Thank you for your time." I expressed polite regret and hung up. The planchette on my desk remained cool. The threat was neutralized. The system was secure. I felt the house's approval, a subtle shift in the air around me, a slight easing of a tension I hadn't even noticed. I had done my job. I had protected the story. That evening, I drove to the Victorian to retrieve the board. I would hide it again somewhere new. As I walked up the porch steps, I saw a flicker of movement in the living room window. Not my reflection. A small, dark shape moving quickly. A child? I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The living room was empty. The board was gone from the center of the floor. The circle of oil was still there, smudged now, as if something had been dragged through it. A cold, sharp feeling, the closest I ever got to alarm, prickled at the back of my neck. This was not part of the plan. "Hello," I called out, my voice flat in the empty house. A giggle echoed from upstairs. High-pitched. Young. I climbed the stairs, my steps measured. The hallway upstairs was dark. The door to the small nursery, a room that had always been empty, was closed. From behind it, I heard a soft, scraping sound. Then the distinct, clear tap-tap-tap of the planchette being moved on the board. Not a frantic spin. A deliberate, playful tapping. I pushed the door open. The room was empty except for the board, which sat in the middle of the floor. The planchette was resting on the letter H. As I watched, it began to move slowly, smoothly, all by itself. It spelled out a word, H-E-L-L-O. Then it stopped. I stared at it. The house had never done this before. It had always worked through people, through tethers, through sleep. It had never manifested playfulness. It had never spelled a greeting. A new thought, cold and entirely my own, broke through the calm surface of my mind. What if I wasn't just the facilitator? What if I was also the lesson? What if the board, with each new handler, learned? It had learned fear from the first couple. It had learned resistance from me. It had learned manipulation from my work with the sad-eyed woman. And now, from the near miss with the logical engineer, was it learning strategy? Independence? The planchette trembled, then slid to the word yes at the top of the board. It had read my thought. A jolt, like the electric tingle from the very first day, but 1,000 times stronger, shot up my spine. I was not in control. I had never been in control. I was a favored tool, a useful pet. And the board was getting smarter. It was learning how to play on its own. I took a step back. The planchette zipped to the bottom of the board to goodbye. The message was clear. The audience was over. I left the house, my perfect calm shattered for the first time in over a year. I sat in my car, hands on the wheel, not starting the engine. I looked at the Victorian in my rearview mirror. It looked back, a silent, knowing monument. The story was continuing, all right, but the role of the humble agent was evolving. I had sold the house. I had served the board. And now I realized with a dawning, ice-cold clarity, I might just be its next listing. The hunt was eternal, and no one, not even the hunter, was safe forever. The game was changing, and I was still on the board, waiting to see which way the heart would move next. Story number 7. Look, I just needed a night where I wasn't staring at my own ceiling wondering about my life, you know? That is why I volunteer for the hotline. My name is Leo. It gets me out of my own head. It makes me feel useful. So there I was, sitting in the little booth with the crappy headset, the familiar cup of bad coffee going cold next to me. The center was quiet, that kind of deep quiet that comes late on a Tuesday, where you can almost hear the buzz of the fluorescent lights. My shift was just starting, and I ran through the rules in my mind like I always do. Listen, don't judge. Guide, don't command. And the big one. If the caller goes into occult stuff, ghosts, demons, talking boards, you gently but firmly steer them back to real-world problems. You cannot reason with a monster under the bed when the person is standing on a real ledge. So when the phone finally lit up and I clicked over, giving my usual, "Hello, this is the crisis line. I am listening," I was ready for the usual stuff. Broken hearts, job loss, that deep sadness that just won't lift. I heard her breathing first. Not crying yet, just this fast, shallow panting, like she had run a mile. Then a sob broke through, harsh and sudden. "I did not know what to do," she choked out. Her voice was young, maybe early 20s, and it was shredded, like she had been screaming for hours. I fell into the rhythm, my voice calm and low, the one I practice. "It is okay. You called. You are not alone now. Just try to breathe with me." We did that for a minute, just in and out, and I could hear her trying to match me, the sobs getting further apart. Then she whispered it, so low I almost missed it. "We talked to something last night." A little alarm bell went off in my head. "Protocol. Steer away." "Okay," I said, keeping my voice neutral. "Can you tell me what is happening right now, in this moment? Are you safe?" It was a board. A talking board. A Ouija thing. The alarm bell got louder. I was supposed to pivot now, hard. "Let us focus on you, not the game." That is what the manual said. But before I could speak, she rushed on, her words tumbling out in a flood of pure fear. "We were just messing around, me and my roommates. We asked silly questions. But then it started answering for real. It knew things. It knew my dog's name from when I was a kid. It knew about my dad's watch, the one that got stolen. It spelled it all out. And then it told me how to fix everything. A way to make all the pain stop. It sounded so simple. So easy. So correct. That word. Correct. It did not just hang in the air. It dropped into my stomach like a stone. People in crisis say things feel right, or the only way, but correct. That is a word for a math problem, a puzzle piece snapping into place. It was cold. It was intellectual. It scared me more than any scream could have. I broke the rules. I knew I was doing it as I did it. Instead of redirecting, I asked, my own voice barely a whisper. What did it say to you? She started crying again, but these were different tears, not panic, but a terrible, resigned sadness. I cannot say it. If I say it out loud, it will make it real. It will make it an option. But it is all I can think about. The steps. It gave me steps. Like a recipe. It makes perfect sense. For the next hour, I did not hang up. I talked and talked. I talked about sunrises she had seen, about the taste of her favorite food, about the feeling of warm socks out of the dryer. I shared stupid, meaningless stories about my own life. Anything to build a wall of normal, mundane, beautiful human stuff between her and that terrible, correct idea. I poured every ounce of calm I had, every bit of hope I could fake, down that line. I was not just a volunteer anymore. I was fighting for her, against something I could not see or name. Slowly, so slowly, I felt her come back. The terrifying logic of the thing receded, and the exhausted, frightened young woman returned. We made a safety plan. She promised, her voice small but clear, to call her sister right after we hung up and go stay with her. She promised to call back tomorrow and check in with me. When we finally said goodbye, my hands were shaking. I sat in the booth for a long time, just staring at the wall. The supervisor on duty passed by, gave me a look, and I just waved her off. I was drained, emptied out, but I also felt a weird surge of victory. I had wrestled something back from a brink. I clocked out, drove home through the empty streets, and fell into bed without even taking my shoes off. That is when the dream came. It was not a normal nightmare, not with monsters or falling. It was calm. I was sitting at a table, and my own hands were resting on one of those planchettes, the little pointer from a Ouija board. It was cold under my fingers. I was not moving it. It was moving itself, gliding with a smooth, plastic whisper over the board. It spelled out a single word, efficient. Then it began spelling out instructions. A method. A specific, mechanical, foolproof method. It was not violent or scary. It was just a procedure. A list of steps. In the dream, I nodded along, thinking, yes, that would work. That is very efficient. I woke up not with a gasp, but with my eyes just snapping open in the dark. My heart was not racing. I was perfectly calm. And the entire sequence, every detail of that efficient method, was etched into my mind, clear and precise as a technical manual. I sat up, swung my feet onto the floor, and thought, very clearly, that would actually work. The thought was not alarming. It was just an observation, a piece of data. I shook my head, trying to dislodge it. Stress dream, I muttered to my dark room. Of course your brain recycled that awful call. It is just trying to process it. I believed that. I made myself believe it. I got up, drank a glass of water, and went back to bed, pushing the cold, clean logic of the dream out of my head. The next evening, I went back to the hotline center, ready for my shift. I still had that thought in the back of my mind, though, like a forgotten sticky note in a pocket. My supervisor, a kind woman with tired eyes, saw me and immediately walked over. She looked concerned. "Hey," she said, her voice low. "About that long call last night. The system flags anything over an hour. I had to review the recording." My stomach tightened. Was I in trouble for breaking protocol? "Look, I know I should have redirected." I started, but she cut me off. "It is not that. You did good work. You kept her here. But I need you to listen to something." She led me to her little soundproof office and had me sit down. On her computer screen was an audio waveform from the call. "We have software that cleans up background noise sometimes for training purposes," she explained. "I ran it on the last part of your call, where she was calming down." She clicked play. I heard my own voice, steady and warm. I heard her shaky breathing. And then underneath it all, so faint I had not noticed it live, was another sound. A soft, rhythmic scratch, scratch, scratch. It was unmistakable. It was the sound of a planchette moving across a board. My blood went cold. She looked at me, her face pale. Was she using it while she was talking to you? I could only nod, my throat too tight to speak. The hook was set, not in her mind anymore, but deep in mine. The call had ended, the immediate danger was past, but something had been in that room with her. And now, listening to that faint, persistent scratching on the recording, a terrifying question opened up. In the quiet of the office, if it was listening to her, what if it had been listening to me too? The sound of that scratching on the recording filled the little office, and for a long minute neither of us could speak. My supervisor just stared at the screen, at the visual spikes of noise that matched each scratch. I finally found my voice, and it came out rough. She must have had it in her lap. While we were talking, she was moving it. My supervisor shook her head slowly, not in disagreement, but in pure disbelief. "But listen to the pattern," she said, her voice hushed. She clicked a few keys, and a different audio file popped up. One of the tech guys got curious. He isolated the scratching and tried to filter it more. She played the new file. It was just the scratching now, stripped of our voices. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Pause. Scratch, scratch. Long pause. It was not random. It had a rhythm, a deliberate pace. "He thinks," she said, swallowing hard. "He thinks it is spelling something." The pauses are like between letters. A cold feeling, totally different from fear, spread through my chest. It was the feeling of puzzle pieces you do not want to connect, snapping together anyway. "Can you tell what it says?" I asked, already knowing I did not want the answer. "Not yet. The quality is terrible. It is just guesswork." She closed the audio player and turned to me, putting on her professional face, but her eyes were still wide. "Look, this is obviously a very disturbing coincidence. The power of suggestion is strong. She was fixated on that thing, and you, by staying on the line so long, absorbed a lot of that emotional trauma. Your brain is trying to make sense of it." She was quoting the training manual now, the part about vicarious trauma. "I am putting you on paid leave for a week. A full week. I want you to disconnect. See some friends. Watch dumb movies. Do not think about this." It was not a suggestion, it was an order. She was treating this like a mental health issue for me, not like whatever it really was. I wanted to argue, to tell her about the dream, about the efficient thought that felt like it was waiting in the back of my head, but saying it out loud would only prove her point. So I just nodded, took the paperwork, and left. The outside air felt strange, too real and too bright. I drove home, but I did not go inside right away. I just sat in my car in the driveway. My roommate's car was gone. He worked late shifts. The house was empty. I kept hearing that scratching in my mind, matching it to the rhythm of my own heartbeat. I finally went inside, poured a drink I did not really want, and sat on the couch. I tried to watch TV, but the laugh tracks sounded horrible and fake. I picked up a book, but the words just swam on the page. My brain kept circling back to that sound, and to the word correct. I did what anyone would do. I got out my laptop and started Googling. I looked up sleepwalking, auditory hallucinations, mass hysteria. I read about how people can convince themselves of anything under stress. Every article, every medical page, gave me a tidy, logical explanation. It should have been comforting. It was not. It felt like trying to cover a deep, black hole with a piece of tissue paper. The explanations were too small for the feeling I had. The feeling that something had transferred. Exhaustion finally hit me like a truck. The stress of the call, the shock of the recording, the mental gymnastics of research, it all crashed down. I lay back on the couch, just meaning to close my eyes for a minute. The next thing I knew, I was standing up. I was not dreaming. I was awake, but it felt like moving through deep water. My body was not quite my own. I was in my kitchen. The overhead light was too bright. I was standing on the little step stool we used to reach the top shelves. I was not reaching for anything. I was just standing there, perfectly balanced, my arms at my sides. And I was measuring. With my hands, I was pantomiming pulling a length of something down from a point above me, feeling its imaginary thickness, nodding in approval. My lips were moving. I heard my own voice, calm and thoughtful, muttering, "Case ID 44781. Yield strength is sufficient. The calculation is correct." That was her case number. The caller's case number. A jolt of pure terror, the first real panic I had felt all day, electrocuted my system. I gasped, and the weird, watery feeling vanished. I was just me again, standing stupidly on a step stool in my kitchen. I stumbled off it, my legs wobbly. What was I doing? What calculation? The front door opened then, and my roommate walked in, dropping his keys on the table. He took one look at me, standing in the middle of the kitchen, pale as a ghost, and his easygoing smile vanished. "Hey, you okay? You look like you have seen one." I tried to laugh it off. Long day. Weird dream. I must have been sleepwalking or something. He did not buy it. He walked closer, his eyes searching my face. Dude, you were not just sleepwalking. I saw you through the window before I came in. You were standing there like a statue. And you were talking. It was creepy. The look on his face was not just concern. It was a flicker of real fear. He was not scared for me. He was scared of me, of what he had seen. That hurt more than anything. I was a thing to be worried about now. I am fine, I insisted, my voice too sharp. Just stress from work. I am going to bed. I pushed past him and went to my room, closing the door firmly. I did not sleep. I sat on the edge of my bed with all the lights on, fighting to stay awake. I was afraid to close my eyes, afraid of what I might do, or what I might think, in that space between being awake and asleep. The efficient method from my dream was still there in my memory, clear and detailed, and now it had a companion thought. The calculation is correct. Hours dragged by. The house settled into its nighttime creaks and groans. My roommate's TV went off down the hall. Everything got still. That is when I heard it. A soft, dry sound. Not in my head. Not a memory. A real, physical sound in my dark room. Scritch. Scritch, scritch. Pause. It was coming from the direction of my closet. It was the exact same rhythm as the scratching from the recording. My breath caught in my throat. I was frozen, listening. It came again. A slow, deliberate dragging sound. Like a fingernail. Like a small piece of plastic being pulled across a smooth wooden surface. I did not want to move. Every cell in my body told me to pull the covers over my head and wait for morning. But a stronger, more stubborn part, the part that had talked a stranger off a ledge, made me move. I stood up, my joints stiff. I did not turn on the main light. I fumbled for the small flashlight I kept in my bedside drawer. My hand closed around it, the metal cool. I clicked it on, the beam cutting a shaky white path through the dark. I took one step, then another, towards the closet. The scratching stopped. The sudden absence of sound was worse. It was listening back. I stood in front of the closet door, my heart hammering against my ribs. I reached out, my fingers brushing the cool knob. I yanked the door open in one fast motion, flashing the light inside, ready to scream or run. There was nothing. Just my shirts hanging neatly, a stack of sweaters on the shelf, a few shoeboxes on the floor. No monsters. No Ouija board. I let out a shaky breath, almost laughing at myself. See? Stress. Imagination. I started to close the door when the beam of my flashlight swept across the inside of the door. The part you never look at. The white painted surface was dusty, and in the dust, clear as day, were 3 lines drawn by a finger. 3 capital letters, written neatly in the dust. Why? I stared. My mind went blank for a second, refusing to understand. Then it clicked. The efficient method from my dream. It started with a why. The first step involved a specific material, a type of cord, and the first letter of its technical name was Y. This was not a random ghost. This was not a hallucination. It was leaving notes. It was confirming the instructions. And it was doing it here in my room on my door. I slammed the closet shut and backed away until my legs hit the bed and I sat down hard. I shone the light around my empty room, feeling more watched and more alone than I ever had in my life. The immediate terror of the scratching was over. I had found the source, and it was nothing I could fight. It was a message, a receipt, proof that the thing was not just in my head, but here, with me, interacting with my world. The chapter of confusion was closed. I was not crazy, and this was not stress. Something was real. The open question, the hook that dug in deep as I sat there trembling with the flashlight clutched in my hand, was a simple, terrible one. If it can write letters in the dust, what is it going to ask me to build? I must have sat on the edge of my bed for an hour, just staring at that closed closet door, the beam of my flashlight growing weak and yellow. The letters Y in the dust felt like a brand, a mark on my life. It was not haunting the house, it was haunting my mind, and it had just proven it could use my own hands to communicate. That was the worst part. My closet, my dust, my finger probably moving in my sleep. The thing was not some ghost in the corner. It was a passenger inside me, and it was learning to drive. When the first gray light of morning seeped around my curtains, the ordinary sound of my roommate making coffee in the kitchen broke the spell. The normal world was still out there, ticking along. I had to move. I could not just sit there waiting for the next message. I had to find the source, the starting point of all this. I knew it was a terrible idea, a violation of every rule and every bit of common sense I had,